Insurmountable opponent? Hoo-hoo. You're thinking too highly of yourself. Yeah. Yuan said with a light laugh. Cho-chun looked at Yi Yuan coolly and said, the pride of a weakling doesn't have the slightest use. Even if you don't admit it, it's impossible for you to last more than 20 moves in my hands. This is an undeniable fact. Is that so? Then watch closely. As he said, Yi Yuan sat down cross-legged and instantly entered a meditative state. Cho-chun curled his mouth and turned his nose up at this. It was not just him. Saint Exalt Purple Sun and the rest who were by the side also could not help shaking their heads. They acknowledged that Yi Yuan was peerlessly talented. But, compared to this one in front of him, he was still far too lacking. Saying this sort of words at this time did not have the slightest meaning. Apart from puffing himself up at his own cost. Saying ruthless words if you had the strength, that was called a counterattack. Saying ruthless words if you did not have the strength, that was called keeping up appearance to cover up the predicament. Clearly, the current Yi Yuan belonged to the latter. But this time, Yi Yuan was not in a hurry to regulate his breathing. Around him, 3 kinds of rule power were gradually spreading out, converging and combining. A bud broke out of the ground in front of Yi Yuan. The bud grew up at a speed visible to the naked eye and germinated very quickly, growing into a sapling. Cho-chun was the first to discover the anomaly, and his brows could not help knitting together tightly. Saint Sovereign Purple Sun and the rest of the Saint Sovereign Heavens also gradually detected the unusualness. The power of rule around Yi Yuan was currently growing strongly, as if continuous heavy rain nourishing the sapling to grow. Could it be? Saint Exalt Purple Sun's pupils constricted slightly as he said, as if affirming his guess. The sapling continued growing and became a half-human height small tree. This was the third form. Many tender green branches grew on the young tree. Very soon, the power of rule around Yi Yuan reached a bottleneck. The young tree sapling also stopped growing. Everyone knew that Yi Yuan reached the final juncture of breakthrough. Shatter! Suddenly, Yi Yuan roared, his eyes snapping open. His aura suddenly skyrocketed. Sword, formation, space, 3 great power of rules they seemed to have breached the floodgate all of a sudden, flooding out frantically. The 3 power of rules broke through to the 4th level at the same time. Saint Exalt Purple Sun's entire body trembled, and he cried out in surprise, really broke through. Furthermore, it's 3 great rules breaking the walls. At the same time, it's just that, the fusion of the 4th level of rule power. Rule power breakthrough was one thing. Fusion was another thing. After breaking through, the balance of Great Tao transformation was broken and needed to be fused anew. In Sublime Realm, the power of rules was far from as powerful as Sovereign Realm. Fusing it was relatively easier. But, reaching Sovereign Realm, the difficulty of fusion was not an ordinary kind of hard. But the 3 great power of rules circled around Yi Yuan rapidly, forming a large-scale grinding disc. That grinding disc linked the 3 great rules from end to end and started spinning. The small tree that had originally stopped growing started growing wildly again. This time, the young tree grew very crazily. Very soon, it grew to a human height small tree. The branches also gradually grew out and the tree leaves became lush. It fused. Saint Exalt Purple Sun stared dumbfoundedly. How on earth did this guy do it? This talent is also too monstrous. Saint Exalt Sky Fortune swallowed his saliva and said, they were still looking down on Yi Yuan earlier. But in a blink of an eye, they had their faces slapped. Not only did Yi Yuan not crumble under Cho-chun's powerful pressure, but he also broke the 4th level barrier instead and broke through. Breaking through was fine, Yi Yuan even fused it right away. He didn't comprehend the rules 1 at a time, but he comprehended 3 together. This kind of comprehension method, the difficulty is more than 100 times of comprehending 3 independently on their own. But the advantage is that once he broke through, he can fuse it right away and reach the transformed 4th state. Cho-chun suddenly opened his mouth at this time and said, Everyone was extremely shocked when they heard. Comprehending 3 at the same time, what kind of monstrous comprehension ability was this? What was even more frightening was that this guy's comprehension speed was also too fast. In just a short half a month, this guy actually broke through to the 4th form already. Finished fusing, Yi Yuan slowly stood up. The all-encompassing sacred trees. 4th form immediately turned into one flying sword after another and revolved around Yi Yuan. The 4th form, the flying swords that Yi Yuan was able to control directly, rose to 108. Furthermore, the power of each flying sword rivaled heavenly spirit treasures. 2. At this time, his essence, energy, and spirit immediately rose to the peak. Qiu Chen looked at him and said coolly, "Even if you broke through to the 4th form, you're not my match either." Yi Yuan was indifferent and similarly said coolly, "So what? You're merely my sparring opponent, that's all. I'll eventually surpass you." Finish saying, Yi Yuan guided with his divine essence, 108 flying swords, charged toward Qiu Chen in an instant. At this time, the power of the sword formation increased more than 10 times. Compared to just now, even Qiu Chen's face revealed a solemn look too. Only to see his palm tense up, 5 flying knives shot out fiercely and clashed together with Yi Yuan's 108 flying swords. This time, Qiu Chen was going all out. This was also the powerful aspect of the Labyrinth Divine Palace. The opponent of this training ground was highly intelligent. They would attack according to the opponent's strength. Actually, it was more like guiding and sparring with the younger generation. It was just that Purple Sun and the rest were seriously too weak. Hence, they were unable to force out all of the Heaven's Chosen strength at all. Otherwise, with the strength of these Heaven's Chosen, Purple Sun they all would have long died. This battle was clearly fought much more trepidatiously. Both sides fought all the way beyond 100 moves before Qiu Chen breached Yi Yuan's sword formation with his flying knives and defeated Yi Yuan. This was absolutely a huge improvement. Before this, Yi Yuan did not even make it past 20 moves. However, this was just the beginning. Having just broken through Yi Yuan's application of the 4th form and his control over the sword formation had not been mastered to the extent of perfection yet. Hence, he continued challenging Qiu Chen over and over again. From 100 moves, fighting until 200 moves, then on to 500 moves. Both sides' battle became more and more tense. Purple Sun and the rest wished to find a hole in the ground to burrow into as they watched by the side. This improvement was really too fast. Yi Yuan's improvement speed was like a straight line. It would never turn a corner. 3 months later, Yi Yuan fought Qiu Chen again. After more than 300 moves, a streak of sword light that Yi Yuan controlled broke through the blockade of the 5 flying knives bizarrely and pierced right through Qiu Chen. Yi Yuan won. Yi Yuan looked at Qiu Chen and said with a smile, "Insurmountable opponent, I've surpassed you today." Qiu Chen's haughty face seemed a little sullenly angry. The words that he said more than 3 months ago, he had his face ruthlessly slapped at this moment. What was even more aggravating was that Yi Yuan's current 4th form had merely just reached the realm of minor accomplishment, while his 5 laws transformation was already perfected, which was also to say that it was actually equivalent to Yi Yuan jumping realms and defeating him. His pride was completely crushed at this moment. 3 months ago, Yi Yuan was still a weakling that could not last more than 20 moves at his hands. 3 months later, Yi Yuan already thoroughly completed the outperforming. In Jade Sovereign Heaven, this realm, he was no longer Yi Yuan's match. Purple Sun and Sky Fortune and the rest exchanged glances, shocked until it was incapable of increasing further. This also meant that as long as Yi Yuan reached grand completion Jade Sovereign Heaven, his combat power would no longer be inferior to theirs. Really won. I really dare not believe it. From not lasting more than 20 moves to successfully counterattack, could it be that this guy's potential has no end? To think that we were still ridiculing him previously. What a joke. Perhaps this is a true genius. Saint Exalt Purple Sun gave a long sigh and admitted his own superficialness. They had ruled the rain-clear continent for tens of thousands of years and had seen before God knew how many geniuses. But those geniuses were simply like the firefly versus the bright moon in front of Yi Yuan. The disparity was too great. The impact of Yi Yuan winning Sun Qi a month ago was not as strong as currently too, because they understood that the Jade Sovereign Heaven Sun Qi was not even worthy of carrying Qiu Chen's shoes. One was outstanding among Jade Sovereign Heavens, but the other could rival Saint Sovereign Heavens. The gap was not imaginable. But Yi Yuan completed a virtually impossible counterattack in a short 3.5 months' time. Qiu Chen looked at Yi Yuan and said with a cold snort, "Beating me in Jade Sovereign Heaven doesn't mean anything. The ranking in this cultivation room is the ranking of Saint Sovereign Heaven. Jade Sovereign Heaven to Saint Sovereign Heaven is a massive threshold. Do you really think that you're remarkable?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Relax. After I break through to Saint Sovereign Heaven, I'll come again." Done talking, Yi Yuan walked out of the battlefield and started regulating his breathing to recover. However, he did not continue challenging the powerhouses in front but chose to continue fighting with Qiu Chen. Although he won Qiu Chen, his combat power was just about on par with Qiu Chen. Sure enough, in the following practices, the two people had wins and losses. But, along with the passage of time, Yi Yuan's superiority gradually became clear. By the time Yi Yuan's fourth form broke through to the realm of major accomplishment, Qiu Chen was no longer his match anymore. Completely crushing Qiu Chen also made everyone sigh endlessly. This was a rocket-like road to rise. After taking care of Qiu Chen, Yi Yuan continued challenging the powerhouses. In front, Saint Exalt Purple Sun discovered to their surprise that Yi Yuan actually crushed all the way. Only all the way until the 64th place did Yi Yuan encounter an opponent that was evenly matched in strength. Only then did they know that it turned out they were mistaken about Yi Yuan. It was not that Yi Yuan skipped opponents. He really charged over all the way. According to the rankings, in a blink 3 years passed. 3 years' time was merely a transient instant to these Saint Sovereign Heavens and Jade Sovereign Heavens. But they were demoralized from watching Yi Yuan fight until no part of their body was unhurt. After Qiu Chen, Yi Yuan charged all the way to 47th place. For 3 years, Yi Yuan did not sleep nor rest, entering a crazed cultivation state. It was not that he did not encounter powerful opponents during this. On the contrary, there were too many powerful opponents. Those able to enter the Labyrinth Divine Palace would not be mediocre people. Even in their Jade Sovereign Heaven era, each of these people was Peerless Heaven's chosen. Many people were the same as Qiu Chen, thrashing Yi Yuan in the beginning. But Yi Yuan became braver in the face of setbacks, suffering repeated defeats. With each battle, finally crushing his opponent. No matter how strong his opponent was, how miserably he was defeated, it was unable to shake his resolve to become strong. Furthermore, he harbored the resolve of certain death to fight each battle. During the battles with the 51st place Zhao Yuesheng, Yi Yuan fought with the opponent until both sides suffered heavy wounds more than 10 times. He was seriously injured on the verge of death. But each time after recovering, he would throw himself into battle right away. That battle was fought until everyone was profoundly affected and on constant tenterhooks. But in the end, Yi Yuan finally broke through the realm of fourth form major accomplishment in the midst of battle and reached the pinnacle realm. Great Tao transformation fourth form. Every step forward was immensely difficult, especially at the juncture of each minor realm wanting to break through 3 Daos at the same time. The difficulty could be imagined. But Yi Yuan attained frenzied advancement in the midst of crazed battles. 3 years later, the cultivation abruptly stopped. It was not that Yi Yuan did not want to cultivate, but that all of the heavenly crystals had already been exhausted. Although this kind of cultivation method was fast, maintaining the operation of the cultivation room consumed a lot of heavenly crystals too. Cultivating this entire way, Yi Yuan had really never lacked heavenly crystals before. Over these several hundred years, the heavenly crystals he accumulated were rather considerable. But these heavenly crystals had long been wiped out a year ago. During this period of more than 1 year, Yi Yuan practically squeezed the heavenly crystals of these powerhouses present dry. With this, it was completely gone. Seeing the light of the cultivation room go out, Saint Exalt Purple Sun sighed emotionally and said, "It's finally expended entirely. If the heavenly crystals were sufficient, can he cultivate to Saint Exalt Heaven in one go?" Sky Fortune deeply felt that way too and said with a nod, "Very likely. Could it be that this guy doesn't know fatigue? How powerful a willpower is needed to be able to not sleep or rest for 3 years. This guy is asleep. It's not that he wasn't tired, but that he was using willpower to overcome it." While talking, Yi Yuan fell to the ground and slept. The moment he stopped being tense, he could not hold on anymore as well. Sky Fortune shook his head and said, "Really a terrifying opponent. I feel that the Pill Alliance has probably provoked the wrong person." Everyone exchanged glances, all seeing the shock in the other's eyes. This guy was too crazy. Cultivating 3 years without sleeping or resting, it was naturally nothing to a heavenly stratum powerhouse. But even if it was a heavenly stratum powerhouse, their vigor was limited. Under such a high-intensity situation, to cultivate for 3 years straight, the vast majority of people would go insane. Few people would be able to last. But Yi Yuan held on. During these 3 years, Yi Yuan's realm already reached peak Middle Jade Sovereign Heaven under the opponent's tempering. He was only missing a little bit before he could enter Upper Jade Sovereign Heaven. Of course, the greatest improvement was still his power of rules. His great Tao transformation already reached peak 4th form. Right now, even if he did not utilize a Grand Mist treasure, he was close to invincible within Jade Sovereign Heaven realm too, unless he ran into Heaven's Chosen like the Labyrinth Divine Palaces disciples. Once he utilized a Grand Mist treasure, even if he matched up against a Saint Sovereign Heaven, he could fight too. Yi Yuan slept for 10 days and nights. When he woke up, he discovered that everyone had already gathered here. Big Yellow was currently guarding him. Yi Yuan stared at Big Yellow and said with a smile, "Not bad. It seems like you improved quite a bit." Big Yellow smiled bashfully and said, "Compared to Master Yi, it's still too far off." Yi Yuan said, "Made it to which checkpoint?" 998th place. Yi Yuan nodded slightly and said, "Not bad. These Heavens Chosen. Their strength is actually not uniform in Jade Sovereign Heaven realm. But the Saint Sovereign Heaven ranking is the real deal. For you to be able to promote 3 places, it's already rather impressive." Big Yellow chuckled, quite pleased with himself. These 3 years, Big Yellow also cultivated like he went crazy. In reality, there were many times when he could not persevere anymore. But each time he could not persevere, he would come to the number 1 cultivation room. Seeing Yi Yuan be even crazier than him, his drive would kick in. During these 3 years, he only had one thought. It was to keep up with Yi Yuan's footsteps to the best of his ability. Otherwise, he would not have the qualifications to follow Yi Yuan one day. And this day would not be too far away. The cultivation would automatically record the strength of powerhouses and eliminate the last place. Currently, at the number 10 cultivation room at the 998th place, there was already Big Yellow's projection. Yi Yuan turned around to look at the number 1 cultivation room and said, rather regretfully, "It's a shame. There are not enough heavenly crystals. If I could go out after cultivating to grand completion 4th form, I would be much more confident in dealing with the Pill Alliance." When the others heard, they could not help being speechless. There was only this person who treated this place as paradise, right? If it were others, they would have long been demoralized by these Peerless Heaven's Chosen powerhouses until they did not even have the desire to cultivate any longer. Although Big Yellow was decent, he basically had no hope of charging into the top 100. Sometimes it was not what effort could achieve. When your talent reached a bottleneck, it was useless no matter how hard you worked. But talent plus hard work, that was terrifying. Yi Yuan was precisely this sort of person. Very soon, Yi Yuan led everyone and left the labyrinth divine palace. Over several hundred powerhouses entered. But at this time there were only slightly more than 100 people left. However, following Yi Yuan, these 100 people made great harvests. Younger brother Yi, there's nothing else to say. When the time comes, we'll definitely go all out at your word of command. Saint Exalt Purple Sun cupped his fists and said, these few years they had ceased the idea of opposing Yi Yuan. This guy was even more terrifying than Zhuo Bufan back then. Opposing him, the outcome would be very tragic. Furthermore, entering the labyrinth divine palace this time, Yi Yuan helped them out a lot. They would definitely be able to improve further after going back this time and entering close seclusion. With Saint Exalt Purple Sun making known his position, the other Saint Sovereign Heavens were extremely grateful to Yi Yuan too. Yi Yuan nodded and said, when the time comes, I'll still have to trouble. Everyone, leave first. This Yi still has matters to attend to and won't be seeing everyone off. Everyone knew that this heavenspan world was Yi Yuan's hometown. Hence they naturally did not stay either, directly leaving. After everyone left heaven-fragmented continent, Yi Yuan flipped his palm. Crystal clear bottle appeared in his hand. This small bottle contained precisely the Void Snap Immortal Condensation. Void Snap Immortal Condensation was a natural treasure that could strengthen the Origin Divinity. After Jade Sovereign Heaven, the key to breakthrough was the Origin Divinity. Origin Divinity communicated with heaven and earth and comprehended Great Tao. If the Origin Divinity was not strong enough, it was extremely hard to break through Saint Sovereign Heaven. And this was also precisely one of the reasons why Saint Sovereign Heavens were few in numbers. Yen Jietrue most likely wanted the Void Snap Immortal Condensation in order to break through to true Sovereign Heaven. Senior, this frivolous life like a dream, is it really useful? While talking, Yi Yuan had another small bottle in his hand, containing a mass of transparent liquid inside. Frivolous life like a dream. The name sounded very beautiful, but it was a kind of extremely formidable poison. This poison did not target the physical body. It only targeted the origin divinity. Poisons that could target the origin divinity were very rare. Refining them was extremely difficult too. But once inflicted, it would be like a bone-infesting maggot being difficult to eradicate, unless one encountered a top-level heavenly alchemist. Otherwise it would be difficult for immortals to cure it. Not only did Yi Yuan find the Void Snap Immortal Condensation in the treasure depository pavilion, but he also found this frivolous life like a dream. Kid, it's also that you're lucky. If you don't have this frivolous life like a dream, you really wouldn't be able to do anything to that guy and can only be taken advantage of fully by him. Relax. Even if that whatever pill Alliance's alliance chief comes, he can't cure the frivolous life like a dream. Poison 2. The strength of the labyrinth divine palace's heavenly alchemists isn't what you can imagine, Mi Tian said confidently. Yi Yuan nodded slightly and dripped a drop of frivolous life like a dream into the Void Snap Immortal Condensation. The Void Snap Immortal Condensation was as usual. Frivolous life like a dream was colorless and tasteless. Even Yi Yuan was unable to detect its existence too. That Yen Jietrue concealed extremely deeply and understands my abilities very well too. He likely won't believe me so easily, Yi Yuan said with a frown. That's easy. Cultivate the divine emergence to the second level. Your soul force will directly break through rank 5 and reach the level of Saint Sovereign Heaven. At that time, purging this frivolous life like a dream with the divine emergence's secret arts isn't something difficult. Although the frivolous life like a dream is formidable when matching up against the divine emergence, it's a level worse, Mi Tian said. When Yi Yuan heard that, his eyes could not help lighting up. With this, he really had no worries anymore. Without the slightest hesitation, Yi Yuan had big yellow stand guard and he started cultivating the second level of divine emergence. Divine emergence's power naturally went without saying. Yi Yuan had long already cultivated the first level to the realm of grand completion. His origin divinity already reached peak Jade Sovereign Heaven. Long ago, it was even stronger than peak Jade Sovereign Heaven. As long as he successfully cultivated the second level, the origin divinity, reaching the level of Saint Sovereign Heaven was virtually inevitable. Yi Yuan sat down cross-legged. In his sea of consciousness, his chaos origin divinity started operating the divine emergence's second-level cultivation method. A powerful origin divinity undulation quietly released. This is chaos origin divinity. What a powerful origin divinity. Undulation. It's likely significantly stronger when compared to even ordinary peak Jade Sovereign Heavens. After he cultivates to grand completion Jade Sovereign Heaven, breaking through to Saint Sovereign Heaven will simply happen naturally without additional effort. When the big yellow by the side saw this, he could not help being speechless. When other people were breaking through to Saint Sovereign Heaven, it was a game of death, and they might not be able to break through either. But Yi Yuan was amazing. Other people's bottleneck did not exist for him at all. With chaos origin divinity plus this powerful origin divinity undulation, breaking through to Saint Sovereign Heaven had practically become inevitable. There were extremely few cultivation methods to cultivate the origin divinity. Even if there were, it would not have a real effect either. With the help of heavenly medicines, reaching grand completion Jade Sovereign Heaven was not hard. The hard part was the origin divinity cultivating to the realm of grand completion at the same time too. In reality, the origin divinity realm of more martial artists was far lower than their cultivation realm. Therefore, it was virtually impossible for them to break through to Saint Sovereign Heaven. The true grade precious jade heavenly sacred pill that Yi Yuan refined for big yellow and the rest previously, it was actually forcefully comprehending heavenly Tao and letting those people's origin divinities rise to a higher level. That was how they succeeded in one stroke. Of course, this was also because the origin divinity realms of Big Yellow and the rest were up to par. That was why there was this effect. If it were others, even if there was the true grade precious jade heavenly sacred pill, it might not work too. Yi Yuan's cultivation lasted half a year. On this day, Yi Yuan's origin divinity undulation suddenly skyrocketed. The sky above heaven fragmented continent. Thunder was faintly rolling. Big Yellow's expression suddenly changed, and he looked toward Yi Yuan in amazement. His origin divinity realm directly broke through to Saint Sovereign Heaven. This kind of breakthrough was too fantastical. When other people were breaking through, it was the cultivation realm that reached first and the origin divinity lagging behind. Yi Yuan was good, his cultivation realm was just peak middle Jade Sovereign Heaven, but his origin divinity actually directly reached Saint Sovereign Heaven. With such a powerful origin divinity, even if Yi Yuan did not use any martial techniques, one origin divinity attack would directly instantly kill a Jade Sovereign Heaven. Freak. Too damn freakish. How could there be such a freakish person in this world? Suddenly, Yi Yuan spurted large mouthfuls of blood. His entire person started swaying too. Big Yellow's expression changed, and he said, "Damn it, his cultivation realm is too low and can't bear a Saint Sovereign Heaven's origin divinity. Relax, he won't die. This kid's potential is huge." Big Yellow was just about to go up but was stopped by Meteon. And at this time, a shocking dragon might rose to the sky from Yi Yuan's body. Roar! Yi Yuan emitted a shocking dragon roar from his mouth. His aura was also rising frantically. Roar! Above the void, the phantom of an enormous dragon soared into the sky and traversed above the clouds, glimmering and fading indeterminately. That giant dragon seemed to have come out of ancient times, its aura boundless. When Big Yellow saw it, he actually had an impulse to prostrate in worship. One had to know he was a Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouse. No matter how strong Yi Yuan's bloodline power was, it should not give him this kind of feeling too. Hoo-hoo! This kid finally returned to chaos. Meteon could not help laughing. Big Yellow's expression changed, and he said in shock, "Senior, could this be Chaos True Spirit?" Meteon said, "That's right. This boy's bloodline power is extremely strong, but he was still a hair's breadth away from Chaos True Spirit. Now he finally crossed over." Big Yellow sucked in a breath of cold air. Others did not know what Chaos True Spirit meant, but he knew. In their lineage, the Chaos Heavenly Bull was a genuine Chaos True Spirit. But, even if he cultivated to Saint Sovereign Heaven now, there was still a huge gap away from the bloodline power of a Chaos True Spirit. Bloodline power represented potential. It represented the future. A mature Chaos Heavenly Bull strength could reach the realm of Hegemon. And for Big Yellow, without Yi Yuan's heavenly pill that triggered Great Tao and helped him to improve bloodline power, it was impossible for him to reach Saint Sovereign Heaven in this life too. This was disparity. Yi Yuan awakened his Chaos True Spirit bloodline. As long as he cultivated, according to routine, becoming a Hegemon in the future was virtually a sure bet. When Meteon saw how Big Yellow looked, he smiled and said, "You're thinking too much. Chaos bloodline has different levels too. What Yi Yuan awakened is merely the lowest level battle spirit level Chaos bloodline. Of course, even if it's the lowest rank battle spirit level Chaos bloodline, there's virtually no bottleneck in him cultivating to true Sovereign Heaven anymore. Furthermore, if he uses the Dragon Race martial techniques now, the power will be more than 10 times stronger than before. Under his full power eruption, it won't be much weaker than his power of rules." Big Yellow opened his mouth wide and could not help being speechless. True Sovereign Heaven. Even if he broke through to Saint Sovereign Heaven, he really did not dare to think about this realm before. That was too distant. What all of the Saint Sovereign Heavens on this rain-clear continent were thinking was transcending Saint Sovereign Tao tribulation a few more times. True Sovereign Heaven? That was not possible. Boom! That illusory giant dragon suddenly rushed down from above the 9th heaven and smashed right into Yi Yuan's body. Yi Yuan's cultivation realm broke through the bottleneck in one stroke, reaching Upper Jade Sovereign Heaven. The bloodline power within his body was surging crazily. His aura was still rising crazily. Finally, it stopped at peak Upper Jade Sovereign Heaven. However, Yi Yuan's greatest harvest was still his physical strength. His physical body already reached the realm of half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven, sufficient to accommodate the origin divinity that exceeded his body's limits. Yi Yuan felt that every pore on his body was currently teeming with power. "Big Yellow, come fight!" Suddenly, Yi Yuan erupted and rushed toward Big Yellow. Big Yellow could not help laughing when he heard that and said, "Master Yi, you aren't my match, no, amen." With regards to Yi Yuan's action that overestimated his own ability, he was disdainful in his heart. But very soon his expression changed. Yi Yuan threw a punch out. The void actually brought out strong undulations. Powerful to the extreme, Great Tao undulation erupted from his fist. This was the unique aura belonging to Saint Sovereign Heavens. 9 Heavens Dragon Transformation Fist. But at this time, the power of the 9 Heavens Dragon Transformation Fist actually made even Big Yellow feel threatened. This punch could kill a Saint Sovereign Heaven. Big Yellow's expression changed wildly, and a pair of bull horns suddenly thrust out.
Surgeon Bull Fury.
Boom! In a flash, the two had a frontal confrontation. Yi Yuan felt a tremendous force transmit over, and his body shot back. Involuntarily, withdrawing 10,000 feet away. Ha ha ha! Again, amidst the loud laughter, Yi Yuan did not rest either, rushing in again. Boom! 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 2 afterimages fought from the ground to the sky, the speed being
inconceivably fast.
Each of the 2 people's punches met with flesh, fighting until the void trembled heavily. Big Yellow was immensely shocked in his heart. Was this the power of a chaos true spirit? One had to know. Although he did not employ the coquettish profligate hoof, After these 3 years of tempering, his combat power improved by more than a level. He was sure that he was absolutely an apex existence among lower jade sovereign heavens. But now, he actually could not take Yi Yuan down. Furthermore, he discovered that Yi Yuan was using him for practice, familiarizing himself with the control of power. Yi Yuan's fist force, each punch stronger than the last, was indicating that he was currently swiftly familiarizing himself with his own power. Boom! One punch and one hoof separated upon contact. The two people's movements stopped abruptly. Is this the power of a chaos true spirit? Each of your punches seem to be sent out from chaos. Ordinary lower Saint Sovereign Heavens aren't Master Yez match at all, Big Yellow said with a sigh. This improvement was also too fast. Yi Yuan had not truly reached Saint Sovereign Heaven yet, but already possessed the combat power of Saint Sovereign Heaven. Such powerful strength took people's breath away in wonder. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Indeed, with the augmentation of bloodline power, the power of the 9 Heavens Dragon Transformation Fist is at least dozens of times stronger than before. This kind of power already doesn't lose to great Tao Transformation's power of rules. After I break through to Saint Sovereign Heaven, I might not be without the strength to have a battle with Li Chongqing. Saint Sovereign Heaven, the span was huge. Jumping realms to battle also became extremely difficult. A lower Saint Sovereign Heaven being able to jump realms and fight with a middle Saint Sovereign Heaven was already extremely hard to come across. Fighting with an upper Saint Sovereign Heaven was virtually something impossible. Otherwise, those Saint Sovereign Heavens would not have been so in despair. But Yi Yuan felt that when his 3 Daos reached the realm of Saint Sovereign Heaven at the same time, he might not be without the strength to have a fight. At that time, it would be the day of the decisive battle. All right, everything is prepared. It's also time to go and meet this old friend who has been hiding for so many years. I don't believe that I can't entrap him to death. Yi Yuan gave a cold snort, his killing intent frosty. Entrance of the passageway, the moment Yi Yuan showed himself, a shadow blocked his way. When Yi Yuan saw the other party, his pupils could not help constricting. The arrival was wearing a long red gown, his face very ferocious. The most important thing was that this guy's body was actually an origin divinity body. However, the other party was extremely strong, powerful until it was suffocating. Even if Yi Yuan's origin divinity broke through to Saint Sovereign Heaven, he was very weak in front of the other party too. The shadow said with a strange laugh, "Jeej, you seem very surprised when you saw this exalt." Yi Yuan nodded and said, "Indeed, a little surprised. No wonder you've been hiding behind the scenes all along these few years. Turns out that you've long lost your physical body." This shadow was naturally the Heavenspan Mountain's original master, Jade-Tru.
Heavenly Secte's ancestor, Yan Yadetru.
Yen Jade-Tru said, "Back then we 7 great Saint Sovereign Heavens discovered the sacred Civ mystic realm. Apart from Zhuobufan we all died. Under the labyrinth divine palace's restrictions. This exalt couldn't escape. This calamity too. However, this exalt relied on the Heavenspan Mountain and left behind a wisp of remnant soul in the end. However, being able to recover to my present realm, I really have to thank this world's fools. Of course, including you too." Yi Yuan's gaze turned cold, and he said, "It turns out that the one truly controlling the doomsday battle was you. Of course it's me. Do you think that a puny little lesser sublime heavenly stratum can control all these? He's merely a self-righteous chess piece. That's all. After this exalt escaped, I didn't dare to return to Grand Bright Jade complete heaven and can only hide in this small world. After Zhuobufan left, this exalt started to set up all these. Although lower realms ants are useless, their divine soul essence is still pretty good. Hence, this exalt killed 3 of this small world's heavenly stratum powerhouses and devoured their origin divinities. Then I used the last of my origin divinity power to completely refine this world, sealed the two great passageways with the heaven-span mountain, and absorbed the power of a world to restore the heaven-span mountain. Then I urged time rule to the extreme and changed the time flow rate of the heaven-span world. Done with all this exalt fell completely into a deep sleep. Under the time acceleration, generations after generations of powerhouses provided countless divine soul essence for this exalt. This exalt's origin. Divinity also recovered little by little, all the way until the last divine essence. This exalt finally woke up. Ever since then, this exalt could take the initiative to absorb divine soul essence. After this exalt woke up, the heaven-span mountain hasn't been restored to its peak state yet, and this exalt state was extremely unstable too and couldn't return to grand bright jade complete heaven. However, after waking up, this exalt discovered something that's a little interesting. Time was actually in disorder. In this world, there was actually someone who could make time disorderly. This means that someone has understood time law and already touched rule. Hence, this exalt discovered you. Hoo-hoo! Discovering you was really an unexpected pleasant surprise. You actually used the heart of heavenspan to comprehend a heavenly stratum cultivation method that belongs to you. Truly remarkable. Furthermore, as your cultivation method was gradually completed, the heavenspan mountain was also continuously recovering, and this exalt's origin divinity was also constantly growing stronger. When you broke through the plain passageway and ascended to the 33 heavens, not only did this exalt's origin divinity recover to its peak state, but it also even went a step further, reaching grand completion. Saint Sovereign Heaven Yen Jade True did not avoid anything, talking tirelessly about the matter of single-handedly controlling the heavenspan world, as if he had done something insignificant. But Yi Yuan was burning with rage as he listened. The heavenspan world's trillions of lives were merely trifles that could be trampled at will in Yen Jadetru's eyes, and his road to maturity was actually paving the way for Yen Jadetru's recovery. He did not know because at that time he was really too weak. In the eyes of a powerhouse like Yen Jadetru, he was an ant, he was a chess piece that could be toyed with at will. Sucking in a deep breath, Yi Yuan's eyes were slightly dark as he said, "So, after I ascended, you felt that I could still be made use of, so you linked up the two worlds passageway and had me bring people in to get the void snap. Immortal condensation?" Yen Jadetru smiled and said, "Not bad. In my eyes, you've always been an inessential chess piece. But I didn't expect that you could actually take the last step and shatter this world's shackles. So I felt that maybe I could continue making use of you a little, because your potential is really great." Yi Yuan corroborated his Tao as heavenly stratum and shattered the firmament with a sword. It might be nothing to the rest of the 33 heavens, but Yen Jadetru knew how difficult it was to be able to take this last step. It was not that Yi Yuan would be able to take this step after creating a heavenly stratum cultivation method himself. This small world was already a dilapidated world. The power of rules was all chaotic and completely disjointed from the 33 heavens' heavenly Tao. To everyone in the heavenspan world, Yen Jadetru's actions were tantamount to severing everyone's path to heavenly stratum. But Yi Yuan still did it. This could not be called amazing anymore. Ordinary small worlds ascenders, no matter how amazing they were, they would also have to be grandsons when they reached the 33 heavens. Of course, there were exceptions like Shuabufan. But Yen Jadetru knew that even if Yi Yuan reached the 33 heavens, he would belong to the group of those unrivaled talented powerhouses. The things that Shuabufan could not do, he might not be unable to do them. Back then, Shuabufan entered the Labyrinth Divine Palace together with them. He actually did not get any benefits, but he did not die and escaped with serious injuries. But Yen Jadetru felt that perhaps Yi Yuan could do it. That was why there was this scene today. "So, you brought the void snap immortal condensation? If you don't have it, then there's no meaning for the people related to you to exist anymore. Yen. J-True said with a smile that was not a smile. Yi Yuan had a dark look and directly through the small bottle containing the Void Snap Immortal Condensation to the other party. I've brought you the Void Snap Immortal Condensation. Can you let the people go now? Yi Yuan said in a solemn voice. Yen J-True caught the small bottle, a hint of wild ecstasy flashing across in his eyes. It was really the Void Snap Immortal Condensation. Back then, he almost lost his life under rank 6 restrictions for the sake of this Void Snap Immortal Condensation. Now, he finally obtained it. This brat actually really accomplished it. Jeej? This exalt indeed didn't misjudge. Something that even Zhua Bufan couldn't do, you accomplished it. Actually, when I saw that those guys didn't die, I knew that you most likely succeeded. Yen J-True naturally knew about the rest leaving the Heavenspan world. Those Jade Sovereign Heavens going in, they could only be cannon fodders. But what surprised him was that there were actually many Jade Sovereign Heavens who did not die. Yen J-True opened the small bottle but threw it to Yi Yuan and said coolly, "You absorb some first." Yi Yuan's brows furrowed, and he said in a solemn voice, "Aren't you a little too cautious? What the hell can I, a measly little Jade Sovereign Heaven, do?" Yen J-True chuckled and said, "Don't you forget, this exalt watched you grow up. This exalt understands you too well. There were many powerhouses that succumbed in your hands. Enough crap. Hurry up and absorb." Yi Yuan's heart sank slightly. This guy was indeed extremely careful. Fortunately, he was long prepared. Yi Yuan's expression flickered indeterminately. After hesitating for a moment, he still probed his origin divinity power into the small bottle. However, his current origin divinity undulation was merely at the level of Jade Sovereign Heaven. It was very hard for others to do it, but Yi Yuan cultivated divine emergence. Converging his aura was easily accomplished. When Yen J-True saw the situation, he could not help clicking his tongue and praising Chaos Origin Divinity. In this dilapidated small kiliacosm, you could actually attain a Chaos Origin Divinity. Truly not easy. In the wake of Yi Yuan absorbing the Void Snap Immortal Condensation, a power that gladdened the heart and refreshed the mind poured into his origin divinity. He felt as if his origin divinity was like a long drought getting a good rainfall and started growing stronger under the nourishment of the Void Snap Immortal Condensation. However, Yi Yuan also detected that there was some discordant thing mixed in. This thing was extremely hidden, if not for him cultivating divine emergence. To the second level, there would be no way of detecting at all. It was naturally impossible for the frivolous life like a dream's toxicity to manifest immediately. By the time Yen J-True discovered it, everything would already be too late. Yi Yuan was not in a hurry to purge the frivolous life like a dream either. This poison was extremely formidable. It was not so easy to deal with. Taking action now would only heighten the other party's vigilance. Seeing Yi Yuan's origin divinity strengthening continuously, Yen J-True's eyes became even more wildly ecstatic. True sovereign heaven. He finally had hope of reaching this realm. Yen J-True's soul force was extremely powerful and extremely keen. He had been paying attention to Yi Yuan's every action and movement of absorbing the Void Snap Immortal Condensation. There was not the slightest anomaly. Enough! Yen J-True was overjoyed and snatched the Void Snap Immortal Condensation. Over. This thing was too precious. Using it to probe was okay, but too much would be a waste. This thing was the key that concerned whether or not he could break through to true sovereign heaven. If it was used up by Yi Yuan, how would he still break through to true sovereign heaven? Yi Yuan looked at Yen J-True and said with a frown, "Now you can let Lear, they all go, right?" But Yen J-True said with a smile that was not a smile, "Yi Yuan, you're too dangerous. This exalt doesn't want to be like your opponents, becoming the stepping stone on your road to maturity in the end. If I let them go, what will this exalt use to constrain you? Of course, if you have the ability, you can shuttle back and forth across countless planes and find your loved ones and friends. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly, and he said in a cold voice, "What the hell do you want?" He knew that Yan Jietrue was very troublesome. It was naturally impossible to let matters go so easily. Letting people go at this time was simply impossible. However, Yi Yuan was not in a hurry either. As long as Yan Jietrue used the Void Snap immortal condensation to cultivate, he would succumb eventually. He did not appear overly enraged either because he knew that Yan Jietrue knew him very well. Behaving like he was burning with fury at this time would reveal a flaw, instead, and arouse the other party's suspicions. In reality, starting from when Yi Yuan showed himself, the two people had already been fighting a battle of wits and a contest of strength. Yi Yuan understood that his every action and movement was being observed by the other party. Even if he revealed a little flaw, the other party would have suspicions aroused. It was Yi Yuan's first time seeing Yan Jietrue's true body. Could be said that he did not understand the other party at all. But he could toy with a world in the palm of his hand and could escape from the labyrinth divine palace, that kind of forbidden land, with his life. Was absolutely not what the average person could accomplish. Battling with this guy, Yi Yuan perked his spirits up 120%. Therefore, Yi Yuan was extremely careful about every expression and sentence. Yan Jietrue seemed very satisfied with Yi Yuan's reaction and said with a faint smile, "Nothing. This exalt is planning on killing you after breaking through to true sovereign heaven. After killing you, I'll kill everyone related to you. Honestly speaking, this exalt really doesn't have absolute confidence in making a move against you right now. But, letting you grow unchecked, this exalt will feel even more worried. This appraisal could be rated as high. He, a grand completion Saint Sovereign Heaven, even though he was just of an origin divinity body, he did not have confidence in killing an upper jade Sovereign Heaven. Of course, this also showed that he knew Yi Yuan very well, because if he made a move, he really might not be able to keep Yi Yuan behind. Moreover, there was even a powerful big yellow by his side. Yan Jietrue was of an origin divinity body. His combat power would definitely be greatly reduced. He was not of the soul race, incomparably proficient in all kinds of origin divinity secret arts. Yi Yuan's two eyes narrowed slightly, and he said in a cold voice, "In other words, you won't rest until one of us is dead." Yan Jietrue smiled and said, "Yi Yuan, why don't we play a game?" How to play? Yi Yuan currently had no other way and could only play with the other party. "I'll return to the 33 heavens right now and enter close seclusion to break through to true sovereign heaven. I left behind an origin divinity imprint in their bodies and can kill them with just a thought. You can traverse all the heavens planes now and go look for your loved ones and friends, and can also enter close seclusion to break through to Saint Sovereign Heaven. If you break through to Saint Sovereign Heaven or find them before I break through to true sovereign heaven, I'll flee far away from home and avoid you after breaking through to true sovereign heaven. But if this exalt breaks through to true sovereign heaven first, then sorry about it. I'll kill all of them right away and then come kill you. How is it? Isn't this game very interesting?" Yan Jietrue looked at Yi Yuan as if certain that he would play with him. Yes, he knew Yi Yuan very well, precisely because he understood him that this so-called game of his was actually revealing his apprehension toward Yi Yuan. Only by breaking through to true sovereign heaven did he have sufficient confidence to kill Yi Yuan. In fact, even if Yi Yuan broke through to Saint Sovereign Heaven, he would also choose to leave right away. Even if he really broke through to true sovereign heaven at that time, he would rather face the uncertain at sea than face Yi Yuan. He made use of Yi Yuan, but he also dreaded Yi Yuan. Precisely because he knew Yi Yuan too well, that was why he dreaded Yi Yuan. The present Yi Yuan was no longer that little bug that he could pinch to death at will. This guy was only a major cultivation realm lower than him. In reality, he himself also understood that making Yi Yuan go get the void snap Immortal condensation was playing with fire in itself. A single mishap and it was setting fire to himself. But the temptation of true sovereign heaven was too great. Not getting the void snap immortal condensation, not breaking through to true sovereign heaven, he would always be a walking corpse. He who only had an origin divinity body was a dog who lost its home. Therefore he chose to gamble. But kidnapping Yi Yuan's kin would mean fighting it out with Yi Yuan to death. He could not kill these people. If he killed these people, he did not dare to. Imagine what kind of degree the rampaging Yi Yuan would reach. In fact, even if he broke through to true sovereign heaven, he was also not willing to have a frontal clash with the Yi Yuan who broke through to Saint Sovereign Heaven. So he was gambling too. If Yi Yuan broke through to Saint Sovereign Heaven, he would not make a move against Yi Yuan's kin. He would also have sufficient time to escape the rain-clear continent. That was as long as he reached true sovereign heaven. Of course, if he broke through first, he would have sufficient confidence to finish Yi Yuan off. At that time, he would have nothing to fear. Both parties were sensible people. Yi Yuan instantly understood the other party's plans and said in a solemn voice, "Okay, I'll play this game with you." Yan Jiechu smiled. Sure enough, Yi Yuan did not act contrary to his expectations. Everything was under control. Yi Yuan passed Big Yellow a storage bracelet, and he said, "Big Yellow, you bring the things in here and return to the Myriad Demons Mountain first. Distribute the heavenly pills in it to the half-step Saint Sovereign Heavens of Myriad Demons Mountain and the land of Heavenly South." Big Yellow hesitated briefly before taking it. "Take care, Master Yi," finished saying. Big Yellow leaped and left the heaven-span world. Yi Yuan looked at Yan Jiechu and said coolly, "If you want to play this game with me, you'll have to hurry up and break through." Yan Jiechu was just about to retort when he heard that but saw Yi Yuan suddenly turned into a true dragon. He took a stride, stepping out, escaping directly into the void and tearing through the boundary. Seeing this scene, Yan Jiechu's expression changed wildly. Feeling the remnant aura, Yan Jiechu's expression was solemn as he said, "There's no mistake. This is the aura of a chaos true spirit. This kid actually advanced to a chaos true spirit with a mortal body. I even thought that he'd choose to break through first. I didn't expect that. He actually chose to find people first. What this kid said was right. I should hurry up and break through." Suddenly, his expression changed, and he could not help laughing as he said, "What am I scared of? Even if he can traverse the void, it will delay cultivation time too. Even if he can really find his loved ones after this exalt breaks through to true sovereign heaven, could it be that he can still run?" That might be the case, but Yan Jiechu's origin divinity instantly turned into an afterimage and vanished from the heaven-span world. Amidst the boundless spatial turbulent flow, an azure light was shuttling indeterminately, the speed swift to the extreme. The body of a true dragon was sufficient to pass through the chaos boundary. While traversing amidst this boundless spatial turbulent flow was naturally nothing. Yan Jiechu thought that Yi Yuan would choose to cultivate. That was because he felt that Yi Yuan did not have the ability to tear through the boundary. Even if his strength reached Jade Sovereign Heaven, wanting to travel across these countless planes would require paying a huge price too, which was a thankless job. But he clearly did not expect that Yi Yuan actually had the ability to traverse the void. When he just broke through to heavenly stratum, Yi Yuan naturally did not have this ability. But now it was as easy as flipping over a hand to him. The lower realm's boundary wall was not compared to the 33 heavens chaos. In merely half a day's time, Yi Yuan's true dragon body passed through a boundary wall and arrived at a small kiliocosm. Without the slightest hesitation, his divine sense covered the entire world. Brazenly, without any scruple. At this moment, the entire world was trembling heavily. This divine sense was too powerful. Very soon, several figures appeared before Yi Yuan. An upper lesser sublime heaven plucked up his courage and asked Yi Yuan with a slight tremor, "What's your excellency looking for?" I wonder if there's anything we can help with? While talking, Yi Yuan's divine sense already swept several times wantonly. Even those subsidiary small worlds were also thoroughly searched by Yi Yuan. But he did not discover any familiar people. Rumble? Above the void, a terrifying heavenly tribulation was currently descending. Yi Yuan's two eyes glared, and the heavenly tribulation instantly dissipated. The small Kiliacosm's martial artists were all dumbstruck with amazement. Too strong. One look actually forced heavenly tribulation back. Don't have. Yi Yuan muttered and turned into a true dragon again. Tearing through the boundary. When the few heavenly stratum powerhouses saw Yi Yuan leave, they all let out a long sigh in relief. But very soon that upper-lower realm's heavenly stratum's face had a trace of melancholy, and he said, "This is a true powerhouse. I feel like he could crush us with a single thought. These people assume hegemony in the lower realms and really became frogs at the bottom of a well. I've decided to ascend to the heavenly realm after half a year." The expressions of the other heavenly stratum powerhouses changed abruptly when they heard that, but very soon they felt at ease too. The heavenspan world was merely a dilapidated small Kiliacosm. It had already been refined by Yen Jatru and fused as one with the heavenspan mountain. Hence, there was no such thing as ascension too. In reality, for ordinary small Kiliacosms, after reaching heavenly stratum, one would be able to ascend. However, they would have to suffer a terrifying heavenly tribulation. Therefore, many powerhouses would rather cover up their auras and not ascend to the 33 heavens. But Yi Yuan's appearance made them realize that this kind of daze was merely deceiving themselves as well as others. Yi Yuan naturally would not care about what these people thought. He only came to find his people. In a day, Yi Yuan flew to hundreds of small Kiliacosms and great Trichiliacosms. But the result was disappointing. He did not even find a single acquaintance. Kid, in the 33 heavens, each heaven rules hundreds of millions of planes. You're like a headless fly. Until when will you have to search for them? Me, Tian said. Yen Jatru is a heaven's chosen of his generation too. For him to be able to reach this step, what he relied on isn't just the heavenspan mountain. Can feel that his origin divinity body has already been perfected and is likely only half a step away from true sovereign heaven. With his talent, the breakthrough will likely be in these few years. Once he breaks through to true sovereign heaven, even though frivolous life like a dream is formidable, it might not be able to kill him. Furthermore, don't you forget he is a powerhouse who has truly grasped time rule. I don't want to leave my fate in the hands of someone else, Yi Yuan said coolly. Only when they saw Yen Jatru did Yi Yuan and Mi Tian know that they had underestimated him. Originally, they thought that Yen Jatru was at most just an upper saint, sovereign heaven, who knew that he lost his physical body, but his origin divinity body improved further and was only half a step away from true sovereign heaven. Furthermore, in these hundreds of millions of years he specialized in cultivating the origin divinity and already condensed the origin divinity incomparably. Maybe he did not have powerful combat strength, but his strength could not be underestimated. Frivolous life like a dream was naturally useful, but how useful it was really hard to say. Furthermore, once Yen Jatru broke through to true sovereign heaven very quickly, the effect of frivolous life like a dream would be greatly discounted. Yi Yuan also did not want to pin his hopes on his opponent's mistakes. Therefore, he had to race against time with Yen Jatru. But there are myriads of planes. How will you find them? Mi Tian said. Yen Jatru doesn't have the body of a true dragon. Although origin divinity body can also travel through the void, it's much worse compared to the body of a true dragon. With his ability, how far can he hide those people? If I search outward in a spiral manner with the heavenspan world as the center, I can always find them, Yi Yuan said. Mi Tian was taken aback when he heard and could not help laughing as he said, "Fine lad. I underestimated you. You're racing against time now. Yi Yuan nodded slightly, but his movements did not stop in the least bit. Several days later, Yi Yuan arrived at a small kiliocosm again. Sweeping his divine sense, Yi Yuan's brows raised up, and his mind shook. He actually found an acquaintance here. Sacred Ancestor High Priest Wing. At this time, Wing was currently being besieged by several top powerhouses. However, Yi Yuan's reckless scanning already brought the battle to an abrupt and too horrifying. Yi Yuan frowned, and those people around Wing immediately turned into clouds of blood mist. He took a step out and arrived in front of Wing.
Ye Yuan.
When Wing saw Yi Yuan, tears could not help running down his face. His aura was completely different from this small kiliocosm's powerhouses. He spent each day in the midst of pursuit. He really had to thank heaven and earth for being able to live until now. He still wanted to say more, but Yi Yuan made a gesture. Powerful origin. Divinity power instantly invaded Wing's sea of consciousness. Wing's entire body trembled violently. Facing Yi Yuan's crude method, he had no ability to resist at all and could only be at his whims. Yi Yuan revolved the divine emergence's secret art and wiped away Yen Jatru's mark overbearingly. Only then did he withdraw his origin divinity power. Wing was struck dumb with amazement. Just how strong was the current Yi Yuan? Even if it was that legendary heavenly stratum, it was impossible to achieve. This too, right? He was simply like a puppet in front of him, unable to control himself at all. At this time, life and death were not up to him either. That sort of feeling was like when he was abducted to this world back then. That feeling of having no command over himself really drove people crazy. Wing still wanted to say something, but Yi Yuan said coolly, "Talk on the way. I'm in a hurry." Done talking, Yi Yuan's divine essence stirred, and he put Wing into his chaos world. Yi Yuan did not remain in the slightest and traversed the void again. He did not waste time. Wasting a second here might kill someone closest to him. And at the same time, Yen Jatru suddenly snapped open both eyes, his pupils constricting slightly as he muttered to himself, "It's just been 3 days. He already found the first person? When I sent the first person out, it took half a month's time. This kid is so fast. It looks like I can't delay anymore." Withered Glory Great World, one of the 3 great forbidden lands, the ancient devil forbidden land. A white tiger was dyed in blood all over, currently standing facing a heavenly stratum ancient devil, panting heavily. The ancient devil looked at the white tiger and said coolly, "I didn't expect that this little tiger, would actually be able to erupt with the attack of a heavenly stratum. But unfortunately, you're still too weak." This white tiger was none other than precisely Yi Yuan's good brother. White Light looked at the ancient devil stubbornly and said, "Is that so? Then what about now?" Boom! Suddenly, a shocking power erupted from White Light's body. Bloodline power gushed out, shaking the entire forbidden land until it trembled endlessly. The ancient devil's pupils constricted, and he cried out in surprise, "This kid's bloodline actually evolved again. Counting this time, he has already evolved 3 times in a row in this battle. How troublesome it looks like. I have to send you on your way." White Light's overwhelming aura surged straight towards the sky. Clearly, White Light's rise made the ancient devil very fearful too. However, the ancient devil clearly would not give him this chance. It was only to see him raise his palm. An enormous devil image condensed and formed behind him. The devil image did not hesitate in the slightest, directly slamming a punch over. This devil image's punch carried a terrifying power of rule, powerful until it was suffocating. White Light gritted his teeth, and he said hatefully, "A little more. I'm still missing one last bit. If I can get through this, then I'll be able to corroborate my Tao as heavenly stratum. I must catch up to Big Brother's footsteps." Roar! At the critical moment, White Light's body burst forth with a dazzling light. At this moment, he squeezed out all of his potential and suddenly threw a punch out. Bang! White Light's figure flew out backward, fresh blood spraying out of his mouth, wildly everywhere like a kite with a broken string. But at the same time, that devil image was actually directly scattered by this one punch. The ancient devil's expression changed wildly. Without the slightest hesitation, he turned into an afterimage and rushed toward White Light. The current White Light was only a hair's breadth away from heavenly stratum. That punch earlier even struck with a power exceeding heavenly stratum. If he did not kill White Light, the consequences were too ghastly to contemplate. That punch just now, White Light already used all of his strength. Seeing the ancient devil rush over, a hint of sorrow flashed across in White Light's eyes. Sure enough, was he still going to die here? But right at this time, amidst his blurry vision, a white figure suddenly blocked in front of him. He only heard the ancient devil scream miserably and directly turned into nothingness. Following that, an extremely condensed divine essence entered his body. White Light's injuries were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Calm the spirit and focus your mind. Comprehend Heavenly Tao. Heavenly Tao is heartless, but people are sentient. I go against heaven with my blood and trample Kunlun to be equal to heaven. White Light's entire body trembled, and he was wildly ecstatic. But, hearing this sonorous and powerful voice, his heart turned somber, and he immediately calmed his spirit and focused his mind, assaulting heavenly stratum. With this guidance, it made him have a feeling of dispelling the clouds. Boom! After cultivating bitterly for tens of thousands of years, White Light finally broke through heavenly stratum's fetters and achieved heavenly stratum. Under Yi Yuan's help, White Light consolidated his realm very quickly. Big brother! White Light hugged Yi Yuan and was overjoyed. Hoo-hoo! Good brother, to actually rely on your own power and break through to heavenly stratum. Incredible! Yi Yuan was also relieved as he said those words. After 5 years, Yi Yuan traversed hundreds of millions of planes and finally found White Light in withered glory great world. During these 5 years, Yi Yuan did not stop for a moment and finally found lure, profound secrets, and the rest one by one. At this very moment, apart from Yu Mengli who was not found yet, Yi Yuan already found the rest. However, Yi Yuan also knew that Yan Jietru was likely about to break through. He did not have much time anymore. Heh! How can I embarrass Big Brother? When I woke up, I discovered that the world had changed. At that time, I was at a loss for a while. However, I could clearly feel heavenly Tao rules in withered glory great world. The bloodline, power in my body actually erupted again. I was thinking that since I came, I might as well stay and make the best of it. I'll break through to heavenly stratum here and ascend to the heavenly realm and go find Big Brother. Just that I didn't expect that Big Brother you actually came. White Light said with a smile. Yi Yuan nodded slightly and said, this matter is hard to sum up in a short time. Let's talk again later. Right now, the crisis isn't resolved yet. As he said, Yi Yuan purged the mark in White Light's body and was about to leave. But right at this time he suddenly sensed something, and his footsteps could not help pausing. Amen? This is... Yi Yuan's figure moved, bringing Yi Yuan to the deepest part of the ancient devil forbidden land. The dangers here did not count as dangerous to him at all. An enormous array formation was set up in this ancient devil forbidden land. This deepest part was where the center of the array formation lay. Ahead, in the heart of the array formation, a 5-colored stone was suspended. In the center of the array formation, emitting waves of powerful force. There's no mistake, Myriad Realms Mountain. There was a 5-colored heavenly stone among the 7 chaos treasures that the Lord of Chaos refined back then. However, this 5-colored heavenly stone in front is even more pitiful than that one in your hands. At this time, it's probably only at the level of a mortal stratum treasure, Mi Tian suddenly said. Earlier, Yi Yuan was just about to leave when he discovered that the heavenspan mountain in his body actually vibrated inexplicably. Yi Yuan felt in his heart as if he had encountered a friend. Coming here to take a look, it was indeed the case. No matter what, I found the second Myriad Realms mountain. As he said, Yi Yuan directly reached his hand out and grabbed the five-colored heavenly stone. This array formation was fragile like paper paste in front of him. When White Light saw this scene, he could not help feeling shocked. In his view, Heavenly Stratum was already extremely strong. But looking at it now, Heavenly Stratum was simply an ant-like existence in front of Big Brother. He narrowly escaped death in order to enter the ancient Devil Forbidden Land. Moreover, this place was the ancient Devil Forbidden Land's hinterland, the most dangerous place. But Yi Yuan actually seemed to have entered his own backyard. Big Brother, this stone, White Light said with uncertainty. Yi Yuan smiled and said, you can understand it as that this is another Heavenspan mountain. When White Light heard that, his pupils could not help constricting. He knew how powerful the Heavenspan mountain was. He did not expect that this stone was actually comparable to the Heavenspan mountain. Kid, smelt the five-colored heavenly stone into one with the Heavenspan mountain, and it will be able to promote the Myriad Realms mountain to a grade 2 Grand Mist treasure. With its help, it will be a cinch for you to jump realms and battle, Mi Tian said. Yi Yuan's eyes lit up, but he immediately smiled bitterly and said, Senior, where will I go to find Grand Mist energy now? Idiot, didn't you bring many Grand Mist treasures out of the Labyrinth Divine Palace? With Grand Mist treasures, there's naturally Grand Mist energy. You extract those Grand Mist energy and then fuse it into the five-colored heavenly stone. It will be enough to let it recover to the extent of a grade 1 Grand Mist treasure. About the remaining Grand Mist energy you should use it to smelt the 2 Myriad Realms mountains, Mi Tian said. When Yi Yuan heard that, he smacked his head and said, it turns out that it can still be done like this. Yi Yuan obtained a total of 34 Grand Mist treasures from the Labyrinth Divine Palace. After giving those Saint Exalts as well as Big Yellow, he spent a total of 13. There were still 21 left in his possession. With so many Grand Mist treasures, it was sufficient to be used to fuse the five-colored heavenly stone. Amidst the spatial turbulent flows, Yi Yuan held the Heavenspan mountain in his left hand, and his right hand held the five-colored heavenly stone. A pale yellow ball of light wrapped the 2 small mountains up respectively. Yi Yuan shut both eyes, carefully feeling the undulations of the 2 treasures. With the wordless heavenly skill as a guide, after he guided the 2 small mountains to the same frequency, they would be able to fuse. Suddenly, his 2 hands gradually drew close. The 2 small mountains actually started merging. Rumble. A powerful undulation caused the void to tremble violently. The 2 small mountains fused into one. A terrifying power spread out, making the few planes in the distance all start to tremble violently. This was also why Yi Yuan fused them in the spatial turbulent flow. If it was in withered glory great world, the undulation could completely destroy this great trichiliocosm immediately. Grade 2 Grand Mist treasure corresponded to the power of a true sovereign heaven. And once the Myriad Realms mountain was refined, it was a top existence among Grade 2 Grand Mist treasures. This power was naturally extraordinary. Done. Looking at the 2 small mountains fusing into one, Yi Yuan said excitedly. He could feel that powerful strength coming from the Myriad Realms mountain. Yi Yuan was certain that, as long as he urged the Myriad Realms mountain now, he could directly crush lower Jade Sovereign Heavens to death. This Myriad Realms mountain was even stronger than the Emerald Sea Divine Conch. Concerning the current Myriad Realms mountain, the top of the mountain was composed of 5 kinds of colors, while the base was completely black. Yi Yuan got up, his gaze looking at the end of the void, and said with a frown, where the hell did he hide Lear? It's been 2 years. Those that should have been found, I found them all. There's only Lear left. Frivolous. Life like a dream should have already flared up. However, it probably can't stop him from breaking through, right? Another 2 years had passed since finding white light. In these 2 years, Yi Yuan had found God knows how many planes by searching, based on clues. However, he could not find Lier's traces from start to end. Looking at the time slowly trickling by, Yi Yuan's heart was burning with anxiety. It was already too late to break through now. He could only refine the myriad realms mountain first to have the strength to protect himself. Could it be that I've missed some places? Yi Yuan's brows furrowed even harder. During these 7 years, Yi Yuan seemed to have no end, searching for his kin and friends frantically. But after 2 years of nothing, it forced him to stop and think carefully. Suddenly, a thought flashed across in Yi Yuan's mind, making his entire body tremble. Heaven span, world. Without the slightest hesitation, Yi Yuan's body instantly disappeared from where he was, urging his speed to the extreme, heading for the heaven span world. Reaching Yi Yuan's present realm, his divine sense could instantly cover a world. This world was not just small kiliocosms. There were also the various subsidiary small worlds of small kiliocosms. As long as Yi Yuan was willing, he could infiltrate his divine sense into all of the subsidiary small worlds. For the past 7 years he had indeed done so. But there was only one place that he did not search. That was the heavenspan world. Yi Yuan followed the main force into the heavenspan world and started searching right away, but he did not search the small worlds that were subsidiary to the heavenspan world. Yan Jiechu's appearance interrupted his search. Later on, Yi Yuan immediately ran into Yan Jiechu after he came out of heaven fragmented continent. When the two people's wager began, Yi Yuan instinctively went straight to traverse the plains, but he forgot that it was dark under the lamp. Thinking about it now, the timing that Yan Jiechu appeared back then was just right. It was simply to interrupt his search. Yi Yuan searched myriad worlds, but he only missed his own hometown. This guy was so deeply scheming. Damn it! Lier must be in the Immortal Grove world. Why didn't I think of it earlier? I wonder whether I can make it in time or not. The current Yi Yuan was erupting across the board, urging his speed to the extreme. He was too far away from the heavenspan world. With his current speed, it would also take half a year to rush back at full speed. And at the same time, in a secret place in Inklight Forest, Yan Jiechu's breakthrough also reached the most critical time. However, frivolous life like a dream's sudden eruption made Yan Jiechu simmer with hatred. After he finished absorbing the void snap immortal condensation, he entered a state of emptiness without any surprises. He grasped the opportunity to break through to true sovereign heaven. But right at this time, frivolous life akin to a dream suddenly erupted, going into ecstasy. Such a toxic poison erupting at the juncture of breakthrough, the degree of danger could be imagined. He almost perished, his Tao dissipating. Damn it! I still fell for that brat's trick in the end. However, do you think that you can ruin this exalt like this? Too naive. At most another 3 months after this exalt breaks through to true sovereign heaven, I'll kill your beloved. At that time, this exalt wants to see how you're overwhelmed to the extent where you wished that you were dead. Yan Jiechu was currently anguished to the extreme. The breakthrough of true sovereign heaven was extremely dangerous. Coupled with the frivolous life like a dream poison, Yan Jiechu did not dare to be distracted by other things right now. Otherwise, he would have long urged his origin divinity and killed Yu Mengli. At this very moment, he could only endure the bone-festering pain of the origin divinity and forcefully break through to true sovereign heaven. Yan Jiechu was someone of incredible willpower too. If someone else was poisoned and it erupted at the critical moment of breakthrough, they would have long kicked the bucket. But he forcefully pulled through. At this time, Yan Jiechu already reached the final juncture of breakthrough, and was only one step away. At this time, there mustn't be any mishaps. In the spatial turbulent flow, Yi Yuan stuffed heavenly pills into his mouth. Like it was free. His heart was burning with anxiety, only thinking of returning to the heavenspan world as quickly as possible. But his speed was already urged to the extreme and could not go any faster. No way. It's still too slow. Yi Yuan did not know when Yan Jiechu would break through, but the later he went, the higher the chances Liu would be in danger. Therefore, he had to be faster. Boom! In the next moment, the divine essence within Yi Yuan's body started burning. Crazily. His speed also accelerated by a lot in an instant. Not enough. Still not enough. Boom! Yi Yuan started burning his bloodline power, and at the same time his speed.
Soare dagain.
Boy, are you crazy? Pushing on like this, by the time you reach the heaven-span world, you'll be totally crippled. Mi Tian shouted frantically in Yi Yuan's sea of consciousness. Burning divine essence and bloodline power at the same time was extremely harmful to the body. If it was a short period, it was still fine. But Yi Yuan had to travel for half a year. This kind of loss was virtually irreversible. A single mishap and it would ruin the martial arts foundation, cutting off the path forward. Yi Yuan ignored Mi Tian and threw the heavenly pills that he refined previously into his mouth frenziedly. However, under this crazy move, his speed was virtually several times faster than normal. Time slowly passed. The heavenly pills on Yi Yuan were depleted very quickly. However, he did not stop, throwing the natural treasures that he found in the labyrinth divine palace into his mouth as if they were unlimited in number. Just like that, he kept maintaining the limit speed and rushed in the direction of the heavenspan world. Finally, he saw the heavenspan world's boundary wall. At the same time, the sky above Inklight Forest, the phenomenon of a moon that had been going berserk for a month, finally subsided. Arg! Damn Yi Yuan, you caused this exalt to be unable to break through to true sovereign heaven. This exalt wants you to grieve to the extent that you Vesitudi. You definitely didn't think that this exalt hid your beloved right under your eyelids, right? Ha ha ha. Go and die for me. Yan Jiechu fell completely into a berserk rage and activated the origin divinity mark immediately, wanting to kill you Mengli. Amen? How is this possible? It was clearly still there just now. Yan Jiechu's pupils constricted, disbelief written all over his face. Endless world in the depths of the endless forest. Yu Mengli hugged the weak Yi Yuan with a look of tender care. Big brother Yuan, are you all right? Fool, can he be okay? He didn't even want his life anymore in order to save you, Mi Tian said in a great rage. Yu Mengli was taken aback and said in surprise, You, who are you? Suddenly, Yi Yuan's origin divinity came out of his body and said to Yu Mengli, he's a senior who's temporarily staying in my body. Liu, I still have even more important things to do right now. Senior will tell you everything. Yu Mengli's expression turned intent, and she nodded slightly and said, Amen? Go on, big brother Yuan. Mi Tian was even more furious when he saw the situation and scolded. You, stinking brat. Really angering your father to death. I've never seen before. Someone who messes around like you, already crippled yourself and you actually still want to use origin divinity to go fight. You'll die. Yi Yuan smiled and said, That's also because there's no choice.
If identical.
And fight, he'll definitely destroy the heavenspan world. Senior, this place will be entrusted to you. I'll be right back. Finished saying, Yi Yuan's chaos origin divinity immediately disappeared from the endless world. Mi Tian was stomping his feet in anger, his mouth spewing profanities without stopping for a moment. Standing from his perspective, there was no way of understanding Yi Yuan's actions at all. This girl in front of him was merely a lower realm's ant. This guy directly crippled himself from running in order to save her. To a powerhouse who was about to step into Saint Sovereign Heaven, what kind of woman could he not get? This boy was really incomprehensible. Now, he was going in an origin divinity state to find the Yan Jiechu who might have already broken through to true sovereign heaven to risk his life for a world's ants. After scolding for a while, Mi Tian also felt helpless and said to Yu Mengli, angrily, Damn lass, bring his physical body and go to the heaven-span world. Yu Mengli said uncertainly, Senior, what are we going to do? Mitian said with a cold snort. What else can we do? To save him, your father is still counting him on to send me back home. Will I still harm him? With how he is, after his origin divinity returns, I reckon that he won't be far from death either. Luckily, the heaven-span world is connected to the heaven fragmented continent. Otherwise, this brat is dead for sure. The moment Yu Mengli heard, she could not help being overjoyed and immediately carried Yi Yuan's physical body and flew away. With Yi Yuan's origin divinity leaving his body, he returned to Grand Bright Jade complete heaven very quickly. He had just walked out of the plain passageway when he felt an extremely powerful origin divinity power rushing towards this side. Yi Yuan's expression changed. Only then did he know that Yan Jadetru had just broken through not long ago. Secretly thinking to himself what a close shave it was, Yi Yuan's figure moved and he greeted Yan Jadetru. Yan Jadetru had clearly discovered Yi Yuan too and shouted angrily, Yi Yuan, you ruined my cultivation base. I'll definitely make your soul disintegrate. Today, all of a sudden, he saw Yi Yuan's origin divinity and could not help being taken aback, and immediately laughed loudly and said, Brat, you actually only left with origin divinity? Amen? Your origin divinity actually broke through to Saint Sovereign Heaven already. How is this possible? The loud laughter stopped abruptly. Yan Jadetru discovered that Yi Yuan's origin divinity was extremely compact. Furthermore, he already broke through to Saint Sovereign Heaven. He was merely only at the level of Middle Jade Sovereign Heaven before. Yi Yuan sneered and said, Could it be that only you're allowed to scheme against me and I'm not allowed to plot against you? Before coming out of the labyrinth divine palace, my origin divinity had already been cultivated to Saint Sovereign Heaven. Otherwise, how can I dare to absorb the void snap? A mortal condensation in front of you? Yan Jadetru's expression changed again, and he said in a cold voice, Yi Yuan, you caused this exalt to fail in my breakthrough. But, even if it's this half-baked true Sovereign Heaven, it's sufficient to kill you. Too. He was very careful, but who would have thought that he still got tricked in the end? The fury in his heart could be imagined. Yan Jadetru had indeed broken through to true Sovereign Heaven, but the frivolous life like a dream's existence had a great impact on his breakthrough. At this time, his origin divinity was between Saint Sovereign Heaven and true Sovereign Heaven. It neither went up nor down. This drove him incredibly crazy. Immortal exterminating finger, Yan Jadetru shouted coldly, pointing a finger out. The wind and clouds changed colors. The outrageous power of great Tao combined with a powerful origin divinity. Attack made this finger sufficient to exterminate immortals. Yi Yuan's expression changed slightly. The power of this finger absolutely surpassed the level of Saint Sovereign Heaven. Even if a grand completion Saint Sovereign Heaven was here, they would probably be annihilated by a finger too. Although Yan Jadetru's physical body was destroyed, his cultivation base was still there, and he could still borrow heaven and earth spiritual energy to execute powerful martial techniques. He broke through to true Sovereign Heaven and comprehended the great Tao rule of true Sovereign Heaven, his power immense. At this very moment, although Yi Yuan was startled, he did not panic. Divine emergence was where Yi Yuan's confidence lay. In an instant, Yi Yuan condensed a bow with soul force, bending the bow and notching the arrow. The bow and arrow were extremely solid, looking as if they were corporeal. When Yan Jadetru saw it, his pupils constricted too. Arrow of God extermination. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Yi Yuan released 3 arrows in a row, and it actually swept up a horrifying power of rule. The spiritual energy undulation from the arrow tip was actually not the slightest bit weaker than Yan Jadetru's immortal exterminating finger. Boom, boom, boom. 2 powerful bursts of soul force exploded above the void. The two people gave a muffled groan at the same time and flew out backward. Their origin divinities actually became much dimmer in an instant. Yan Jiechu looked at Yi Yuan ferociously and gnashed his teeth in hatred as he said, "What a fierce origin divinity mystic art. It looks like in these short few hundred years you've had an incredibly lucky encounter on the rain-clear continent again. However, brat, can you beat me by using this kind of mutual destruction fighting style?" Yi Yuan was not the slightest bit afraid and said in a cold voice, "Won't you? No, after trying it." Done talking, he did not hesitate in the slightest and bent the bow and notched the arrows again. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The arrow of God extermination was released 3 times in a row again. Yan Jiechu's expression changed wildly. This arrow was released with soul force and was unrivaledly tyrannical. He had no way to evade at all. He gritted his teeth and pointed a finger out again. Immortal exterminating finger. Bang, bang, bang. The void trembled. The aftershocks of the two people's battle spread extremely far away, attracting the attention of countless powerhouses. What a powerful origin divinity undulation. Who is fighting at Inklight Forest that side? It's actually 2 origin divinities that are fighting. What terrifying power. Origin divinity mystic arts can actually erupt with such terrifying power. One of them seems to be a Saint Exalt powerhouse, the other is so strong that origin divinity undulation seems to have already surpassed Saint Exalt. That lower Saint Sovereign Heaven is so strong to actually fight with the other party until neither can gain the upper hand. But at this rate, the 2 of their origin divinities will both be annihilated, right? Ever since the passageway was connected, Inklight Forest had many powerhouses gathered to begin with. When they saw Yi Yuan jump realms to battle, each and every one of them was dumbstruck with amazement. These 2 origin divinities were not on the same level at all. In the end, they actually fought to a draw. This kind of battle was too inconceivable. In virtually a blink of an eye, Yi Yuan released dozens of arrows. His origin divinity was becoming dim at a speed visible to the naked eye. However, Yan Jiechu's origin divinity was no better too. Divine Emergence's mystic art, Arrow of God Extermination, was a fighting style that gambled with one's life. With their own soul force as a guide, it erupted with an incomparably powerful lethality, obliterating the other party's origin divinity. This move was incredibly powerful but also caused self-destruction to kill the enemy. Yi Yuan was gambling. He was betting that Yan Jiechu could not hold out. First, this was because there was still the frivolous life like a dream in Yan Jiechu's origin divinity. Bang, bang, bang. One astonishing rumbling sound after another exploded in the horizon. The undulations spread extremely far away. Origin divinities engaging in battle did not have fresh blood. But it was even more dangerous. Each move damaged the foundation. If heavenly stratum powerhouses lost their fleshy bodies, the origin divinity could exist independently and cultivate. But without the origin divinity, one would really be dead. Each of Yi Yuan's arrows was unparalleled and domineering. It was useless no matter how Yan Jiechu dodged. At the opposite end, Yan Jiechu was being bombarded until he cried out but was at a loss on what to do. Although he cultivated to true sovereign heaven, in terms of origin divinity, means how could he measure up to Yi Yuan? Each of Yi Yuan's arrows was burning the origin divinity, erupting with a power that far exceeded his level. If his physical body was still around, even if he was not a genuine true sovereign heaven, it would be more than enough to deal with Yi Yuan too. But unfortunately, Yi Yuan had incredible power in the path of origin divinity. Damn it! How can you, a puny little saint sovereign heaven, erupt with such a terrifying origin divinity attack? Yan Jiechu yelled strangely. The arrow of God extermination in Yi Yuan's hands did not stop as he said indifferently, "You should have expected when you made a move against me, and I'm not that easy to deal with. You lunatic." Attacking like this, you'll be the first to die. Yi Yuan was indifferent as he said, so what? When your origin divinity is obliterated to a certain degree, frivolous life like a dream will naturally claim your life. You have to expend considerable soul force to suppress the frivolous life like a dream currently, right? When Yan Jietrue heard that, he was practically about to go berserk, crying out strangely repeatedly. That's right. The reason why he was helpless to do anything to Yi Yuan was precisely because of the frivolous life like a dream's existence. Otherwise, with his current origin divinity strength, no matter how formidable Yi Yuan's means, it was impossible to be his match too. True Sovereign Heaven and Saint Sovereign Heaven were two different levels to begin with. To the vast majority of people, that was an insurmountable chasm. But it was also precisely because of this that Yan Jietrue was depressed, until he wanted to vomit blood. He schemed heavily and finally reached true Sovereign Heaven, but he was actually suppressed by Yi Yuan until he was unable to retaliate. This battle was too fierce and already alarmed countless powerhouses. At the borders of the battlefield, Jietrue heavenly sex powerhouses had already rushed over. This battle's commotion was too big. They felt it far away at Jietrue heavenly sect. It was in their territory, so it was impossible for them to not come. Sect Master Chun Tai's brows furrowed tightly, and he said, Head Elder Du, you feel that true Sovereign Heaven's origin divinity is very familiar. Head Elder's expression changed over and over again, and he said, Your saying ancestor? Honestly, that's really true, but ancestor has already broken through to true Sovereign Heaven, and he's actually not Yi Yuan's match. Also, why would Yi Yuan be fighting with ancestor in an origin divinity state? Could it be that his physical body was annihilated? Yan Jietrue discovered them too and roared, Jietrue heavenly sex. Disciples, what are you all still in a daze for? I'm the ancestor. Hurry up and kill this brat. The moment these words came out, the expressions of Chun Tai and the rest changed greatly. However, they did not act right away because they were still unsure. Yan Jietrue yelled loudly when he saw the situation. He said, The heaven span mountain is on this boy. As long as we kill him, not only will our Jietrue heavenly sect rise again, we'll be able to overtake all sects. This exalt has already lost my physical body. It's useless to me. At that time, the Heavenspan Mountain will be yours. That small world that you all passed through when you went to the sacred Civ mystic realm was refined by this exalt. It's called the Heavenspan world. Yi Yuan ascended from the Heavenspan world. Now, do you all understand? This kid no longer has much soul force. His origin divinity is greatly damaged. We'll be able to kill him by joining hands. The words made the faces of Chun Tai and the rest change once again. Being able to say these words, they had already determined that this was their ancestor. Furthermore, what Yan Jietrue said also made them quite moved. There was no way to use a grand mist treasure without the physical body. This was also a fact. Therefore, as long as they killed Yi Yuan, then the Heavenspan Mountain would be theirs. This temptation was huge. Yi Yuan gave a cold snort, and he said, Don't be naive. You all are nothing but chess pieces in his eyes. The sacred Civ mystic realm's passageway opening was done by him. You all saw it. Does your ancestor care about your life in this? If not for me, you all would have long died in the labyrinth. Divine Palace. Now, he's merely making use of you all, that's all. Chun Tai, you stay out of today's matter. I'll let you break through to Saint Sovereign Heaven later on. I, Yi Yuan, am a man of my word. You know it. Chun Tai and the rest were just about to take action, but they started hesitating again because of what Yi Yuan said. When in the Labyrinth Divine Palace, Yi Yuan had always been guarding against him and did not let him break through to Saint Sovereign Heaven. But Yi Yuan's trustworthiness was indeed very good. Back then, Yi Yuan snatched sure use heavenly burial water caltrip flower but helped him refine the 4-chi pill later on. If it were someone else, they definitely would not have done so. When Yen Jie-tru saw Chun-Tai hesitate, he could not help becoming exasperated. He already almost could not suppress the frivolous life like a dream anymore. Once it erupted under an internal revolt and foreign invasion, he would definitely die before Yi Yuan. At this rate, he would die without a doubt. Yen Jie-tru's intestines were already green with regret now. He thought that Yi Yuan had been searching for people these few years, and it was impossible to have broken through to Saint Sovereign. That was why he came, to settle the scores. Who knew that Yi Yuan's origin divinity had long already broken through to Saint Sovereign Heaven? Although he broke through to true Sovereign Heaven, there was a large part of his soul force that had to be used to suppress the frivolous life like a dream. Under his violent rage, he made a move against Yi Yuan without the slightest hesitation. As a result, the end was tragic. Since he dreaded Yi Yuan, he should have immediately left after breaking through. Settle what scores? It was simply seeking death. At this time, Yi Yuan's origin divinity was already very dim, but he was also not far from death anymore. Damn it! Yi Yuan, you forced me. Yen Jie-tru was hit by an arrow. Borrowing the force of the countershock, he rushed toward the crowd. Yi Yuan's figure moved, chasing after. It was another arrow. Ah! Yen Jie-tru screamed miserably, but his speed accelerated even faster, and the direction that he was flying in was precisely Chun-Tai there. When Chun-Tai saw the situation, his expression could not help changing, drastically turning around and fleeing. But it was already too late. How fast was Yen Jie-tru's speed? He grabbed toward Chun-Tai and actually directly grabbed Chun-Tai's origin divinity out. Yen Jie-tru was too strong. Chun-Tai did not have the power to resist at all. It was not just Chun-Tai. He grabbed across and more than 10 Jade Sovereign Heaven's origin divinities were extracted by him. You bastards! This exalt established the Jie-tru heavenly sect. You guys are actually disrespectful to this exalt. Forget it. This exalt will use your origin divinities to block this calamity then. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly, shooting out the arrow of God extermination. Again, Yen Jie-tru laughed loudly and directly through those 10+ origin divinities over. Boom! The void exploded. The origin divinities of Chun-Tai and the rest directly exploded. But Yen Jie-tru's figure flew towards the south. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly, and he shouted coldly, Yen Jie-tru, you can't escape. My arrow of God extermination has my origin divinity mark. You've been struck by so many. Even if you hide underground, I can find you. 2. From far away, Yen Jie-tru shouted, This exalt can't afford to provoke you, but I can afford to hide. Today, this exalt will leave the rain clear continent. Come hunt me down if you have the ability. The powerhouses that were onlooking were stunned. You're a true sovereign heaven, but you're so cowardly? The true sovereign heaven of the legends that was flying up to heaven and tunneling into the earth. Each one of them was omnipotent. In the end, he was sent packing by a lower Saint Sovereign Heaven. It was fine that he was driven away, but he actually directly said that he was going to get away from the rain-clear continent. People looked at Yi Yuan's near-empty origin divinity, their gaze full of confusion and admiration. This guy was really impressive. However, Yi Yuan also let out a long sigh of relief when he saw that Yen Jie-tru ran. This battle had practically exhausted his origin divinity entirely. The origin divinity of a true sovereign heaven was really too formidable. Even if Yen Jie-tru did not have much origin divinity means, even if he allocated the vast majority of his soul force to suppress the frivolous life. Like a dream, the opponent was still powerful until it made people despair. However, he did not lie to Yen Jie-tru. The arrow of God extermination could indeed imprint a mark. Within a certain range, Yi Yuan could sense the existence of the other parties. Origin divinity. Nowhere to hide. Furthermore, with the divine emergence's capability, it was virtually impossible for Yen Jie-tru to want to erase the mark. At this time, Yi Yuan could feel that Yen Jie-tru was currently heading south. At an extremely fast speed. It looked like he was truly scared. Yi Yuan was not worried about him causing new problems. Yan Jiechu's state was not much better than him. Frivolous life like a dream was already on the verge of eruption. Looking at the corpses that covered the land, Yi Yuan could not help shaking his head slightly. The Jiechu heavenly sect was considered to be thoroughly finished. Yan Jiechu created the Jiechu heavenly sect with his own hands and also personally destroyed the Jiechu heavenly sect. But none of this had anything to do with him. As long as his loved ones were safe, everything was fine. The current Yi Yuan was extremely weak, as if a gust of wind would be able to scatter his origin divinity. He turned around slightly and was about to leave. But right at this time, the void suddenly flickered, and a figure stopped him. The arrival looked at Yi Yuan and asked, "You're Yi Yuan?" Marshal secure.
Heavenly sectes Y Yuan.
In front of him was a middle-aged man in Chinese clothing. He actually had Saint Sovereign Heaven cultivation, but it looked like he had just broken through not long ago. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly. The other party clearly did not come with friendly intentions. It's precisely this Yi. Yi Yuan did not have the intention of denying it and said coolly. But the moment these words came out, the expressions of the powerhouses present changed one after another. It's actually him.
Marshal secure heavenly sectes remnant spawn.
He's actually not dead. Not only did he not die, his origin divinity even broke through to Saint Sovereign Heaven. Just now, he even routed the origin divinity of a true Sovereign Heaven until he fled. However, he's already an arrow at the end of its flight now. Zhang Kaiyun probably won't let him off. Yi Yuan did not know this man, but the majority of the powerhouses present knew him. This man was none other than precisely Jiechu Heavenly Sect's first seat, Zhang Kaiyun. And Jiechu Heavenly Sect's first seat was naturally a member of the Pill Alliance. When Yi Yuan entered the Jiechu Heavenly Sect, Zhang Kaiyun was in closed seclusion. A few days ago, Zhang Kaiyun broke through to Saint Sovereign Heaven and just exited seclusion. He did not expect that today, an astonishing great battle would happen within the boundary of Jiechu Heavenly Sect. Through Yan Jiechu and Yi Yuan's conversation, Zhang Kaiyun learned of Yi Yuan's identity very quickly. Back then, when the Pill Alliance launched an attack ahead of schedule, it was because of Yi Yuan. As one of the Pill Alliance's middle-level, Zhang Kaiyun naturally knew about Yi Yuan's identity. It was just that he never thought that the present Yi Yuan was already so formidable to actually beat a true Sovereign Heaven until he covered his head and scurried away. At that time, he already gave rise to the idea of reaping advantages from both sides without lifting a finger. The moment the middle-aged man heard, 2 rays of brilliant light shot out of his eyes. Ha ha ha. Fortune is really shining down on me. Zhang Kaiyun. Recently, first I broke through to Saint Sovereign Heaven. After that, I picked up a great contribution for free. Zhang Kaiyun said with a loud laugh. Yi Yuan's 2 eyes narrowed slightly, and he said in a solemn voice, "You're a member of the Pill Alliance." Zhang Kaiyun smiled and said, "That's right. This exalt is Jiechu Heavenly Sect's first seat. A few days ago, this exalt just broke through to Saint Sovereign Heaven. I didn't expect that you delivered this exalt a big gift so quickly." Zhang Kaiyun laughed very happily. Jiechu Heavenly Sect's collapse had nothing to do with him whatsoever. Him being in the Jiechu Heavenly Sect, apart from extortion, it was still espionage. It was also precisely because of this that he could break the shackles and break through to Saint Sovereign Heaven. The Pill Alliance's first seats were no different from vampires in the various sects. In his view, Yi Yuan was already in his pocket. Yi Yuan looked at Zhang Kaiyun and said with a smile that was not a smile, "In that case, you've got me?" Zhang Kaiyun similarly had a smile that was not a smile and said, "Boy, you're already an arrow at the end of its flight. Do you think that this exalt can't tell? Earlier, you forcefully mustered up a breath and used that move to scare Yan Jiechu away. Now, if you release that move again, your own origin divinity will probably be buried in oblivion first, right? Furthermore, this exalts physical body is in good condition. I'm not afraid of your origin. Divinity attack. With regards to Yi Yuan, Zhang Kaiyun was clearly brimming with confidence. He had long seen through that Yi Yuan's arrow of God extermination move was a hand-to-hand combat move that specifically targeted the origin divinity. This kind of move was extremely lethal to an exposed origin divinity. But he was Saint Sovereign Heaven. His origin divinity was similarly, incomparably powerful. Furthermore, it resided in the sea of consciousness. It was simply a fool's talk for Yi Yuan to want to use that move to directly breach his sea of consciousness. If Yi Yuan was still at the height of his power, he would naturally be a little fearful. But now, apart from surrendering without resistance, Yi Yuan had no other path to take. Zhang Kaiyun became more and more confident as he spoke and continued to say, smugly, furthermore, do you think that a member of my Pill Alliance is the same as that fool just now? Without origin divinity attack means? Hoo-hoo. My Pill Alliance's foundation is what you can't imagine. Finish saying. Zhang Kaiyun's origin divinity power spread out. The expressions of the powerhouses around changed one after another. So strong. Zhang Kaiyun's origin divinity power and Yi Yuan's. One was like the noonday sun while the other was like the sun setting in the west. There was no comparison at all. The illusory Yi Yuan was still very calm at this time and could not help laughing as he said, so, this is all of your analysis? You feel that I already don't have the strength to fight back now. You were sitting on top of the mountain watching the tigers fight previously, waiting for the two of us to wear each other out before you dare to come out and deal with me. Zhang Kaiyun's face turned black. Yi Yuan's words were very insulting. Yi Yuan was indifferent to the black-faced Zhang Kaiyun and continued saying, "You Pill Alliance has a deep foundation. Your cultivation realm is similar to mine. Furthermore, your origin divinity is stowed in your sea of consciousness. This powerful and you don't even dare to come out and have a frontal confrontation? Maybe if you made a move just now, the result would be totally different. Very sorry to tell you, true Sovereign Heaven isn't as weak as you imagine. The reason why Yen Jietrue was beaten until like that by me was that he was just lacking an opportunity to catch his breath. Once he catches his breath, I'll only have one road open to me. It will be death." The more Yi Yuan said those words, the blacker Zhang Kaiyun's face became. He suddenly felt that he seemed to have missed something. Yi Yuan continued talking, saying so much, "I actually just want to tell you that you missed the best chance to capture or kill me. Although the current me is already an arrow at the end of its flight, killing a weakling like you, this degree is enough. No matter how plentiful your means, how deep your foundation, you're still too weak to stand up to a single blow in front of me." Zhang Kaiyun smiled coldly and said, "Brat, are you making an empty show of strength? Do you think that this exalt will let you off like this?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Making an empty show of strength? You're thinking too much." Zhang Kaiyun only felt his head go buzz, and then he did not know anything anymore. He did not even have the chance to release the big move that he was preparing. Yong! Zhang Kaiyun's dead body fell to the ground heavily. Everyone was startled, only then coming back to their senses. Dead? Earlier. What kind of great soul-stirring battle was that? But now they did not even detect origin divinity undulation, and Zhang Kaiyun was already dead. A Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouse was weak like a little chick. Hearing that Yi Yuan had the Heavenspan mountain in his hands, there were still many people whose thoughts were stirring just now. But now they immediately extinguished this thought. Too dangerous. What did the Pill Alliance's origin divinity secret arts amount to in front of the soul race's divine emergence? It was true that Yi Yuan had expended a lot of energy, but killing a Zhang Kaiyun at the same rank was not considered very hard. Go tell the Pill Alliance. I Yi Yuan am back. Yi Yuan's gaze swept across the crowd, and he returned to the Heavenspan world. Very soon, News concerning this battle spread rapidly. In the 5 great heavenly regions, everything was in a stir. The true sovereign heaven that only existed in the legends appeared. But this true sovereign heaven had just appeared and was actually driven away by the Yi Yuan, who returned domineeringly. The Yi Yuan who had once established the Pill Pavilion and triggered the Pill Alliance War was not dead. He returned. He already grew to the point where he could instantly kill Saint Sovereign Heavens. Various major heavenly sects of the 5 great heavenly regions started to have their thoughts stir. Becoming the Pill Alliance's puppets was just due to the Pill Alliance's despotic power. The various sects' powerhouses were naturally not willing. That indifferent sentence when Yi Yuan left was undoubtedly telling the Pill Alliance that Yi Yuan already had the ability to enact revenge. However, powerhouses from all around were still waiting and watching. They were waiting for how Yi Yuan would take vengeance on the Pill Alliance. At the Pill Alliance, in their great hall, several dozen powerful auras made people give sidelong glances. Li Chongsheng was seated high above, his gaze staring at a Saint Sovereign Heaven below, and said nothing for a long time. The atmosphere in the great hall seemed very inhibiting. That Saint Sovereign Heaven who was being stared at had cold sweat breaking out profusely on his forehead. Finally, he could not endure this gaze and stepped out of the ranks and said, "General Alliance, this..." At that time I pierced through the void with one punch and completely messed up the spatial rule. Logically speaking, it's absolutely impossible for him to have survived. This person was precisely the 5 Light Pill Alliance's alliance chief who led the Pill Alliance to destroy the Martial Secure Heavenly Sect that day. Zhao Ding. When the news came, his first reaction was that it was nonsense. A greater sublime heavenly stratum actually survived under his punch. This sort of thing was too fantastical. But he has indeed lived. Not only did he survive, but he even cultivated to Saint Sovereign Heaven. Li Chongxing said indifferently, without joy nor sorrow. This, General Alliance, you give me a chance. I'll go kill him. Zhao Ding gritted his teeth and said. Li Chongxing looked right at him and said, "Can you kill him?" When Zhang Kaiyun confronted him, he was instantly killed by him with an origin divinity attack. Although your middle Saint Sovereign Heaven, are you sure that you can block his origin divinity attack? Aye. Zhao Ding was speechless. The news that came over was too ridiculous. The lower Saint Sovereign Heaven Yi Yuan actually beat a true Sovereign Heaven. Until he covered his head and scurried away. How could this kind of thing possibly happen? But it seemed like many impossible things had already happened. At this time, Li Chongxing suddenly took a jade slip out and said coolly, "This is an origin divinity defense mystic art. After cultivating it, it's sufficient to resist origin divinity attacks of the same level. During this period, you all put aside the affairs in your hands and cultivate well. No matter how strong that brat is, he's merely one person, that's all. He can't stir up much of a wave." The moment everyone heard, they were immediately overjoyed. Origin divinity attacks were extremely hard to defend against. With this, they would not be afraid of Yi Yuan anymore. Zhao Ding was overjoyed and said, "Many thanks, General Alliance. General Alliance, rest assured. After this subordinate cultivates this mystic art, I'll definitely go and kill this boy." Li Chongxing nodded slightly and did not say anything. A measly little Yi Yuan, he did not take him seriously. At the Blood Alliance, a man stood on top of the mountain with his hands behind his back, his gaze excited as he said, "Punk, I knew that you wouldn't
Be so easily.
As long as the 2 of us brothers are around, Martial Secure Heavenly Sect isn't destroyed. There will come one day where we'll annihilate the Pill Alliance." The famous Blood Alliance's alliance chief was precisely Martial Secure Heavenly Sect's former Heavens Chosen, Luo Yunqing. These few years he had been improved amidst slaughter, and finally he reached half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven. It was just that wanting to destroy the Pill Alliance was still far away and not in the foreseeable future. Yi Yuan's return boosted his confidence. and he finally saw a glimmer of light. At the heavenspan world, when Mi Tian saw Yi Yuan, he directly let loose a torrent of abuse. "You bastard! Why didn't you die outside? Got to scam your father each time. Messing around like you do, your father will be scammed by you until death. Before even returning home. Looking at your half-dead appearance, it's better off to be dead. Mi Tian made you Mengli carry Yi Yuan's physical body back to the labyrinth. Divine Palace. He made use of the array formations in the labyrinth Divine Palace to restore the fleshy boy's losses. But Yi Yuan was currently an out-and-out pauper. During his previous cultivation, Yi Yuan had depleted all of his heavenly crystals. Later, in order to push on with the journey, he used up the heavenly pills on him. Helpless, Mi Tian could only inject his own true dragon power into the array formation to help Yi Yuan make up for the losses. In the end, he suffered a great loss in vitality again this time. However, this time was better than the last time. He still had the strength to scold people. Seeing Yi Yuan's origin divinity's weak appearance, Yu Mengli said worriedly, "Big brother Yuan, are you alright?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "It's okay. The heavenspan world's hidden danger is considered completely uprooted this time. Later, I'll help you all reach heavenly stratum. We'll go to the 33 heavens together." Yu Mengli said, "Then, have you found a way to save elder sister Lingxue?" Yi Yuan nodded and said, "Before long, I'll be able to help her condense her soul. Speaking of which, I still have to thank Senior Mi Tian for this matter." Humph.
Mi Tian snorted coldly.
These two people were publicly displaying affection, directly disregarding him. "You scold yours. I'll be mushy on my own." "Really? That's great. Heaven has eyes, finally being able to resurrect big sister Lingxue." Yu Mingli jumped up excitedly. She knew what the greatest haze in Yi Yuan's heart was, so she was happy for Yi Yuan from the bottom of her heart. As for this origin divinity's injuries, it was nothing to Yi Yuan. The soul race fought with origin divinity state. Damage was inevitable. Since the divine emergence was the soul race's supreme canon, there was naturally the method to restore origin divinity. 3 months later, Yi Yuan finally recovered to his peak state. After Yi Yuan returned to Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven, he severed the plain passageway with one sword, directly separating the heavenspan world and Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven. This way, he would completely have no worries. Without the plain passageway, even if it was a saint's sovereign heaven powerhouse, they would not be able to pass through the boundary wall and reach the heavenspan world as well. Having just returned to the rain-clear continent, a figure came up to greet. Was precisely Luo Yunqing.
"Ye Yuan."
"Haha, I finally found you." Yi Yuan's brows raised up, and he said in pleasant surprise, "Brother Luo, you're safe and sound. It's really great." After some small talk, Luo Yunqing smiled and said, "Yi Yuan, since you came back, join our blood alliance. Us brothers of one mind, the sharpness can cut metal. No matter how strong the pill alliance is, we can always destroy them. One day." "The blood alliance?" Yi Yuan was taken aback and said in surprise, "It turns out that this blood alliance was actually founded by you." Luo Yunqing laughed loudly and said, "Right now, there are 36 organizations resisting the pill alliance in the 5 great heavenly regions. My blood alliance is the strongest one. Overthrowing the pill alliance is a heavy burden with a long way to go. But you and I, being of one mind, will be able to accomplish it one day." Yi Yuan looked at Luo Yunqing, a hint of strangeness revealing on his face. Seeing Yi Yuan's surprise, Luo Yunqing even thought that his achievements were surprising and could not help feeling more proud of himself in his heart. Indeed, in a short 100 years' time, not only did he cultivate to half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven himself, he even supported such a colossal team. He had the qualifications to be proud. "Brother Luo, is your strength the strongest in the blood alliance?"
"Yeah."
Yuan asked. "Of course." Luo Yunqing nodded and said, Our blood alliance has close to 1,000 people. There are a total of 3 great alliance chiefs, including me and 2 deputies, all half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven. The other 2 are the Myriad Manifestation Heavenly Sex and Shangyu Heavenly Sex powerhouses. Come. Return to the blood alliance with me first. Let's plan out the future in
detail.
Luo Yunqing pulled Yi Yuan and gave no chance to explain before tearing across the air. Yi Yuan was helpless and could only head over half reluctantly. Yi Yuan was a little disappointed. They did not even have a Saint Sovereign Heaven. They could not stir any waves at all. To the Pill Alliance they were simply small fries, right? Most likely it was not even as intimidating as him throwing out a word. Along the trip, the 2 naturally could not dispense with a bout of small talk. Yi Yuan did not hide it either, briefly explaining the situation of him arriving at the land of Heavenly South in an accident arising from many causes. Luo Yunqing learned that Yi Yuan cultivated bitterly in the land of Heavenly South before he had today's accomplishments and did not think too much either. However, over a short 100 years it was already very difficult for Yi Yuan to be able to cultivate to Upper Jade Sovereign Heaven. Along the way, Luo Yunqing did not dare to put on a grand display and walked very carefully. Half a month later, the 2 people arrived at a mountain range at the edge of Day Creek Heavenly Region. In the mountains, the waterfall was surging akin to the Milky Way hanging upside down. Luo Yunqing brought Yi Yuan and actually passed right through the large waterfall and arrived in a spatial mystic realm. The scenery before their eyes changed. It was an altogether different world. In the mystic realm there was a bustling scene. The vast majority of the people were cultivating. A minority was busying over miscellaneous affairs. Luo Yunqing smiled slightly and said, Yi Yuan, how's my place? Yi Yuan nodded slightly and said with a smile, not bad. He really felt that it was not bad. With Luo Yunqing's personality he must have paid a lot to be able to build such a large foundation. This place was originally a small mystic realm. Our blood alliance captured it and transformed it into our base camp. Don't look at how the Pill Alliance is formidable. Once we hide here, even if they dig 3 feet below the ground, they won't be able to find us either. In the future, you cultivate here at ease. Leave the rest to me. Just as he was speaking, 2 figures came up to greet. The 2 people said in unison, Alliance Chief. Luo Yunqing smiled and said, 2 brothers came just in time. Let me introduce him to you. Yi Yuan, this one was once the Myriad Manifestation Heavenly
Sectes Peerless Genius, Y Haizhenk.
This is Shangyu Heavenly Sex Deputy. Sect Master, Zhou Yunxiang. The 2 of them are now my Alliance Chief's deputy. Alliance Chiefs and are my left and right arms. Yi Yuan saluted the 2 of them and said, How do you do, brother you brother? Zhou. Yu Haijing smiled and said, I've long heard of younger brother Ye's great reputation. Pleased to meet you. Luo Yunqing continued, 2 brothers. This one is my Marshal Secure Heavenly Sex Yi Yuan, the founder of the Pill Pavilion. Also, he's our blood alliance's new alliance chief too. The moment these words came out, Yi Yuan got a shock and knew that things were going to be bad. Sure enough, the expressions of Yu and Zhou 2 people changed. Alliance Chief. What's the meaning of this? Zhou Yunxiang said with a solemn face. Luo Yunqing was indifferent and said with a smile, Yi Yuan is my marshal. Secure Heavenly Sect's new sect master. He naturally can't be beneath this. Luo. So from this day forth, Yi Yuan is my blood alliance's alliance chief. Before Yi Yuan said anything, Zhou Yunxiang said in a great rage, Luo, Yunqing, what do you treat the blood alliance as? We respect you as our alliance chief. That was you exchanging for it by fighting dauntlessly in bloody battles. This boy has yet to make the smallest contribution. What right does he have to be alliance chief? Your Marshal Secure Heavenly Sect is your Marshal Secure Heavenly Sect's business. What has it got to do with us? Yu Haijing also said, Alliance Chief, please retract the order. The news that the Blood Alliance got was that Yi Yuan returned. As for what Yi Yuan had done in the Truyong heavenly domain, they were not aware. Under the high pressure from the Pill Alliance, it was too difficult for these scattered factions to want to get intel. Therefore, letting an Upper Jade Sovereign Heaven be their alliance chief, they had 10,000 disapprovals. Luo Yunqing's anger loomed, but he still suppressed it and said in a solemn voice, "I've already decided on this matter. Don't mention it again." At this point, Yi Yuan had no choice but to speak. "Brother Luo, I have no intention of assuming this position of alliance." "Chief," Yi Yuan said. Luo Yunqing waved his hand lightly and said, "Before Ancestor passed on, he already said before to have me help you revive the Martial Secure Heavenly Sect. Now, how can I override the sect master? Don't mention this matter again." Zhou Yunxiang also had a crude personality and said in a cold voice, "Punk, don't be phony here. We won't let you be the alliance chief. Moreover, back then, if not for you, our 5 sects Tao teachings also wouldn't have been destroyed." Luo Yunqing's gaze turned intent, and he said in a cold voice, "Zhou Yunxiang, what do you mean?" Zhou Yunxiang smiled coldly and said, "Don't you understand what I mean?" Luo Yunqing said in a great rage, "The Pill Alliance schemed for a long time. Even without the Pill Pavilion, they would have launched an attack sooner or later. Furthermore, at that time, there wouldn't even be us, these remnant spawns. Don't you even understand this?" Zhou Yunxiang said with a cold snort. "So what? Blood Alliance was founded by our brothers using their lives. I only don't want some random Tom, Dick, or Harry that came to harvest our fruits." Yi Yuan could not help being speechless when he heard it. A faction that did not even have Saint Sovereign Heavens, would he be interested? Don't look at how each and every one of these people seemed very impressive, rendering the Pill Alliance helpless. In reality, they were merely a joke in the Pill Alliance's eyes. Boom! Suddenly, the mystic realm shook. Everyone's expression changed. And right at this time, a subordinate suddenly came to report in a panic. "3 alliance chiefs, things are bad. Our mystic realm has already been surrounded by the Pill Alliance until not even water can seep through." Luo Yunqing's expression changed wildly, and he said, "Who did the Pill Alliance send?" The subordinate's complexion was deathly pale as he said, "There are 15 half-step Saint Sovereign Heavens outside, and countless Jade Sovereign Heaven and limitless Sublime Heaven powerhouses. Our base should have been exposed." The moment everyone heard, their faces turned deathly pale. They had no way of matching this power at all. The Pill Alliance's army clearly came prepared. Zhou Yunxiang's expression turned dark, and he pointed at Yi Yuan angrily and said, "It must be this boy. He just arrived and the Pill Alliance's people came. Luo Yunqing, you still want him to be the alliance chief?" Luo Yunqing said in a great rage, "Zhou Yunxiang, keep talking and your father will kill you. Yi Yuan is loyal and righteous. It's absolutely impossible to betray us." But Zhou Yunxiang did not buy it and said with a sneer, "One may know a person for a long time without understanding his true nature. Moreover, so many years have passed. How do you know that he didn't change? A measly little greater Sublime Heavenly Stratum back then became an Upper Jade Sovereign Heaven in a short 100 years. Don't you find it strange?" Clank! Luo Yunqing's long sword suddenly left its sheath, and a sword charged toward Zhou Yunxiang. Zhou Yunxiang could question him, but he could not question Yi Yuan. However, this sword was blocked. The one who blocked this sword was none other than precisely Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Isn't it just a group of half-step Saint Sovereign Heavens? Leave it to me. Brother Luo, wait for a moment. I'll be right back." Yi Yuan's voice had yet to fade when Yu Haijing stopped him. "What? You lured the Pill Alliance's people over and now you still want to leave?" Yu Haijing said with a cold smile. The timing was too coincidental. They had just reached and the Pill Alliance's people came. It was not up to the Blood Alliance's people to not suspect And in reality, Yi Yuan had also been very careful along the way. His divine sense had always been spread out. Even if there were sovereign heaven powerhouses following them, it absolutely could not escape Yi Yuan's probing too. Therefore, Yi Yuan was very sure that the Blood Alliance's base camp was indeed exposed. In reality, with the Pill Alliance's present strength, if they really made up their mind to deal with the Blood Alliance, how could there be the logic of not being able to find them? The reason why they let them do as they pleased was actually merely just waiting for them to grow fat before slaughtering. If he was the Pill Alliance's alliance chief, he would do the same too. Rather than there being opposing voices everywhere, might as well fatten them up and round them up in one fell swoop. And he himself was merely there at the right time, that was all. Yi Yuan sighed slightly and said, "Brother Yu is mistaken, but this place is already exposed. You all had best gather your things and prepare to leave." Finished saying that, Yi Yuan's figure swayed, and he directly vanished in front of Yu Haijing's eyes. What a joke! Regarding the present Yi Yuan, his spatial rule already reached late stage. 4th level. How could a mere Yu Haijing stop him? Yu Haijing's expression changed wildly. Turning his head to look, he discovered that Yi Yuan's figure was already gone. Yu Haijing was exploded with fury and yelled coldly, "Luo Yunqing, look what you've done. We've shared life and death for more than 100 years. You actually invited a wolf into the house and let 1,000 brothers fall into a death trap." Zhou Yunxiang smiled coldly and said, "Hoo-hoo? Luo Yunqing, you're very good. You actually drew your sword against me." At this time, Luo Yunqing also calmed down. Drawing a deep breath, he said, "Two brothers, it was me who was impulsive just now. But to say that Yi Yuan betrayed the martial secure heavenly sect, I won't believe it even if I die. Being confronted by a formidable enemy, we can't have internal strife. Two brothers, let's tide over the difficult hurdle this time first. Later, you guys charge out with me. I'll do all that I can and delay the half-step sovereign heaven powerhouses as much as possible. The two of you bring our brothers to break out of the encirclement. How many can escape will depend on fate." Hearing that Luo Yunqing said so, Yu Haijing, two people also knew that the matter was of utmost importance. Having internal strife at this time was equivalent to seeking death. The two nodded their heads and started counting the men, preparing to break out of the encirclement. For the Blood Alliance to be able to become the #1 great faction, they naturally did not have an undeserved reputation. The 1,000-strong troop was done assembling very quickly. Luo Yunqing took the lead, and everyone had an expression full of a stirring and solemn noble spirit to die on their faces. Clearly, they were all prepared to fight to the death. Luo Yunqing's gaze turned intent, and he shouted loudly, "Kill! Kill!" Luo Yunqing leaped and was about to charge out of the mystic realm. But right at this time, a figure appeared at the entrance. Yi Yuan looked at everyone and said with a smile, "All packed? Just nice then. This place isn't somewhere to stay for long. Let's go." Everyone exchanged glances, especially Zhou Yunxiang and Yu Haijing too. People who had confused faces. Why did this guy come back? If this guy was a traitor, why would he come back? If he was not, this guy was spotless and did not seem like he had experienced a great battle at all. What in the world was going on? Also, where were the scouts? Why hasn't a single one returned until now? Yi Yuan, why did you come back? With your movement technique, escaping shouldn't be a problem. Hurry up and go, Luo Yunqing said with a frown. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "I naturally came to bring you all away. Come with me." Finished saying, Yi Yuan turned around and went out of the mystic realm. Luo Yunqing's gaze turned intent, and he followed after. Passing through the entrance, Luo Yunqing raised his aura to the highest, preparing to battle. But very soon he was stupefied. There wasn't a single person outside of the large waterfall. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The Blood Alliance army came out of the passageway one after another. After coming out, they were stunned too. Wasn't it said that they were surrounded? Wasn't it said that there were countless powerhouses? Where were the people? At this time, a scout suddenly scurried out. Zhou Yunxiang shouted coldly, Wang Chun, what have the few of you been doing? Wang Chun smiled bitterly and said, Alliance Chief Zhou J. Just now I was seriously dumbfounded and momentarily forgot to come in to report. Zhou Yunxiang's brows furrowed slightly. He knew that the members of the Blood Alliance were all veterans of 100 battles. What kind of grand occasion had they not seen before? What could render even a wily old fox like Wang Chun dumbfounded? He could not help looking towards Yi Yuan, thinking to himself, it wouldn't be that this guy did something, right? How was this possible? What kind of earth-shattering major thing could an upper jade sovereign heaven do? But Wang Chun gave Yi Yuan a glance fearfully and said, The moment this lord came out, he killed off all of the other party's half-step saint sovereign heavens within 10 breaths. The Pill Alliance's army scattered and fled in disorder in a blink of an eye. His Excellency pursued all the way and slew all of the other party's jade sovereign heavens.
Dead silence.
What kind of freaking fantasy tale are you talking about? An upper jade sovereign heaven killed off all the half-step saint sovereign heavens in 10 breaths? Suddenly, Zhou Yunxiang exploded in anger and said, Wang Chun, what nonsense are you saying? You mean he killed the Pill Alliance's army by himself? Wang Chun's expression was ugly as he said, it's like that. Yi Yuan was indifferent and said with a smile, Have the corpses been gathered? Wang Chun nodded and said, The brothers are currently gathering them. Should be about done. Your Excellency, I'll bring you over. Yi Yuan nodded slightly and followed. The corpses of half-step Saint Sovereign Heavens naturally had quite a number of spoils. To the Blood Alliance it was a huge harvest too. Very soon, corpses that strewn across the land appeared in front of everyone. The whole place fell into dead silence once again. Li Chuan, Chai Meng, Yang Nan, they are all dead. Zhou Yunxiang looked at these dead bodies, his eyeballs almost popping out. These half-step Saint Sovereign Heavens had fought with them many times. The Blood Alliance had suffered big losses at these few people's hands. Now they were actually all dead. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, Luo Yunqing laughed loudly and said, Yi Yuan, you really broadened my horizons today. You punk. You really hid from me bitterly. Yi Yuan smiled and said, You didn't ask either. As he said, he looked at Zhou Yunxiang and said with a smile, Brother Zhou, brother Yu, now, I can prove that I'm not a traitor, right? Zhou Yunxiang revealed a smile that was even uglier than crying and said, Oh, of course. He currently wished to find a hole in the ground to tunnel into. From the very start, he had been questioning Yi Yuan's qualifications. Later, he even questioned that Yi Yuan was a traitor and that the people were brought by him. But now, facts proved that Yi Yuan was simply their savior. Today, if not for Yi Yuan, the Blood Alliance would have been totally finished. As for Yu Haijing, he even broke out in cold sweat. He actually wanted to make a move against Yi Yuan just now. Yi Yuan killed half-step Saint Sovereign Heavens like killing chickens. So, then to kill him alone, he reckoned that just lifting a hand would do. How could an upper jade sovereign heaven be so terrifying? Lord, Yi just now, it was all this you who had eyes but couldn't see hope. That Lord Yi doesn't take it to heart. Yu Haijing said with a bitter smile. Yi Yuan waved his hand and said with a smile, Two brothers don't have to be like this. It wasn't easy for the Blood Alliance to rise up. Being a little cautious is a must. In reality, I didn't come to the Blood Alliance to be your alliance chief but came to invite Brother Luo and the two of you to make a trip to Myriad Demons Mountain together. But now, your base has already been exposed, and you can't continue staying here. Why don't you bring the brothers along and go to Myriad Demons Mountain with me? The moment these words came out, everyone's faces changed again. Luo Yunqing said in surprise, Yi Yuan, Myriad Demons Mountain is the territory of true spirits, with countless powerhouses in it. There are even Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses. Can we, these people, go? Yi Yuan smiled and said, relax. Would I harm you? Entering the myriad demons mountain, the hearts of Luo Yunqing and the rest tensed up. Waves of powerful auras came from all around. These were all the auras of Jade. Sovereign Heaven powerhouses. They all, this bit of people, were too weak in front of the true spirit army. But what surprised them was that they actually proceeded unimpeded all the way. Coming out of the base, the Blood Alliance also received a lot of news along the way. The factions opposing the Pill Alliance in the 5 great heavenly regions, out of the 36 strongest ones, more than half of them were destroyed. The remaining ones also suffered heavy casualties. This piece of news made Luo Yunqing and the rest feel lingering fear. Zhou Yunxiang and Yu Haijing were even ashamed until they could not even lift their heads. At this time, if they still did not understand what happened, then they could forget about being the deputy alliance chiefs. They realized that Yi Yuan really caught up to this upheaval by chance. But it was also precisely because of this that Yi Yuan saved everyone in the Blood Alliance. And they actually even misunderstood Yi Yuan, thinking that Yi Yuan betrayed them. The party arrived at Bull Demon Mountain, and it instantly became lively. Hall Master Yi. Hello, Master Yi. Hall Master Yi is back. Seeing one powerhouse after another greet Yi Yuan, everyone felt extremely shocked. It seemed like Yi Yuan was living very well on Myriad Demons Mountain. Suddenly, an unparalleled and powerful aura arrived from afar with a howl. Luo Yunqing, 3 people exchanged a glance, their expressions suddenly changing. The aura of a Saint Sovereign Heaven. In a blink of an eye, they saw Big Yellow's figure appear in front of Yi Yuan. Big Yellow chuckled and said, "You all are Master Ye's friends, right? I'm just Master Ye's servant. Don't need to be courteous with me, just call me Big Yellow's servant." Luo Yunqing almost bit his tongue off. A Saint Sovereign Heaven was actually Yi Yuan's servant? Luo Yunqing wished to find a hole in the ground to burrow into now. Too freaking embarrassing. To think that after he met Yi Yuan, he kept showing off about his great achievements over the years. Who knew that Yi Yuan he already took a Saint Sovereign Heaven in as a servant? Compared to this, what did the Blood Alliance count as? With a slap from Big Yellow, the entire Blood Alliance would be destroyed. Zhou Yunxiang, 2 people were even more embarrassed. They kept stopping Yi Yuan from being the alliance chief previously and almost drew their weapons against Luo Yunqing. When Yi Yuan said that he was not going to be the Blood Alliance's alliance chief back then, Zhou Yunxiang even scolded him for being phony. In the end, he really looked down on it. But Big Yellow ignored their surprise and said to Yi Yuan, "Master Yi, you're finally back." Big Yellow was worried sick these few years. "Later on, I went back several times but couldn't find you and that person, so I could only return." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Was threatening, but not dangerous. It's finally resolved. How are the preparations on this side?" Big Yellow beamed and said, "Master Yi, make a guess how many Saint Sovereign Heavens our All-Saint Temple has now." Yi Yuan could not help laughing as he said, "Quickly say, stop leaving me hanging." Big Yellow smiled and said, "Including the original 9 of us, there are a total of 35 Saint Sovereign Heavens now. The batch of half-step Saint Sovereign Heavens previously have already all stepped into Saint Sovereign Heaven now. These few years, the phenomenon in the sky above our All-Saint Temple has never stopped." Yi Yuan did not feel anything, but Luo Yunqing, 3 people's legs turned soft and they nearly stumbled to the ground. A total of 35 Saint Sovereign Heavens. You're freaking messing with me, right? Adding up the Saint Sovereign Heavens on the entire Rainclear continent were there 35? This guy must be boasting. While talking, a woman walked toward them. Seeing Yi Yuan, she immediately bowed and said, "Master Yi is back. Kong Ling. Thanks Master Yi for bestowing the pill." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "You're King Kong Ling? Oh no, I should be calling you Saint Exalt Kong Ling now. If not for Master Yi, Kong Ling would probably have no hope for Saint Sovereign Heaven in this life. If Master Yi has any errands, feel free to instruct. Haha. Then I'll be troubling Saint Exalt Kong Ling. Master Yi is too courteous. It is ought to be. After speaking, Kong Ling left. Along the way, he really bumped into many acquaintances. Yi Yuan had met these people at the Myriad Spirit Summit before. At that time, they were still all half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven. Now, they all broke through to Saint Sovereign Heaven already. When these people saw Yi Yuan, they were naturally incomparably polite. Along the way, Yi Yuan was extremely busy. When a Saint Sovereign Heaven walked by, Zhou Yunxiang could not help swallowing his saliva and said to Yu Haijing, "How many was this?" Yu Haijing took a deep breath and said with a bitter smile, "The seventh one." Zhou Yunxiang also smiled bitterly and said, "I've lived my whole life and have never seen before so many Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses. When did Saint Sovereign Heavens become cabbages too?" The three people exchanged a glance, all smiling bitterly without stopping. Hoo-hoo, the Saint Sovereign Heavens who broke through these few years were too many. The myriad demons, mountains, all sorts of affairs need them to handle, so it seems a little messy. Big Yellow explained. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, "How's Heavenly South that side?" Big Yellow said, "We sent a batch of heavenly pills over. The two great hall masters and three great family heads, as well as City Lord Manor's City Lord Ironcore, have all already broken through to Saint Sovereign Heaven. The land of Heavenly South has 6 great Saint Sovereign Heavens now." Luo Yunqing, three people were already shocked until their innards had shifted positions. Even on that day when the 5 great heavenly sects were destroyed, they were also not as shocked as they were today. For more than 100 years they fought all the way, forcefully carving out a blood path before they had a 1,000-strong blood alliance. But what did Yi Yuan do? This guy actually created a Saint Sovereign Heaven army. Now, just from what they heard, there were already 41 Saint Sovereign Heavens. No matter how formidable the Pill Alliance was, it was also impossible to have so many Saint Sovereign Heavens, right? Blood Alliance's alliance chief? Luo Yunqing even had the desire to cry now. With extremely shocked feelings, the party arrived at All Saint Temple. Action. Yi Yuan said, "Are there still sacred destiny pills?" Big Yellow nodded and said, "There are a lot of sacred destiny pills. The 3 hall masters used 3 bottles for cultivation. The rest were distributed to those half-step Saint Sovereign Heavens. There are still 2 bottles remaining now with almost 20 pills." Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, "Give them 3. Brother Luo, Brother Tzu, Brother Yu, you guys stay in the All Saint Temple with peace of mind these few days and prepare to break through to Saint Sovereign Heaven. The Pill Alliance exterminated our 5 great heavenly regions and enslaved the Rainclear continent. Before long, we'll definitely make them pay their debts in blood." Zhou Yunxiang muttered, "As Saint Sovereign Heaven?" He had never thought that he would actually be able to break through to Saint Sovereign Heaven one day. Although he reached half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven, he really did not have any ideas about Saint Sovereign Heaven. This step was way too difficult, so much so that when Yi Yuan said Saint Sovereign Heaven now, he felt like he was dreaming. Luo Yunqing smiled bitterly and said, "It turns out that when you followed me to the Blood Alliance, you were planning to let the few of us break through to Saint Sovereign Heaven." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Otherwise, what did you think?" That day, the Pill Alliance brought close to 200 Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses to destroy our martial secure heavenly sect. Today, I'll bring dozens of Saint Sovereign Heavens to trample their Pill Alliance. I don't believe that his Pill Alliance can overturn the heavens. One sentence made Luo Yunqing three people's blood seethe with excitement. They thought that their sect's revenge would likely be far away and not in the foreseeable future. Who could have expected that hope was near at hand? After over 100 years, the martial secure heavenly sect back then already became totally different. Back then, the top brass of the martial secure heavenly sect died in battle. Thousands of disciples fled in all directions, and there were crumbling walls and ruins everywhere. But now many large buildings rose straight from the ground. This place was grander compared to the martial secure heavenly sect back then. This place was presently where the Pill Alliance's martial secure branch alliance was at, but the buildings were magnificent, and powerhouses were as plentiful as clouds. 100 years passed, the Pill Alliance concentrated the entire Rainclear continent's resources and nurtured batch after batch of top powerhouses. These few years, they gave birth to a large batch of Saint Sovereign Heavens. Let alone talk about half-step Saint Sovereign Heavens and Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses. In this martial secure branch, just the half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses were as many as more than 10. The significance of half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven was different from grand completion Jade Sovereign Heaven. Half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven, that was the reserve power of Saint Sovereign Heaven that could break through at any time. After that battle, the Pill Alliance partitioned 15 big and small regions on the foundation of the 5 great heavenly regions, abolishing the 5 great heavenly regions division. And each region had a branch holding down the fort. The alliance chief of the branch were all Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses. Furthermore, there were transmission arrays connecting each branch. The branch also established a unified transmission array between the various major heavenly sects as well as great nations. This way, the Pill Alliance strengthened their control over the 5 great heavenly regions greatly. The various major heavenly sects could not set off any waves at all. If there was really someone concocting a scheme, the Pill Alliance's powerhouses could arrive right away. At this time, Yi Yuan was standing before the martial secure branch's mountain pass gates, his gaze looking toward the main peak with a reminiscing expression. Who is it to dare be here? Don't you know what this place is? Hurry up and get lost. Otherwise, you'll get it. 2 Jade Sovereign Heavens flew out and were about to chase Yi Yuan away. Yi Yuan did not get angry either, saying with a smile, I really don't know. What is this place? One of them said in a solemn voice, Ignorant fool, this place is the Pill Alliance's martial secure branch. Yi Yuan nodded slightly and said smilingly, Then that's right. The Pill Alliance should feel hurt after destroying this place, right? The expressions of the 2 Jade Sovereign Heavens changed wildly, and they knew that he came to make trouble and was about to make a move. But how could Yi Yuan give them a chance? Only to see him throw a punch out lightly, the 2 people directly turned into a cloud of blood mist. 3 years had already passed since Yi Yuan returned to the Myriad Demons Mountain. In these 3 years, Yi Yuan used true-grade heavenly pills and forcefully raised his realm to grand completion Jade Sovereign Heaven. Now, he was only a step away from breaking through. His origin divinity already reached Saint Sovereign Heaven, and his physical body also reached the limit of Jade Sovereign Heaven. Breaking through to Saint Sovereign Heaven was just something that would happen naturally without extra effort. But forcibly breaking through would cause the foundation to be unstable. Therefore, Yi Yuan needed to consolidate his realm first before breaking through and then only look for an opportunity to do so. Fighting was naturally the best method. Challenging the Pill Alliance's branch could firstly get him accustomed to his cultivation realm. Secondly, it could feel out the Pill Alliance's situation. Therefore, he came to the martial secure branch all by himself. In the mountain gates, gate-guarding disciples saw this scene and could not help getting a shock, hurriedly sending out emergency communication out. A disciple cried out in alarm, "Hurry up and activate the mountain protecting Grand Array! Hurry up and activate the mountain protecting Grand Array!" The mountain protecting Grand Array was also activated right away. They saw that Yi Yuan was extremely strong previously. That was why they notified Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses to come, who knew that the other party was unreasonable and directly killed them with a punch. At this time, the mountain protecting Grand Array activated, giving off undulations that were sufficient to suppress and kill Saint Sovereign Heavens, calming them down slightly. After all, the other party was just a grand completion Jade Sovereign Heaven. This mountain protecting Grand Array was laid down by the General Alliances Grade 5 Heavenly Formation Master, its power immense. Even if a Saint Sovereign Heaven trespassed, they would be seeking death too.
Ye Yuan grinned.
The Myriad Realms Mountain after the upgrade was already in his hand. He recited a spell, and then he uttered, "Go!" The Myriad Realms Mountain directly turned into a giant mountain and squelched down towards the mountain protecting Grand Array. All of Marshall Secure Branch's powerhouses saw this giant mountain. Each one of them, their expressions changed wildly. It can block, right? It must be able to block. The other party is merely a grand completion Jade Sovereign Heaven. How can he possibly breach the mountain protecting Grand Array? But this pressure is really so terrifying. Crack. The Myriad Realms Mountain and the mountain protecting Grand Array came into contact, and a shattering sound was immediately heard. Immediately, the powerful mountain protecting Grand Array had countless fine cracks fissuring apart. When all the powerhouses saw this scene, each and every one of their expressions changed wildly. A little interesting, this Pill Alliance's origin is mysterious. Indeed, they have some means. This Grand Array is not ordinary. As Yi Yuan said, the divine essence in his body poured out crazily again. The Myriad Realms Mountain fell from the sky once more, suppressing down. Crack. The fine cracks on the mountain protecting Grand Array became even more. Collapse was only in the next moment. This is a Grade 2 Grand Mist treasure. How is this possible? When Zhao Ding saw this scene, his complexion could not help turning deathly pale. This Marshall Secure Branch's alliance chief was precisely the main culprit who destroyed the Marshall Secure Heavenly Sect and killed He Shuyan and Feng Shuani, Zhao Ding. In the branch, the others also had terrified expressions and even started preparing to flee. The power of this Myriad Realms Mountain was seriously too strong. "Break for me!" Yi Yuan bellowed, and the Myriad Realms Mountain crashed down with a loud bang. For the third time, boom! The mountain protecting Grand Array shattered in response, and the Myriad Realms Mountain fell directly on the front mountain. In an instant, wails of doom filled the lands. The Pill Alliance disciples staying in the front mountain who were crushed to death were beyond count. In reality, it was effortless for Yi Yuan to pass through the Grand Array. However, he intentionally created this commotion in order to make the Pill Alliance des Pères, just like how they brought it to the Marshall Secure Heavenly Sect back then. Even if he expended a large amount of divine essence, he would not hesitate. 2. Grade 2 Grand Mist Treasure. The power was unrivaled and terrifying. The consumption was naturally huge too. With Yi Yuan's present strength, he could at most control it around 5 times. Once the 5 times was up, he would be powerless to control it anymore. However, these 5 times, even if it was a middle Saint Sovereign Heaven who was struck solidly, they would definitely die beyond doubt too. Where did this little saboteur come from, to dare act wildly at my Pill Alliance? Zhao Ding roared and arrived in an instant. When Yi Yuan saw the arrival, his brows could not help raising. He did not recognize Zhao Ding, but he would never forget this aura. "So, it's you? Puhu? It saved me the trouble of going to the Pill Alliance's General Alliance to find people. I didn't expect that you actually stayed in the Marshall Secure Heavenly Sect." Yi Yuan looked at Zhao Ding and said with a smile that was not a smile. Zhao Ding's brows furrowed, and he said, "You know me?" He merely gave Yi Yuan a punch across the air back then and did not know Yi Yuan's aura. And the Yi Yuan back then was merely an ant that could be easily crushed to death in his eyes, that was all. Even if a huge commotion was caused, he did not pay attention to it either. A genius who had not grown up was nothing at all. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "More than 100 years ago, you gave me a punch across the air. Have you forgotten all about it now? You're Yi Yuan." Zhao Ding's shock was by no means insignificant. He did not know that Yi Yuan actually had a Grade 2 Grand Mist treasure in his hands. That power just now, it was sufficient even to kill him too. Of course, power was power, but whether or not it could hit was another matter. Altogether, Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses would not stand there foolishly for Yi Yuan to suppress and kill. However, he also knew that Yi Yuan's origin divinity had already reached Saint Sovereign Heaven, and he could instantly kill same-rank powerhouses. Not seeing him for a short 100 years, this guy actually already grew to such a level. Too terrifying. Hoo-hoo. It looks like I still have some fame to actually be able to be remembered by a Saint Sovereign Heaven. Back then, you brought people to
Destroy my martial secure heavenly sect.
Then today, I'll destroy your martial secure branch by myself. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. It isn't too overboard, right? Yi Yuan grinned, his figure instantly disappearing from where he originally was. Zhao Ding's expression changed wildly. In a blink of an eye, Yi Yuan had already entered the mountain pass gates. A massacre began. Damn it! This boy's spatial rule has already attained sublimity. What a fast speed! Zhao Ding, this middle Saint Sovereign Heaven, could only eat dust under Yi Yuan's spatial rule too. He could not make Yi Yuan stay by himself. Quickly run! Split up and run! Zhao Ding shouted loudly, instantly spreading throughout the entire mountain pass gates. The expressions of those Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses changed greatly. When they heard it, how could they have time to hesitate, instantly fleeing in all directions? Yi Yuan spread his divine sense and was able to capture the positions of all the powerhouses. Boom! Yi Yuan caught up to an upper Jade Sovereign Heaven with a lunge and blew him up with one punch. You bastard! This exalt will kill you! Zhao Ding was raging. Catching up to Yi Yuan, it was one move. But Yi Yuan did not have the intention of fighting with him at all. With a flash, he evaded him again. Boom! Yi Yuan slammed a punch out and the ground fissured. A large swarm of limitless sublime, heavenly stratum and greater sublime heavenly stratum disciples were either instantly killed or injured. Zhao Ding's two eyes were blood red, and he was in a thunderous rage. Some of these disciples were killed or injured. He did not care. But, with how Yi Yuan was slaughtering people, even if it was the Pill Alliance, they could not afford it if the number was too high too. Failing to kill Yi Yuan incurred the General Alliance's displeasure to begin with. If Yi Yuan exterminated the sect this time, then he really would not be able to lift his head anymore. But he could not do anything about it. He could not catch up to Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan made use of spatial rule. His speed was extremely fast. Even if it was killing Jade Sovereign Heavens, it was merely a snap of his fingers too. By the time Zhao Ding caught up, Yi Yuan had gone hunting down the others. Again, this feeling of powerlessness nearly drove Zhao Ding crazy. The other party was merely a grand completion Jade Sovereign Heaven. Hoo-hoo! The Pill Alliance's disciples are really weak. Back then, when you killed your way up to the martial secure heavenly sect, did you have this kind of mentality too? Yi Yuan's mocking voice came from the air. Boom! Yi Yuan punched again, directly killing the half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven, who was currently flying away. With his half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven physical body combined with chaos, true spirit bloodline, killing a same-rank half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven was too easy. In a short few hundred breaths, Yi Yuan slew 5 half-step Saint Sovereign Heavens, 20 over Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses, and countless low-level martial artists. The entire high-end combat power of the martial secure branch was eradicated by 1/3 all at once. Zhao Ding was at his heel howling away but could not do anything about Yi Yuan. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! This exalt will definitely kill you today. Zhao Ding roared. Yi Yuan could not help laughing when he heard that and said, Are Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses all as feeble as you? Roaring here and there are only those few words. Come on. Kill me. Right at this time the void trembled. 2 figures burst out of the sky. When Zhao Ding saw the arrivals, he could not help being wildly ecstatic and exclaimed, Wu Xingrui, Lin Zhongwei, you guys came just in time, help me.
Spunk. El kill him.
Right when Yi Yuan was suppressing the mountain-protecting grand array with the Myriad Realms mountain, Zhao Ding already asked all parties for help. At this time, these 2 finally arrived first. Wu Xingrui, two people could not help being stunned when they saw the desolation all over the mountain and dead bodies everywhere. Martial Secure Branch was wiped out by a grand completion Jade Sovereign Heaven. One had to know that the Martial Secure Branch was one of the strongest branches among the 15 branches. Zhao Ding was even a Middle Saint Sovereign Heaven mighty expert. Now, he actually failed to take down a grand completion Jade Sovereign Heaven. However, seeing Yi Yuan's astonishing speed, they understood very quickly. Okay, leave it to us. Wu Xingrui, two people exchanged a glance and immediately set off to intercept Yi Yuan. Zhao Ding laughed loudly and said, "Boy, this time, I'll see where you run." 2. One person could only follow behind Yi Yuan and eat dust. But these three great Saint Sovereign Heavens could shrink the encirclement and reduce Yi Yuan's escape routes. Coupled with Zhao Ding's powerful strength, surrounding and killing Yi Yuan was not impossible. Reaching the level of Saint Sovereign Heaven, one comprehended heaven and earth great Tao and shuttled through the void. The usefulness of spatial rule became significantly diminished. It was also that Yi Yuan's spatial rule was extremely strong. If it was any other Jade Sovereign Heaven, Zhao Ding would have smacked them to death with one slap. Seeing three great Saint Sovereign Heavens besieging, Yi Yuan did not panic. He gave a cold laugh, his figure advancing instead of retreating, and actually directly met with Lin Zhongwei. Zhao Ding's expression changed wildly, and he shouted, "He's going to use an Origin Divinity attack. Be careful." Origin Divinity attacks had a certain range limit. Therefore, Yi Yuan got close to Lin Zhongwei precisely in order to directly one-shot him. However, Yi Yuan also did not expect that the Pill Alliance's foundation was so deep to have actually cultivated Origin Divinity Defense Mystic Arts in advance. The Origin Divinity Defense Mystic Art that Li Chongqing personally took out was not some common ware. Otherwise, he would have long disseminated it. Getting the warning, Lin Zhongwei's expression changed wildly, and he immediately activated the mystic art. True Soul Explosion. Yi Yuan roared angrily, Origin Divinity power bursting. Buzz. Lin Zhongwei only felt his Origin Divinity burst, his entire person being stunned, standing there sluggishly. But he did not die. The Origin Divinity Defense Mystic Art took effect. Damn it! Yi Yuan cursed in a low voice, passing right through the forest. From Lin Zhongwei's direction, Zhao Ding and Wu Xingrui were chasing him too closely. He had no way of acting. He could kill Lin Zhongwei with one sword, but he would also have to die at the hands of Zhao Jian. Two people. Middle Saint Sovereign Heaven was no joke. Although Yi Yuan was currently powerful, he still had not reached the level of killing Middle Saint Sovereign Heavens. The gap between the realms was too big, but he really did not expect that the Pill Alliance actually had such a powerful Origin Divinity Defense Mystic Art. One had to know, his Origin Divinity Mystic Art originated from the divine emergence. Even if the other party had a physical body, he could still one-shot those in the same rank. But Lin Zhongwei forcefully blocked it. Yi Yuan was clear in his heart that this must be the sequela left behind from his battle with Yen Jadetru back then. This bunch of guys had likely all cultivated this secret technique. However, it was also that there were three people encircling and suppressing him this time. If there was only one person, it was not hard for him to kill the other party. Although this defense mystic art was strong, his offensive mystic art was stronger. Didn't they see that Lin Zhongwei's entire person was dazed after being bombarded? Ha ha ha! Consider yourselves lucky. I won't be playing with you all anymore this time. However, you guys have to guard your homes well. I'll come at any time. Yi Yuan laughed loudly and left just like that. Zhao Ding, two people could not catch up in time at all. If Yi Yuan wanted to kill people, they could naturally surround and kill. But if Yi Yuan wholeheartedly wanted to escape, they could not stop him at all. Lin Zhongwei also finally regained his senses at this time, but his eyes were still blank. What happened just now? Zhao Ding's expression was ugly to the extreme. Three Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses, including a middle Saint Sovereign Heaven among them, besieged a grand completion Jade Sovereign Heaven and actually still let the other party run away. This guy's origin divinity attack is so strong. Lin Zhongwei activated his defense, and he was actually still stunned by him. If fighting one-on-one, he'll kill you guys as easily as flipping his hand over, Zhao Ding said with a gloomy face. Wu Xingrui felt lingering fear too and said with a nod, "This boy's spatial rule is extremely strong, and his origin divinity attack is strange and unpredictable. Really difficult to deal with." Zhao Ding looked at the wrecked mountain pass gates and felt a headache. This boy probably won't give up just like that. You guys hurry back and set up defenses. I'll report back to the General Alliance now. What did you say? Lin Zhongwei activated the Vajra Dharma body and was actually still injured by his origin divinity attack. At the Pill Alliance, Li Chongqing suddenly stood up after hearing Zhao Ding's report. His eyes were full of shock. No one understood the prowess of the Vajra Dharma body, this origin divinity defense mystic art, better than him. Even across the entire Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven, this mystic art was sufficient to rank in the top 10 too. But Yi Yuan's origin divinity offensive mystic art was actually a level stronger. What did this indicate? This showed that the level of Yi Yuan's origin divinity offensive mystic art was higher than the Vajra Dharma body. In such a remote, rain-clear continent, where did such a formidable origin divinity mystic art come from? Originally, Li Chongqing did not care about Yi Yuan at all. But now, it was not up to him to not take him seriously anymore. Yi Yuan's origin divinity attack was so formidable. It meant that he could disregard the disparity in realm and kill Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses. The factions that he took great pains to nurture could crumble at any time. Not only that, Zhao Ding said in a solemn voice, he also has a grade 2 Grand Mist treasure in his hands, smashing the Grand Chaos Heavenly Gate formation with 3 hits. His fleshy body already reached half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven too. It's just that his divine essence realm doesn't seem to be stable enough yet. I feel that he might be using us as practice. A Jade Sovereign Heaven using Saint Sovereign Heavens to practice? Li Chongqing felt a little headache. He thought that this boy was already dead back then. Who knew that not only did he not die, he became even more troublesome after returning? If he was just an ordinary alchemy path genius, then forget it. But Yi Yuan was not only heaven-defying in alchemy Dao. His martial Dao was also unbelievably monstrous. This kind of opponent, anyone would feel a big headache. Action. After a long time, Li Chongqing snorted coldly and said, "Using Saint Exalt Heavens to practice? Humph! Does he really think that this Exalt is made of paper paste?" Half a month later at the Pill Alliance's Bright Sun branch, deep in the night, Yi Yuan disposed of the mountain-guarding disciples silently, passed through the Grand Chaos Heavenly Gate formation, and entered the mountain pass gates. Bright Sun Branch's alliance chief was called Guohuai, a middle stage lower Saint Sovereign Heaven. His strength could not be underestimated. Through the previous fight, Yi Yuan discovered that in the same rank, the Pill Alliance's Saint Sovereign Heavens were much stronger than Saint Exalt. Waycloud them all. This made Yi Yuan become curious about the Pill Alliance's origins. Mi Tian said that the origin divinity mystic art that Lin Zhongwei cultivated was called Vajra Dharma Body. This level of origin divinity mystic art, only the 33 Heavens top sect would have it. Although this defense mystic art was not as good as divine emergence, Yi Yuan's cultivation realm was too low. He really could not breach the other party's origin divinity defenses. It was also that Lin Zhongwei was too weak. If it was Zhao Ding, the effect of the origin divinity attack would be negligible. This made Yi Yuan greatly surprised. The rain-clear continent was isolated from the world. Even the alchemy development was lagging extremely behind. How could such a high-level origin divinity mystic art appear? Connecting it to the Pill Alliance's true-grade heavenly pills again, Yi Yuan guessed that this Pill Alliance's alliance chief, Li Chongqing probably came from a top sect outside of the Rain-Clear continent. If that was the case, then the faction behind the Pill Alliance was extremely terrifying. Of course, no matter how terrifying, it could not change Yi Yuan's determination to seek vengeance too. The Pill Alliance must be destroyed. Yi Yuan displayed spatial rule all the way, fumbling towards the main hall. The transmission array was set up there. In the Martial Secure branch, Yi Yuan's goal was not to kill people but to figure out the location of the transmission array. Since the various major branches were built uniformly, the rough construction was naturally about the same. Especially transmission array, this kind of important thing, it was definitely placed in the safest place. Where was the safest? It was naturally the main hall. This place had powerhouses plentiful like clouds. The Alliance chief was here, too. It was simply impossible for ordinary people to want to grope their way to the transmission array. But, by displaying spatial rule and borrowing the cover of the night, Yi Yuan fumbled his way in easily. Carefully passing through one restriction after another, Yi Yuan finally found where the transmission array was at. There were 4 Jade Sovereign Heavens waiting in full battle array ahead, standing guard over the transmission array. Yi Yuan laughed lightly, and his origin divinity suddenly erupted. True soul explosion. 4 Jade Sovereign Heavens virtually died at the same time. However, this eruption immediately triggered the restriction too. Who is it? To dare trespass my bright sun branch? Guohuai roared, reaching in a blink of an eye. However, it was already too late. Boom! The myriad realms mountain smashed straight towards the transmission array. The spatial passageway collapsed in an instant. Guohuai rushed over only to see a wrecked transmission array, and could not help turning greatly pale with fright. You're Yi Yuan. Guohuai looked at Yi Yuan with a look of fright. Yi Yuan grinned and said, "Relax. I won't use origin divinity attacks to kill you. Come, practice with me." Guohuai's expression turned cold, and he said with a sneer, "You want to borrow my hands to consolidate your realm? Ho-ho. Do you really think that Saint Sovereign Heavens are roadside cabbages? Heaven-breaking divine saber." His voice had yet to fade when Guohuai suddenly launched a sneak attack, cleaving over with a saber. The saber was swift to the extreme. Furthermore, the saber in his hand was even a grand missed treasure. In an instant, Yi Yuan felt that all of his paths of retreat had been sealed off. At this moment, Yi Yuan felt a powerful pressure. This Guohuai's saber intent already reached the realm of Great Tao. Transformation. Sure enough, the Pill Alliance's Saint Sovereign Heavens all had extraordinary strength. However, this was also precisely what he requested. Right away, the dragon's spring sword emerged with a howl and directly greeted, without retreating in the slightest. Jade Sovereign Heaven versus Saint Sovereign Heaven. Boom! The terrifying undulation directly blew the entire main hall up. The berserk heaven and earth spiritual energy startled the entire bright sun. Branch awake. Enemy attack. Alliance chief is fighting with the enemy. Amen? Why is the opponent a Jade Sovereign Heaven? He's Yi Yuan. So strong. This guy is just Jade Sovereign Heaven and he's actually fighting with Alliance chief until neither can get the upper hand. For a moment, Bright Sun Branch was shaken from top to bottom. They had never seen it before. A Jade Sovereign Heaven could actually fight fiercely with a Saint Sovereign Heaven. But today they witnessed it. The dragon spring sword turned into 108 flying swords at this moment, forming into an incomparably sharp sword formation. And Guohuai did not show weakness in the slightest, his unrestrained blade dancing until it was airtight. The two people went back and forth and actually directly blew the main peak up. Places that they passed through, the Pill Alliance's disciples were directly ground up by the force. They were unable to intervene in this level of battle at all. Guohuai's strength was extremely robust. It looked like they were meeting as equals, but in reality he was suppressing Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's sword intent was suppressed by Guohuai's crazed saber intent until he could not catch his breath. It was also that Guohuai was certain that he would die that caused him to erupt with an even greater combat power. He knew that once Yi Yuan used origin divinity attacks, he would only have one road, death. Rather than that, he might as well do everything in his power to suppress the opponent. What if the other party fumbled and got split into two by him? However, fighting with Yi Yuan, he was incomparably shocked in his heart. His great Tao transformation was just one law transformation. Furthermore, it stopped at the third form. But Yi Yuan's three laws transformation was actually already cultivated to late-stage fourth form. It was also precisely by relying on this that Yi Yuan was fighting with him, until neither could gain the upper hand. Guohuai mused, once Yi Yuan broke through to Saint Sovereign Heaven, then how horrifying would his combat power be? The more Guohuai fought, the more alarmed he became. It was because he detected that Yi Yuan's cultivation realm was becoming more and more consolidated. This guy's adaptability in the middle of battle was a little too formidable. Cultivation realm consolidating, Yi Yuan's sword formation became more and more solid. Previously, Guohuai's saber intent could still suppress Yi Yuan. But now, the two of them were really evenly matched. In fact, Yi Yuan already had faint signs of breaking through and gradually turned around to suppress him. This rate of improvement was simply outrageous to hear. "Hohu, you seem to be unable to suppress anymore," Yi Yuan said with a light laugh. The imposing aura on his body grew stronger and stronger. Guohuai was already unable to resist anymore. Guohuai's expression changed, and he said in horror, You're going to break through." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "To you guys, maybe breaking through to Saint Sovereign Heaven is an extremely difficult thing. But to me, it's merely something that will happen without effort. Now I'm already at grand completion, Jade Sovereign Heaven. Only this last step is missing." Above the void, the wind and clouds were already starting to fluctuate. Signs of a breakthrough had already begun. The shock in Guohuai's heart could not be any greater. He had never seen before a genius who broke through to Saint Sovereign Heaven so easily. Saint Sovereign Heaven was a massive hurdle. Even if one's talent was exceptional, they also needed sufficient accumulations before they could break through. But Yi Yuan did not need it at all. But right at this time, Yi Yuan's expression suddenly changed. A huge crisis surged in Yi Yuan's heart. At the same time, Guohuai's face revealed a look of greater shock than just now. It was because he felt it too. How is this possible? You're actually going to transcend tribulation already? Guohuai cried out involuntarily. Yes. In that instant just now, he felt the aura of Saint Sovereign Tao Tribulation. Yi Yuan actually triggered the Saint Sovereign Tao Tribulation at the juncture of breakthrough. This was simply inconceivable. The condition for Saint Sovereign Tao Tribulations to trigger was normally all calculated in years. Some people could only trigger it once every 10,000 years, but others could trigger it once every few thousand years. And the shorter the time indicated the greater the potential of this person. Saint Sovereign, it had never been heard of that someone triggered the Saint Sovereign Tao Tribulation when breaking through to Saint Sovereign Heaven. Guohuai felt like he was almost suffocating. Just what kind of a monster did the Pill Alliance provoke? Suddenly, Yi Yuan's figure swayed, and he stopped the fight. Guohuai looked toward Yi Yuan, fearful to the extreme. This guy was simply a human-shaped monster. Yi Yuan, who withdrew from battle, his aura suddenly stopped skyrocketing, as if being forcibly nipped in the bud. Guohuai's pupils constricted, and he said with a cold smile, "Yi Yuan, you're afraid. Triggering the Saint Sovereign Tao Tribulation when breaking through is unprecedented. Your Saint Sovereign Tao Tribulation must be very horrifying." Yi Yuan looked at Guohuai and said with a smile, "You're thinking too much. Suppressed my realm, not because I'm scared of the Saint Sovereign Tao Tribulation. It's just that I feel that this isn't the place to break through." Guohuai laughed loudly and said, "It's useless. Your talent has evoked heaven's jealousy. No matter where you break through, heavenly Tao will kill you." Yi Yuan was indifferent and said with a smile, Guohuai, you brought people to destroy Shangyu heavenly sect back then, slaughtering more than 5,000 people. In Shangyu heavenly sect, your sins are heinous. Originally I was planning on directly killing you, but now I've changed my mind. Guohuai's expression changed, secretly thinking that things were bad. But only to feel his head buzz, and he was dazed. Arg! When Guohuai woke up, he could not help crying out in pain. Yi Yuan already crippled his cultivation. Back then, Yi Yuan saved many martial secure heavenly sect disciples with the 100 poison formation, letting many disciples escape with their lives. But Shangyu heavenly sect did not have Yi Yuan. They got surrounded by the Pill Alliance, and their entire sect was massacred, blood flowing like rivers. And the main culprit was Guohuai. Yi Yuan naturally would not select targets at random. If he wanted to destroy the branches, he would also find the people who took action back then. Firstly, it was a probe. Secondly, it was also to avenge the 5 heavenly sects. The battle back then was really incomparably tragic. No, it should be that it was a one-sided massacre. Guohuai was one of the executioners. Guohuai's eyes turned bloodshot from anger, his eyes full of resentment as he let out a wild laugh and said, Yi Yuan, your talent is too terrifying, evoking heaven's jealousy. You'll definitely die. Even if you torment me, it won't change this fact too. Yi Yuan looked at Guohuai and said with a smile, Is that so? Then I'll give you a chance and let you see me being killed by the Saint Sovereign Tao. Tribulation. However, if I go to the Pill Alliance and lure a bunch of Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses and then I break through to call down the Saint Sovereign Tao tribulation, don't you think that it will be very interesting? When Guohuai heard that, his entire body could not help trembling. This guy was insane. Yi Yuan's Saint Sovereign Tao tribulation would definitely be extremely terrifying. If he broke through in the crowd, it would be equivalent to a moving bomb. The consequences were too ghastly to contemplate. You lunatic. Your Saint Sovereign Tao tribulation, if you prepare adequately, there's still a glimmer of hope. But if you really do this, you'll definitely die without a doubt. Guohuai said fearfully. Yi Yuan could not help laughing when he heard that and said, Whether or not I die, you'll know when the time comes. Finished saying, Yi Yuan carried the dead dog like Guohuai and left the bright sun branch. Very soon, a piece of news that shocked the 5 great heavenly regions spread. The heavens chosen of his generation, Yi Yuan, destroyed the bright sun branch with his power alone. Bright sun branch's jade sovereign heaven powerhouses, all were exterminated. Bright sun branch's alliance chief, Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouse Guohuai, was captured alive by Yi Yuan, his whereabouts unknown. What was even more shocking was that Yi Yuan was actually not a Saint Sovereign Heaven yet. This news is fake, right? How can a Jade Sovereign Heaven possibly defeat Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses? Yeah, this is also exaggerated too ridiculously. If you say that Yi Yuan was powerful and escaped from Guohuai's hands, I still believe it. But to say that Yi Yuan captured Guohuai alive, I don't believe it even if you beat me to death. What do you know? In the great battle that day there were thousands of Pill Alliance disciples watching the fight. Yi Yuan killed all of the Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses but gave the other disciples a way out. Everyone present can testify. There's still this matter? But how is this possible? For some time the people were all talking about this, especially the various major heavenly sects that were being ruled by the Pill Alliance. Their thoughts started stirring at this time. Finally, someone started provoking the Pill Alliance. These few years they lived like dogs. There was finally someone who started to resist. Furthermore, the resistance was even so sharp. One had to know, destroying a branch, this was absolutely a tremendous blow to the Pill Alliance. Especially a Saint Sovereign Heaven. This was not some cabbage. Each Saint Sovereign Heaven was a strategic power. One death had a great impact on the battle situation. In a secret place in Truyong Heavenly Domain, a group of Saint Sovereign Heavens was gathered here. Saint Exalt Waycloud laughed loudly and said, "Ha ha ha! Invigorating! Invigorating! That overweeningly arrogant Pill Alliance finally has someone to take care of them. Younger brother Yi is quiet when not making a move, but the moment he took action, it amazed the world with a single brilliant feat." Saint Exalt Pill Alliance said, "Guohuai isn't some random Tom, Dick, or Harry. His strength can rank in the top 3 among the Pill Alliance's lower Saint Sovereign Heavens. Younger brother Yi can actually capture him alive with his power alone." But Saint Exalt Skyfortune frowned and said, "But why didn't younger brother Yi kill him immediately? Also, he hasn't come to inform us until now. Could it be that he's planning on destroying the Pill Alliance by himself?" Saint Exalt Purple Sun shook his head and said, "I heard that younger brother Yi raided Bright Sun Branch in order to consolidate his realm. It looks like he's planning to break through to Saint Sovereign Heaven first. However, with his combat power after breaking through to Saint Sovereign Heaven, he might not be unable to fight with that Li Chongxing. But I'm very curious. What on earth is he planning to do by capturing Guohuai alive? I keep feeling that he's going to do something unexpected." Previous chapter. Next chapter. Report chapter. Is Guohuai a pig? A living person actually fumbled until he reached the transmission array, and Guohuai didn't even discover him. Within the Pill Alliance's main hall, Li Chongxing appeared somewhat exasperated. With the transmission array being destroyed, they were unable to support in time no matter how fast they were. By the time they rushed to Bright Sun Branch, there was only a dilapidated mountain pass gate left there already. Bright Sun Branch being leveled to the ground, this was not just the loss of a branch. The greater significance was affecting the rule of the Pill Alliance. It was not that the 5 great heavenly regions did not have Saint Sovereign Heavens. It was just that these people were all deterred by the Pill Alliance's might and did not dare to take any action. That was all. But now, Yi Yuan's face-slapping action already shook the foundation of the Pill Alliance's rule. Once danger erupted all round, it would not be easy to control. Below, a group of Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses were silent like cicadas. In winter, not daring to make a sound. Each and every one of them was extremely shocked too. No one expected that Yi Yuan could actually fumble his way to where the transmission array was located without a sound. One had to know, in this process, Yi Yuan had to face the mountain protecting Grand Array, had to face countless patrolling powerhouses, and even had to face many trigger restrictions. Any slip-ups and it would be impossible to accomplish. Yet Yi Yuan did it. "Search for me. Even if you dig 3 feet below the ground, you also have to find this punk for this chief," Li Chongxing said with a cold yell. "This General Alliance, that brat is all alone by himself and also proficient in spatial rule. He can't be found at all. After that boy destroyed the Bright Sun Branch, he completely vanished. We've already sent people out, but there isn't any news at all." The one who spoke was the Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouse that was in charge of the Pill Alliance's information gathering. He also had a massive headache. Now, Yi Yuan destroyed the Bright Sun Branch all alone by himself. Randomly, burrowing into some mountain or forest, it would be like searching for a needle in a haystack for them. Unless Yi Yuan willingly exposed himself, otherwise they had no way of taking action at all. Li Chongxing's expression turned cold, and he said in a solemn voice, "Then, you all stay in the transmission array passageways for me. As long as that punk shows his face, everyone immediately provides assistance. If there are any more accidents, you all will be held accountable." A month later, Yi Yuan's figure appeared in the sky above Marshall Secure Branch again. He was even carrying the dead dog-like Guohuai in his hand. In this 1 month's time, Yi Yuan had been preparing to transcend the tribulation. He had confidence in transcending the tribulation, but he must prepare amply. Ha ha ha! Little bastard, see if you still don't die this time. Guohuai had blood in his mouth as he laughed miserably. In this 1 month, he had been by Yi Yuan's side. That sort of vague sense of danger made him close to despair. Even he, this outsider, felt the horrifying crisis. It went even more without saying for Yi Yuan himself.
Bang!
Yi Yuan ignored him and directly threw Guo Huai to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. He even conveniently sealed his throat, making him unable to speak. Zhao Ding, come out and prepare to die.
Ye Yuan shouted louder.
Swoosh! Zhao Ding appeared in front of Yi Yuan right away. Seeing Guo Huai's miserable appearance, the corners of Zhao Ding's mouth could not help twitching slightly. Guo Huai was very strong, breaking through to Middle Saint Sovereign Heaven in. The future was virtually a sure bet. Now he was actually directly crippled. Yi Yuan, you actually still dare to come? Zhao Ding said in a solemn voice. Is there anywhere in this world that I don't dare to go to? Since I came once, I naturally dare to come a second time. What can you do to me?
Ye Yuan
said coolly. Zhao Ding smiled coldly and said, in front of this exalt you can only cover your head and scurry away. You're merely a gutless coward. Yi Yuan was goading Yi Yuan, buying time. During this period of time, all the Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses had been guarding beside the transmission arrays. When he came out just now, he had already sent the news out. Right now, all of the Pill Alliance's Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses were currently gathering over here. As long as Yi Yuan was surrounded, even if he had exceedingly formidable abilities, he would definitely die beyond a doubt too. Yi Yuan seemed to be unable to stand the goading and said with a cold smile, such a clumsy goading technique? Do you think that I can't tell? Hoo-hoo. Today, I'll fight with you. So what if Middle Saint Sovereign Heaven? Zhao Ding laughed loudly when he heard that and said, brat, you dare to face this exalt head-on. This exalt will kill you in 10 exchanges. Facing Yi Yuan, he did not dare to shoot his mouth off either. Yi Yuan's movement technique was too fierce. Even in a frontal battle, he could forget about killing Yi Yuan in a few moves. To be able to make Zhao Ding say such words, the Martial Secure Branch also exclaimed in amazement at Yi Yuan's strength. One had to know Jade Sovereign Heavens were like ants in front of a Middle Saint Sovereign Heaven. However, seeing that Yi Yuan did not have the intention of escaping, Zhao Ding was overjoyed in his heart. This brat really had no idea of death or danger. There was no need to have too many. As long as 5 Saint Sovereign Heavens arrived, even if Yi Yuan had spatial rule, he could forget about escaping too. Zhao Ding was secretly rejoicing, but Guo Huai in front of the mountain pass gates was struggling endlessly. He wanted to inform Zhao Ding to hurry up and retreat, but he struggled until his face turned completely red, and he could not speak either. Present, he was already a cripple. No one from the Pill Alliance came to acknowledge him. He could only be anxious but unable to do anything. Hoo-hoo? Is that so? Zhao Ding, you and I have a deep enmity like the sea. Today, I'll kill you in front of Martial Secure's mountain pass gates to pay homage to the Martial Secure heavenly sect's dead souls that had passed on. Yi Yuan had his palm out. The Myriad Realms mountain already appeared in his hand. Feeling the powerful undulations coming off of the Myriad Realms mountain, Zhao Ding revealed a solemn expression too. Swoosh! Yi Yuan was not long-winded either, arriving not far from Zhao Ding with a flash, his movement technique even faster than thought. True soul explosion! Yi Yuan roared loudly, casting an Origin Divinity attack straight away. Buzz! Zhao Ding was on guard long ago and already activated the Vajra Dharma body. But, even so, his Origin Divinity still felt the explosion-like attack, his entire person coming to a standstill for an instant. What Yi Yuan wanted was this instant. At this time, the Myriad Realms mountain in his hand had already accumulated momentum and was awaiting release. At the first moment he executed the Origin Divinity attack, it smashed toward Zhao Ding. After a momentary lapse, an intense sense of crisis welled up in Zhao Ding's heart. Virtually instinctively, he escaped into the void. Boom! The place where Zhao Ding was standing The void exploded. The terrifying undulation shocked the Martial Secure Branch's disciples until they fell flat on their backs. And at the same time, Yi Yuan's expression changed greatly too. An extremely dangerous aura coming from behind. He immediately escaped into the void without turning his head back. Bang! The place where Yi Yuan was standing exploded with a loud bang. Yi Yuan tasted sweetness in his throat and immediately spurted a mouthful of fresh blood, already sustaining serious injuries. A jade ornament emitted a faint light in Zhao Ding's hand. This jade ornament was precisely a grand missed treasure. Zhao Ding had long already hidden the jade ornament in the void in order to plot against Yi Yuan. After Yi Yuan came over, he suddenly launched a sneak attack. Fortunately, Yi Yuan's reaction was extremely fast. Otherwise, he would have directly kicked the bucket with this. However, Zhao Ding felt awful too. His aura was very disorderly. Clearly, he had suffered light injuries too. Even if he evaded the Myriad Realms Mountain's blow, the power of a Grade 2 Grand Mist treasure transmitted into the void too, injuring Zhao Ding. It was just that the two people's realms were different. Their defensive strength naturally had a great disparity too. In the time it took for sparks to fly off a piece of flint, the two people exchanged a blow. They were evenly matched. At virtually the same time, the two people stuffed a heavenly pill into their mouths. The two people's injuries were rapidly recovering. The Pill Alliance never lacked heavenly pills. After Yi Yuan ended the Bright Sun branch, he seized a large batch of heavenly medicines and heavenly pills too. At this time, his wallet plumped up again. Middle Saint Sovereign Heaven, merely thus. Yi Yuan looked at Zhao Ding, smilingly coldly without ceasing. Zhao Ding's expression was ugly as he said with a cold snort. Merely borrowing an external force, that's all. What's there to be smug about? The power of a Grade 2 Grand Mist treasure is great, but how many times can you deploy it? He was unyielding verbally, but Zhao Ding's back broke out into a cold sweat. Yi Yuan's origin divinity attack was too strong. Even he had a momentary lapse. Too. Just now, the combined attack of Yi Yuan's spatial rule origin divinity attack plus Myriad Realms Mountain was swift until it made people feel asphyxiated. If he was slower by half a beat, he would have been crushed into minced meat by the Myriad Realms Mountain currently. Wouldn't you know if you try it out for yourself? Today either you die or I perish. Yi Yuan laughed coldly, his figure moving out again. Boom! The void trembled again. The terrifying aftershock directly shocked everyone. Some low-level disciples could already detect it even from afar. There were 3 Saint Sovereign Heaven Powerhouse who had already arrived but remained in hiding. They did not show themselves. He smiled coldly in his heart but was unmoved on the surface. Dealing with Zhao Ding, Yi Yuan deployed the Myriad Realms Mountain. His energy was being rapidly consumed. But before coming, he had already prepared enough heavenly pills. Swallowing true-grade heavenly pills crazily in the midst of fierce fighting. To make up for the fierce consumption of divine essence. Seeing Yi Yuan eating so many true-grade heavenly pills like candy, Zhao Ding cursed heavily in his heart too. Too freaking extravagant. Even in the Pill Alliance, Grade 4 true-grade heavenly pills were extremely precious things too. In the Pill Alliance, there were really not many who could refine Grade 4 true-grade heavenly pills. Furthermore, the success rate was extremely low. Especially this kind of consumable-type true-grade heavenly pill, the distribution was extremely strict. Nobody could utilize Grade 4 heavenly pills as efficiently as Yi Yuan, and there was naturally no one who was so extravagant too. As for Zhao Ding, he was a Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses himself and needed to consume Grade 5 heavenly pills. True grade was a luxury. Even Alliance Chief Li Chongqing could not refine it either. Grade 5 heavenly pills were naturally even more precious because of heavenly medicines. Even Zhao Ding did not have many Grade 5 heavenly pills on him either. The two people exchanged more than 10 rounds in a row, shocking until the entire Martial Secure Branch was trembling incessantly. Yi Yuan was dyed in blood from head to toe. Zhao Ding was no better as well. The power of the Myriad Realms mountain was too strong. Even if it was being swept by the aftershock, his injuries were not light either. He was not as extravagant as Yi Yuan, eating true-grade heavenly pills like candy. He could only rely on himself to forcefully resist. And unknowingly, 13 Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses already gathered in the Martial Secure branch. Apart from the Bright Sun branch, the other branches' alliance chiefs have all arrived. Each and every one of them was also dumbstruck with shock when they saw these two people's battle. This guy, if he were to keep fighting like this, he could exhaust Zhao Ding to death. Are true-grade heavenly pills so worthless? It was indeed an incomparably correct decision for the General Alliance to want to destroy the Pill Pavilion back then. Otherwise now our Pill Alliance likely won't have the day where we can hold our heads up anymore. This kid has likely already surpassed the General Alliance in Alchemy Dao. These Pill Alliance's Saint Sovereign Heavens, there were many who were grade 5 heavenly alchemists. They knew that grade 4 heavenly medicines were not cabbages. Even if it was these conventional heavenly medicines, they were very precious. 2. The fact that Yi Yuan could take out so many true-grade heavenly pills, it could only mean that his utilization of heavenly medicines was extremely high. These grade 5 heavenly alchemists and even the Alliance head Li Chongqing had to bow down in defeat in front of Yi Yuan too. While talking, 13 Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses already completed the encirclement against Yi Yuan. Boom! The two people exchanged more than 10 moves frenziedly. Zhao Ding finally could not hold on anymore and spurted a mouthful of fresh blood wildly. The current Zhao Ding had a disorderly aura, in a state of disarray. Yi Yuan swallowed a few heavenly pills, his aura recovering rapidly. Looking at Zhao Ding from a distance, he sneered and said, "It's been 15 moves. You failed to kill me but got seriously injured by me instead. Where has your boasting previously gone to now?" Zhao Ding suddenly let out a wild laugh and said, "Brat, you're very strong, but do you think that this Exalt would have a fair fight with you? I'll come on. Out." The void trembled. More than 10 powerful auras stepped out into the air. After these people appeared, their auras locked onto Yi Yuan from afar. As long as Yi Yuan moved, they would deal a fatal blow. Yi Yuan's gaze turned sharp, discovering an acquaintance in the crowd. Huangfu Cloudthink. Back then, Martial Secure Heavenly Sect Master Feng Shuani died. Precisely at his hands. He did not expect that, after not seeing for 100 years, Huangfu Cloudthink already broke through to the realm of Saint Sovereign Heaven too. But thinking about it, there was nothing strange too. What the Pill Alliance lacked the least was heavenly pills. A half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven breaking through to Saint Sovereign Heaven was all too normal. Feeling Yi Yuan's gaze, Huangfu Cloudthink smiled and said, "Long time no see. Yi Yuan, I really didn't expect that after not seeing for 100 years you actually already possess the strength to kill Saint Sovereign Heavens. However, it's useless. The Pill Alliance's strength is beyond your imagination. You're presently all alone by yourself without any backing. Just based on a bit of hot-blooded courage, you still want to seek revenge." Clearly, Huangfu Cloudthink felt that he had already cornered Yi Yuan and did not care about Yi Yuan's gaze at all. It was just that he did not notice that amidst the dust in the distant mountain, a figure was currently burning with anxiety. He wanted to speak but could not. These dozen over Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses had already fallen into a huge crisis without knowing. Yi Yuan looked at Huangfu Cloudthink and said with a cold smile, "You came just in time. Today, I can round you all up in one fell swoop." Huangfu Cloudthink shook his head and could not help laughing as he said, "Yi Yuan, you're very strong. You're also extremely talented, but you're too eager for revenge. If you cultivated to middle Saint Sovereign Heaven, you might have hope for revenge. But now, facing so many Saint Sovereign Heavens, you dare to say to round us all up in one fell swoop too." One of the Alliance chiefs said disdainfully, "A fool who overestimates his own ability." A puny little jade sovereign heaven really thinks that by relying on a grade 2 grand miss treasure, he'll be able to get revenge. Alliance head is on his way too. His methods are simply beyond your imagination. Alliance head already said to leave you to him. You prepare to bear Alliance head's wrath. In the eyes of these alliance chiefs, Yi Yuan's words were simply laughably childish. A measly little jade sovereign heaven actually dared to threaten so many saint sovereign heavens. So what if he possessed a grade 2 grand miss treasure? So what if he could jump realms and battle? The Pill Alliance did not have just one saint sovereign heaven, let alone that there was also an unfathomable Li Chongqing. Ha ha ha. Yi Yuan looked at the group of saint sovereign heavens that was posturing and could not resist bursting into laughter. On your deathbed and you still can laugh. Zhao Ding snickered and said. Yi Yuan smiled and said, deathbed? Aha, yeah, you guys are on your deathbeds and you're actually still in the mood to posture here. I really can't refrain from finding it hilarious. Guohuai, you come and tell them, are they facing imminent death or not? As he said, Yi Yuan fired out a stream of divine essence, and Guohuai's seal was immediately released. The saint sovereign heavens present had baffled faces. They really did not notice Guohuai. After Guohuai was released from the seal, he shouted with all his strength, run, quickly run. He's going to transcend Saint Sovereign Tao tribulation. Run. These Saint Sovereign heavens had baffled faces. Transcend Saint Sovereign Tao tribulation? This guy wouldn't have been beaten silly by Yi Yuan, right? What Saint Sovereign Tao tribulation would a jade sovereign heaven be? Transcending? Guohuai, you go and take a rest. Your head is beaten until it's spoiled. Yi Yuan, he said that you're going to transcend Saint Sovereign Tao tribulation. Why don't you transcend it and broaden our horizons? Ha ha ha. The Saint Sovereign heavens laughed loudly without ceasing. They could tell that Guohuai had already completely become a cripple and could not be saved anymore. If it were not for this, they also would not have failed to discover Guohuai. Until now, there was naturally no one who dared to make fun of a powerhouse. But now, no one would care about him. When Guohuai heard everyone's derision, he struggled endlessly on the ground, in a panic and roared wildly, he's really going to transcend tribulation. When he fought with me, he was going to break through already. The reason why he wanted to suppress his realm is to lure you guys out and use the Saint Sovereign Tao tribulation to perish together with you all. Fools, why haven't you hurry up and run? Hearing Guohuai's roar at the top of his voice, some people started frowning. Those present were not fools. Although what Guohuai said was inconceivable, it still aroused some people's vigilance. Previously, they all felt that Yi Yuan was too impulsive, coming to seek revenge after acquiring a precious treasure. But thinking carefully now, something did not seem to be quite right. However, Yi Yuan did not let them hesitate for too long. Ho-hoo! Since you guys want to broaden your horizons, then satisfy you all. At this moment, he completely released his realm suppression. A horrifying aura shot straight to the sky. Auspicious omens orbited above the void. But at the same time, tribulation clouds that made people's hearts palpitate soon condensed. Crisis. Huge crisis. The Tao tribulation aura coming from above the sky made their expressions change abruptly. The Saint Sovereign heavens present, apart from a minority, had virtually all transcended Saint Sovereign Tao tribulations before. But no one among them had ever brought down such a terrifying Saint Sovereign
Tao tribulation.
Lightning was hidden above the clouds. They already felt asphyxiated. This is really the Saint Sovereign Tao tribulation. How is this possible? He has incurred heaven's envy. The Saint Sovereign Tao tribulation will definitely be earth-shattering. What a terrifying aura. I feel like I almost can't breathe anymore. Just how many law tribulations did this guy call down? In reality, Yi Yuan was also greatly surprised by the power of this Saint Sovereign Tao tribulation. The terrifying aura coming from above the ninth heaven also shocked him quite a bit. Roar! 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 An illusion true dragon was traversing back and forth above the ninth heaven. The blood in Yi Yuan's body all started boiling at this moment. In virtually an instant, his fleshy body directly crossed this major hurdle, and reached the realm of Saint Sovereign Heaven, while his divine essence also skyrocketed at this moment. Yi Yuan's inner world seemed to have fused into one with heaven and earth at this moment. One great Tao rule after another was displayed in front of Yi Yuan. Breaking through to Saint Sovereign Heaven was a sublimation and also a great
lucky chance.
At the time of the breakthrough, it was an opportunity to come into contact with heavenly Tao at close range. This feeling was indescribably mysterious. Yi Yuan felt that his soul had completely sublimated. What it brought was a surge in strength. Damn it! How can this boy be so monstrous? Bringing down Saint Sovereign Tao. Tribulation when breaking through? It's unheard of since ancient times. Quickly run. What are you still in a daze for? Zhao Ding bellowed, his figure suddenly disappearing from where he was. Only then did the others recover from the shock, feeling a chill run down their spines. Without the slightest hesitation, everyone fled swiftly at the same time. Only know how to run now? Too late. It was only to see Yi Yuan take a step out, catching up to Huangfu Cloudthink. Virtually in an instant, Huangfu Cloudthink's head went buzzing, and he was completely dazed. Freaking hell! Don't chase me. He wished to give himself 2 tight slaps now. Why did he provoke Yi Yuan earlier? Why did he have to attract attention among so many Saint Sovereign Heavens? If he had kept a lower profile, maybe Yi Yuan would not have chosen him. But it was too late to say anything now. It was because the Saint Sovereign Tao tribulation had already descended. Crack! A bolt of lightning cut across the sky as if splitting the sky into 2. Yi Yuan felt his scalp tingle too. Without the slightest hesitation, he took out the Myriad Realms mountain. Boom! Lightning fell. An indiscriminate attack. The attack range of this lightning tribulation was extremely broad. Those Saint Sovereign Heavens had not escaped very far and were directly squeezed out of the void by the oppression of Great Tao. Boo, boo, boo. Even if they were not in the center of the storm, the group of Saint Sovereign Heavens also felt their mind trembling heavily, fresh blood spurting wildly from their mouths. The Huangfu Cloudthink, who was nearest to Yi Yuan, was miserable. He did not enter Saint Sovereign Heaven for a long time to begin with. His strength was not considered very strong in Saint Sovereign Heaven. This strike directly knocked him down from midair, only to see fresh blood rushing out of his mouth wildly like a waterfall. While on this side, the faint earth-yellow halo emitted from the Myriad Realms mountain wrapped Yi Yuan up. Boom! Lightning fell. Yi Yuan was directly slammed underground like a cannonball. Yi Yuan felt his eyes spin, his entire person feeling like his skeletal frame had fallen apart. The power of this Saint Sovereign Tao tribulation was a little too strong. However, he had the protection of the Myriad Realms mountain and was much better than Huangfu Cloudthink. Huangfu Cloudthink did not die, but his entire person was curled up on the ground, twitching incessantly. With one strike, he only had half his life remaining. Zhao Ding took a look at the void in astonishment and then looked at Yi Yuan, muttering under his breath, N9 Laws Tao Tribulation. 9 Laws Tao Tribulation. It's the legendary 9 Laws Tao Tribulation. F** King Hell. Too terrifying. This boy actually brought down 9 Laws Tao Tribulation. Quickly run. If you're caught up to by this brat, you'll be dead for sure. In Yi Yuan's sea of consciousness, Mi Tian was cursing Yi Yuan heavily too, saying, You scoundrelly brat, you're messing around too much. Who transcends a 9 Laws Tao tribulation like you? Do you not want your freaking life anymore? Mi Tian suddenly felt that this boy might just torment him to death one day. His dream of returning home likely could not come true anymore. What's 9 Law Tao tribulation? Yi Yuan said blankly. He really had no concept of Saint Sovereign Tao tribulation. Mi Tian snorted coldly and said, That lightning tribulation just now, how many kinds of rule undulations did you feel? Yi Yuan was taken aback and said, "It seems to be 9. The reason why the lightning tribulation earlier was terrifying was that it fused 9 kinds of power of rules. Yi Yuan wielded the myriad realms mountain. Logically speaking, transcending. The Saint's sovereign Tao tribulation was like playing. But now he was seriously wounded with one strike. Clearly, this Tao tribulation was extraordinary. The first time ordinary Saint sovereign heavens transcend their tribulation. What they bring down is all one law Tao tribulations. Some stronger ones will bring down 2 laws Tao tribulations. Even in a major sect like the Labyrinth. Divine Palace, the top Saint sovereign heaven disciples can at most only bring down 7 laws or 8 laws Tao tribulations too. You actually, King, brought down 9 laws. 9 is the extreme of numbers, each Saint sovereign Tao tribulation, the power of rules that descends won't exceed this number. But those who reach this number are all monsters among monsters, prodigies. That even heavenly Tao is jealous of. You scoundrel, you really incurred heaven's envy. Tian gnashed his teeth hatefully and could not refrain from swearing. He knew that this boy was monstrous but did not think that he was monstrous. Until such a degree. When he got the news, Li Chongqing was currently cultivating. He sneered coldly in response to this. Young people really can't retain composure. Having a bit of strength and he's already thinking of taking revenge. Little did he imagine what kind of character he, Li Chongqing, was. To Li Chongqing, he looked down on the martial Tao powerhouses on this continent. This place was merely a wilderness land of grand bright jade complete heaven. The people here were backward in their martial Tao and their alchemy Tao. Withered. He came here to save this world. Therefore, he wanted to be this continent's king and be worshipped by thousands. A jumping clown like Yi Yuan, he did not take him seriously at all. He, Li Chongqing, came from one of Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven 7. Great Hegemon level Holy Land, the extreme medicine sect, his alchemy path. Strength reaching the acme of perfection, and his trump cards being numerous. A mere ascender, how could he really treat Yi Yuan seriously? Li Chongqing's figure flashed, and he vanished from where he was. In the next second, he entered the transmission array. Boom! Li Chongqing had just come out of the transmission array and only felt a blur. Before his eyes, 2 figures rushed over. A horrifying to the extreme heavenly lightning suddenly descended. Li Chongqing's hair stood on its end. A great sense of danger welling up in his heart. Without the slightest hesitation, Li Chongqing shuttled through the void. Immediately, but he discovered that the void seemed to be frozen at this moment. He was unable to teleport. However, he still displayed his movement technique and left where he was at the fastest speed. Boom! The transmission array exploded with a loud bang. Li Chongqing only felt his entire body turn numb. Tasting sweetness at the back of his throat, a mouth of blood spurted out. King Hell. What happened? This exalt came to kill people. Before I even saw the person, I got injured by an explosion. Amen? Hang on. This seems to be a Saint Sovereign Tao tribulation? It was even a 9 laws Tao tribulation. Li Chongqing shuddered, thinking to himself which great deity was overcoming his tribulation here. One had to know this grand completion Saint Sovereign Heaven Super powerhouse had only transcended 8 laws Tao tribulation until now. Li Chongqing had overcome a total of 4 Saint Sovereign Tao tribulations. Each time it would increase by 2 laws. It was not that there were no 9 laws Tao tribulation, but those who could transcend 9 laws Tao tribulations, they were all super powerhouses among their peers. 3 laws each time, 9 laws on the 3rd time. Those who could transcend 9 laws Tao tribulation were all the most outstanding figures in Saint Sovereign Heaven. When did such a powerhouse appear in the rain-clear continent? He actually did not know. The 9 laws Tao tribulation that existed in the legends referred to the first Saint Sovereign Tao tribulation. But Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses generally overcame more than one tribulation. Over a few accumulations, 9 laws were still achievable. There was no time to think too much. Li Chongqing immediately spread his divine sense out and observed the situation. The moment he looked, he could not help drawing a cold breath. All over the hills and valleys, it was a stretch of scorched earth, a figure chased after a group of Saint Sovereign Heavens, scurrying everywhere. The scene was chaotic to the extreme. Of the 14 Saint Sovereign Heavens, there were only 9 left now. These 9 were also lingering on with one last breath and could not live for long. That's
Ye Yuan.
it's him who's transcending the Saint Sovereign Tao. Tribulation? Isn't he Jade Sovereign Heaven? Why did he transcend Saint Sovereign Tao Tribulation? Could it be he brought down the Saint Sovereign Tao Tribulation the moment he broke through? It was fine if he did not think, but the moment he thought about it, he gave himself a fright. Bringing down 9 laws Tao Tribulation when breaking through, what kind of monster was this? Maybe the topmost level monsters among the 7 great holy lands had the qualifications to draw down 9 laws Tao Tribulation. Could it be that this boy already reached the level of the 7 great holy lands apex monsters? How was this possible? As a former hegemon level Holy Lands disciple, Li Chongqing knew all too well how terrifying such a monster was. He had always had a high and mighty attitude towards this continent's martial artists, but now Yi Yuan actually surpassed him? No, using surpass to describe was not appropriate. If Yi Yuan was the falcon cleaving the sky, then he was a puddle of mud on the ground. Such an existence, as long as they did not die, they were very likely to step into hegemon realm in the future. Amen? That's
Li Chongqing.
He's actually a grand completion saint. Sovereign heaven powerhouse. Yi Yuan noticed the fish that was implicated just now too. The other parties' movement technique and strength far surpassed the others. Earlier, Zhao Ding wanted to slip away through the transmission array. And he was caught up to by Yi Yuan. Right at this time, Li Chongqing came out of the transmission array. With this, there was a full collision. However, it was spread outside that Li Chongqing was an upper Saint Sovereign Heaven. He did not expect that Li Chongqing actually was not. This guy already reached grand completion Saint Sovereign Heaven.
Ye Yuan secretly rejoiced.
Luckily, the Saint Sovereign Tao Tribulation was called down. Otherwise, if he was not careful, he would really suffer a big loss. A grand completion Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouse, the strength was far from what an upper Saint Sovereign Heaven could compare to. But since he came, then he could accompany him to overcome the tribulation. Together, swoosh, Yi Yuan lunged and headed to Li Chongqing this side. Li Chongqing felt his scalp tingle, and he cursed, "Boy, you're courting death. This exalt will definitely kill you today." As he said, Li Chongqing already displayed his movement technique and fled. The power of a 9 laws Tao Tribulation was too terrifying. One should not look at how he had overcome an 8 laws Tao Tribulation. 9 laws Tao Tribulation and 8 laws Tao Tribulation were 2 totally different concepts. 9 was the extremity of numbers. 8 laws to 9 laws, this was a process of quantitative change to qualitative change. However, Yi Yuan already broke through to Saint Sovereign Heaven at this time. Him who had comprehended heavenly Tao and combined it with spatial rule, his speed was unbelievably fast. Coupled with that, Li Chongqing was unable to teleport. Yi Yuan caught up to Li Chongqing in virtually a blink of an eye. Li Chongqing, get to know 9 laws Tao Tribulation. Even you haven't seen this thing before too, right? Yi Yuan said with a loud laugh. At the same time, a bolt of heavenly lightning fell from the 9th heaven. Li Chongqing's expression changed greatly, aware that he could not escape it. Yi Yuan's movement technique was extremely fast. He was only less than 300 feet away from him. Li Chongqing did not have time to think too much. A small golden sword in his hand immediately dangled above his head. A ray of golden light covered his entire body. Boom! The 9 laws heavenly lightning fell. Yi Yuan and Li Chongqing, 2 people, were directly blown away. Yi Yuan spurted a mouthful of fresh blood wildly and immediately swallowed a True grade heavenly pill. This heavenly pill was a true grade heavenly imperial pill, a sacred healing medicine. Yi Yuan used heavenly medicines found only on the Myriad Demons Mountain and refined 13. Now, he already swallowed 8 in order to transcend the tribulation. If not for these heavenly pills, he would really be in danger this time. After breaking through grade 4 heavenly pills, even if they were true, grade heavenly pills was unable to quickly recover his injuries anymore too. Seeing Yi Yuan swallow a true grade heavenly imperial pill, Li Chongqing's 2 eyes turned blood red. This guy was actually able to refine grade 4 true grade heavenly imperial pills already. Swoosh! Taking advantage of the fact that the Tao tribulation was still condensing, Li Chongqing forcefully suppressed the injuries on his body, urging the small golden sword in his hand to fly straight for Yi Yuan. This small golden sword was shockingly a grade 2 grand mist treasure. Yi Yuan was alarmed. There was no time to think too much. He immediately deployed the Myriad Realms Mountain and confronted it. Boom! A terrifying energy burst. Yi Yuan was directly blown away, but the small golden sword was bounced back, the golden light dimming a lot at once. Li Chongqing's expression changed wildly. Similarly, a grade 2 grand mist treasure, and yet his small golden sword was actually so much worse than the Myriad Realms Mountain.
Li Chongqing.
Being ambushed, Yi Yuan was instantly enraged. Swallowing another 2 heavenly pills, he flew straight for Li Chongqing. And at this time, another bolt of heavenly lightning fell. Boom! The place that Li Chongqing was standing exploded with a loud bang. The 2 people were blown away once more. The light on Li Chongqing's small golden sword dimmed once again. The corners of his mouth twitched heavily, feeling his flesh hurt. A grade 2 grand mist treasure was not some cabbage. After a few Tao tribulations, fine cracks had already appeared on his little golden sword. He had the intention of shaking off Yi Yuan, but Yi Yuan did not give him the chance to do so at all. He had to drag him into the water at the risk of heavy injuries too. While the other Saint Sovereign Heavens secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Li Chongqing's appearance saved their lives. Otherwise now they would have long died. 9 Laws Tao tribulation was too terrifying. Only Li Chongqing could barely manage to withstand it. Bolts of tribulations fell. Li Chongqing was bombarded until he bled from all 7 orifices, his appearance utterly tragic. Of course, Yi Yuan was even more miserable than him. Even with the protection of the Myriad Realms Mountain, Yi Yuan was still bombarded until flesh and blood scattered everywhere. His breathing barely perceptible. However, no matter how miserable he was, he had to drag Li Chongqing along, too. Except what made Li Chongqing depressed was that his little golden sword already could not almost hold on anymore. But the Myriad Realms Mountains light seemed to be growing stronger and stronger. The Myriad Realms Mountain actually became more and more refined under the bombardment of the Tao tribulation. This was too freaking aggravating. Similarly, a grade 2 grand mist treasure. But why would it be like this? Boom! Crack! The Tao tribulation fell. The small golden sword directly fragmented. Li Chongqing felt as if he heard the sound of his heart shattering. This Alliance Head's Li Chong's sword actually shattered. Why is Yi Yuan's small mountain completely fine? Not only is it fine, but its power also seems to have improved even more. Similarly, a grade 2 grand mist treasure. But why is the difference so big? The Saint Sovereign Heavens had baffled faces. And right at this time, the true dragon illusion above the void gave a long howl, burrowing into Yi Yuan's body. The terrifying tribulation clouds dissipated without a trace. The 9 Laws Tao tribulation finally ended. He really succeeded in transcending the tribulation. Guohuai looked at Yi Yuan and muttered to himself. This was a 9 Laws Tao tribulation. Not only did this guy not die, he even turned the Pill Alliance upside down. Unwillingness. Guohuai carried a strong unwillingness and died. TSK? The quality of your grade 2 grand mist treasure is lacking. Why did it shatter after being smitten a few times by Tao tribulation.
Ye Yuan.
Swallowed his last healing heavenly imperial pill and shook his head as he said with a sigh. These words were very sarcastic. The current Li Chongqing had green veins throbbing, glaring with wide eyes. If looks could kill, Yi Yuan would have long died 1,000 times, 10,000 times over. I'm going to kill you, Yi Yuan. Li Chongqing stepped into the air. An additional long sword appeared in his hand. However, this long sword was just a grade 1 grand miss treasure. Li Chongqing released his aura fully. A sword that tore across the air. Chopped over. It was as if the void was being cleaved apart by him. An aura of death hit him head-on. 8 Gates Life Extermination Sword. But the current Yi Yuan did not evade, saying with a cold smile, having broken through to Saint Sovereign Heaven, do you think that I still run? Myriad Realms Mountain. Break for me. With a thought, Yi Yuan's divine essence injected into the Myriad Realms Mountain crazily. The Myriad Realms Mountain erupted with rays of brilliant light at once and met with Li Chongqing's sword with a whoosh. Boom! The sword light directly collapsed and dissipated under the Myriad Realms Mountain's brutal collision. Li Chongqing spurted out a large mouthful of blood with a cough and was actually directly smashed flying out. Yi Yuan suffered some backlash but was fine. Everyone was dumbfounded with shock. The Yi Yuan who broke through to Saint Sovereign Heaven was actually powerful. To such an extent, the lower Saint Sovereign Heaven Yi Yuan directly smashed the grand completion. Saint Sovereign Heaven Li Chongqing flying. Ha! Li Chongqing, you destroyed my martial secure heavenly sect. Today it's time for a blood feud to be paid in blood. Yi Yuan looked at Li Chongqing and said with a sneer, the 9 laws Tao tribulation earlier shattered Li Chongqing's grade 2 grand miss treasure, causing him rather severe injuries. Meanwhile, Yi Yuan broke through to Saint Sovereign Heaven. Under the nourishment of heavenly Tao and the effect of true grade heavenly pills, his injuries recovered rapidly. Furthermore, after the 9 laws Tao tribulation's tempering, the Myriad Realms Mountain became even more refined, and its power was even greater. When one was weakened, the other would be stronger. Yi Yuan's strength suppressed the grand completion Saint Sovereign Heaven Li Chongqing instead. Li Chongqing's expression was livid. Firing out several talismans from his hands, he shouted coldly, 8 legions war generals, show yourselves. Boom! Several talismans exploded with a loud bang, forming a spatial passageway. 8 figures walked out of the spatial passageway. These 8 people were all embedded in a golden yellow armor, imposing and domineering. Furthermore, these 8 people were actually all the same Middle Saint, Sovereign Heaven. Some already reached peak Middle Saint Sovereign Heaven. When Zhao Ding saw the scene, he could not resist letting out a loud laugh as he said, Yi Yuan, you dare to challenge my pill alliance, even if you broke through to Saint Sovereign Heaven, so what? Could it be that you alone are a match for the dozen over of us? Today you'll surely die. Zhao Ding was smitten twice by Tao tribulation and was incredibly wretched. Fortunately, he had some heavenly pills on him. At this time, his injuries recovered considerably. Just now, under the Tao tribulation, 6 of them died. There were only 8 people left now. Adding in these 8 legions war generals and Li Chongqing, it was 17 people. With 17 great Saint Sovereign Heavens dealing with Yi Yuan alone. Even if Yi Yuan had exceedingly formidable abilities, he could forget about escaping too. Li Chongqing stared fixedly at Yi Yuan and gnashed his teeth in hatred as he said, Li Chong's sword has followed this chief for tens of thousands of years, becoming one of mind with me, but you actually destroyed it. Today this chief is going to tear you to shreds, so pay homage to my Li Chong sword. This Li Chong sword was obtained by Li Chongqing in his sect. It had accompanied him for more than 10,000 years. Originally, by relying on his cultivation and the Li Chong sword, he was absolutely an invincible existence on this rain-clear continent. But now, the Li Chong sword was actually shattered by the Tao tribulation. The fury in Li Chongqing's heart could be imagined. These 17 great saint sovereign heavens blocked off all of Yi Yuan's escape routes. Yi Yuan appeared somewhat alone and helpless under their encirclement. However, he did not mind. He just looked at Li Chongqing and said with a faint smile, "Li Chongqing, do you really think that you've won? What a joke! The 17 of us dealing with you alone, if this can't even take care of you, then this chief will knock himself out and die here today." Li Chongqing said with a cold smile. Yi Yuan's expression turned cold, and he said in a solemn voice, "Li Chongqing Zhao Ding, this is Martial Secure Heavenly Sect's Mountain Pass gates. You all destroyed my Martial Secure Heavenly Sect at this place, massacring countless. Today this Yi will kill you all here and pay homage to all of Martial Secure Heavenly Sect's member spirits in heaven that died unjustly." Li Chongqing laughed loudly when he heard that and said, "Boy, did your head get spoiled from being smitten by Tao tribulation just now? With just you alone, you also want to destroy my Pill Alliance." Yi Yuan said coolly, "Who told you that I'm alone?" Roar. Yi Yuan raised his head and gave a long roar. The sound of a dragon roar surged to the sky, spreading extremely far and wide. In an instant, one powerful figure after another cut across the sky and arrived. Saint Exalt Bull Demon, Saint Exalt Great Rock, Saint Exalt Giant Ape, Saint Exalt Big Yellow, Myriad Demons Mountains, 38 true spirit Saint Exalts had all arrived. On the other side, Saint Exalt Waycloud, Saint Exalt Skyfortune, and the other 5 great heavenly regions Saint Exalt powerhouses also appeared one after another. A total of 15 Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses came over at this side. There was also a group who was Luo Yunqing 3 people as well as the land of Heavenly South's 4 great Saint Exalts. The Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses present reached a terrifying 60 people. All at once. What's going on with this astonishing aura? This seems like it's all the auras of Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses. How many Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses there needs to be before they can give off such terrifying power? It's the direction of the Martial Secure branch. Something big must have happened. One figure after another stood in the air, glaring like ravening tigers. With 60 Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses gathering together, the imposing momentum was surging. This was a grand event that had never happened on the rain-clear continent. The impact was clear at a glance. This imposing, surging momentum spread extremely far and wide, causing countless powerhouses to be shocked. Each and every one of the Pill Alliance's Saint Sovereign Heaven's eyes went wide. When were there so many Saint Sovereign Heavens on the rain-clear continent? Competing in numbers? Hoo-hoo, I'm really not afraid that you're competing in numbers. Yi Yuan looked at Li Chongqing and said with a smile that was not a smile. Li Chongqing's expression was ugly to the extreme. He had secretly operated in the rain-clear continent for more than 10,000 years and merely accumulated this much resources. Who knew that Yi Yuan actually created 60 Saint Sovereign Heavens in a short 100+ years? A Saint Sovereign Heaven army. Was this fellow still human? What was even more damnable was that this guy just broke through to Saint Sovereign Heaven. Each of his subordinates had looks of despair on their faces. That expression was incredibly similar to the Martial Secure Heavenly Sect's disciples back then. Every dog had its day. This time it was their turn to despair. Including Yi Yuan, there were 61 Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses. This was nearly 4 times as many as the Pill Alliance. Waycloud, why are you rebelling? What Yi Yuan can give you, this Exalt can give you as well. Withdraw now. This Exalt can swear a heavenly Tao oath to definitely assist you in stepping into Upper Saint Sovereign Heaven in the future. Li Chongqing looked towards Saint Exalt Waycloud and shouted fiercely. He could tell that these Saint Sovereign Heavens were scraped together, completely different from those he groomed. Scraping together meant that they were not of one heart. Therefore, as long as he made the other party disintegrate on their own, then there would be nothing to worry about. Saint Exalt Weicloud looked at Li Changsheng and could not help laughing as he said, Li Changsheng, your head isn't spoiled, right? These few years you rear us Saint Sovereign Heavens in pens like pigs. Do you really think that we can't tell? That's right. You're a grade 5 heavenly alchemist. But now Yi Yuan stepped into Saint Exalt Heaven and is similarly a grade 5 heavenly alchemist. Why should this exalt work for you? Saint Exalt Purple Sun sneered and said, Li Changsheng, put away these ulterior motives. We aren't 3-year-old children. How can we change our minds because of one sentence from you? Moreover, you take a look at this sky, filled with Saint Exalt Heavens. Do you really think that you're stronger than Yi Yuan? These Saint Sovereign Heavens did not buy Li Changsheng's promise at all. Every word uttered also pricked the heart. Li Changsheng's face turned pitch black from listening. This was seriously too unexpected. He was completely unprepared. Who could have thought that so many Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses could actually appear on this resource-poor, rain-clear continent? Yi Yuan looked at Li Changsheng and said with a cold smile, Li Changsheng, stop wasting your energy. A just cause enjoys abundant support while an unjust cause finds little support. You possess powerful strength but want to enslave the rain-clear continent. At this point, you still want to make them stand on your side. I've already made an agreement with all of the Saint Sovereign Heavens. After destroying the Pill Alliance, I'll re-establish the Pill Pavilion and pass down the Tao teachings, letting everyone get the benefits of Alchemy Tao. Alchemy Tao is the king's way. It should benefit the world and not become a tool to satisfy your ambitions. Moreover, in terms of Alchemy Tao, already completely surpassed you. When transcending the tribulation earlier, Li Changsheng took quite a few grade 5 heavenly pills too. Yi Yuan naturally took it into his sights. Although the quality of those heavenly pills was decent, it was as easy as blowing off dust for the present Yi Yuan to refine that quality of heavenly pills. He broke through to Saint Sovereign Heaven. Although he was unable to refine true grade heavenly pills for the time being, 9th grade heavenly pills were not far beyond reach for him. Meanwhile, Li Changsheng was at the very most just the strength of 7th or 8th grade too. Ha ha ha. Li Changsheng suddenly burst out laughing and said, You aboriginals, do you really think that after breaking through to Saint Exalt Heaven, you're this Exalt's match? This Exalt's background is big until you all can't imagine it. Even 17 verses 61, do you all really think that this Exalt has no chance of winning anymore? After he was done talking, Li Changsheng's aura suddenly skyrocketed. Around him, 2 power of rules fused into one, gradually condensing into a small golden sword. This small sword was identical with the Li Chang sword. Great Tao transformation 4th form. The faces of the Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses present indeed changed. A grand completion Saint Sovereign Heaven who comprehended Great Tao transformation was no joke. Yi Yuan was indifferent and said with a faint smile, You're mistaken. Not 17 verses 61. Just 1 verses 60. Big Yellow, I'll leave this guy to you. Regarding the others, I alone will suffice. Li Changsheng's expression changed wildly, and at this moment, Yi Yuan had already moved. It was only to see his figure sway, a compact to the extreme sword light, chopped towards Zhao Jian. Zhao Ding's expression changed wildly, only feeling that this sword was simply unavoidable, too strong. The Yi Yuan who broke through to Saint Sovereign Heaven, his strength was simply fearsome until it made people's hair stand on end. Without the slightest surprise, Zhao Jian was directly split in half by this sword. Zhao Ding was dead. Li Changsheng was greatly enraged and was just about to make a move when Big Yellow had already arrived. If these 60 people were all lower Saint Sovereign Heaven, Li Changsheng naturally would not be afraid. But unfortunately there was still Big Yellow and Bull Demon, this kind of powerful Saint Exalt powerhouses. Especially Big Yellow, he killed his way into the top 1000 in the labyrinth. Divine Palace's cultivation room. Being able to reach this level, Big Yellow was not the least bit inferior to The hegemon-level Holy Lands Li Chongqing. No, one should say that he had already surpassed Li Chongqing by a lot, because the labyrinth divine palace's might was far from what a measly little extreme medicine sect could compare to. Therefore, he was equipped with the ability to jump realms and do battle too. In addition, Li Chongqing was implicated by Li Chongsheng and suffered more than 10 bolts of Tao tribulation. At this time, he was already seriously injured. With 60 fighting one, it could not be described. At the same time, Big Yellow made a move. Saint Exalt, Bull Demon, Saint Exalt, Waycloud, and the rest of the powerhouses also took action one after another. Saint Exalt, Waycloud, these people already broke through to Middle Saint Sovereign Heaven too. Coupled with each person having a grand mist treasure, their combat power was not weak. With 60 people attacking at the same time, how shocking was the commotion! Li Chongqing only felt surges of power that could topple mountains and overturn the seas smash towards him. He wanted to run, but Big Yellow's coquettish profligate hoof was truly boundlessly coquettish. He had nowhere to run at all. Boom! Forcefully taking a hit, Li Chongqing was directly slammed flying out. Then one big move after another greeted him. Those powerhouses who were brought in from everywhere could not breathe for a long time when they saw this terrifying scene. Too strong. With 60 Saint Sovereign Heavens targeting one person at the same time. Even if you had exceedingly formidable means, what could you do? This scene is truly unforgettable.
60 Saint Exalt.
This picture is too beautiful. I don't dare to look away. Gang fight, it looks satisfying. This scene is much more enjoyable than whatever powerhouses exchanging moves. Seeing Li Chongqing getting pummeled, each and every one of these people, they were incredibly excited. Above the void, sword images permeated. Yi Yuan's one sword formation trapped 16 powerhouses. 8 legions war generals, their strength was even a level stronger than that. Zhao Ding. Adding in the remaining branches alliance chiefs, this group of people's strength was not weak. If it was a melee, Yi Yuan's side would definitely have a lot of casualties. Especially the 8 legions war generals, the 8 people seemed to be of one body, advancing and retreating together. Their combat power was not the slightest bit weaker than an Upper Saint Sovereign Heaven too. True soul explosion. Yi Yuan borrowed the sword formation and arrived not far from an alliance chief. Suddenly, he shouted and executed the origin divinity attack on him. That alliance chief's figure turned sluggish, and he was immediately pierced through by more than a dozen transformed swords. The dead body fell with a loud bang. After breaking through to Saint Sovereign Heaven, Yi Yuan's Chaos Divine essence skyrocketed in strength and already reached peak Middle Saint Sovereign Heaven. Even if the other party cultivated the Vajradharma body, it was difficult to withstand too. Having Yi Yuan get close to you was a one-way road that led to death. With Yi Yuan's current origin divinity strength, he could execute origin divinity attack within 500 feet. Coupled with an extremely fast movement technique, killing Saint Sovereign Heavens was not considered very hard to him. Like chopping and dicing vegetables, the remaining 8 alliance chiefs were killed off by Yi Yuan very soon. However, the 8 legions war generals were extremely powerful. Although they were being suppressed, they could barely manage to withstand the power of the sword formation. True soul explosion. Yi Yuan launched an origin divinity attack against one of them. Suddenly, his expression changed, feeling that his origin divinity ran into a wall and actually suffered a backlash. A puppet? These 8 people's origin divinities actually linked up as one. When you launch an origin divinity attack against one of them, it's equivalent to facing 8 people at the same time. This guy's means are indeed extraordinary. Suffering a hidden loss, it made Yi Yuan even more sure of Li Chongqing's origins. However, not being able to use origin divinity attacks was fine too. Just using the all-encompassing sword formation, Yi Yuan could eradicate the 8 people too. It just took more time, that was all. On the other side, Li Chongqing fought 1 against 60, being beaten until he spewed 3 liters of blood. Especially Big Yellow's coquettish hoof, It simply came and went like a shadow, almost impossible to resist. Everyone said that it was hard for two fists to fight four hands unless one was strong until they could instantly kill those in the same rank. Otherwise, facing so many saints' sovereign heavens, they could only take a beating. However, Li Chongqing was formidable too. In front of the attacks that made mountains cry out and the seas howl, he actually managed to hold on. Ah? You bunch of aboriginals. This exalt definitely won't let you all off. Want to kill this exalt? Then die together. Explode for me. Explode. Explode. Suddenly, Li Chongqing roared wildly. A terrifying energy undulation made the expressions of all the Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouse change one after another. The auras on the 8 legions war generals became extremely unstable. Their bodies started inflating all of a sudden like balloons being pumped with air. Yi Yuan's expression changed wildly. An extremely dangerous feeling assaulting him. These guys were going to self-detonate. Quickly spread out. Yi Yuan roared wildly at the sky, his figure instantly disappearing. The 60 Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses scattered and fled in all directions, virtually at once. However, it was already too late.
Bong, bong, bong.
The bodies of the 8 legions war generals exploded with a loud bang. There seemed to be an additional sun above the sky. A terrifying to the extreme energy filled every region of space. There was no way of dodging at all. This energy undulation was enough to blow a grand completion Saint Sovereign Heaven to death too. Furthermore, it was an indiscriminate attack. Damn it! C can't escape it. The faces of those Saint Sovereign Heavens were full of despair. Everything happened too suddenly. They had no chance to escape at all. While right at this time, a giant mountain suddenly appeared out of thin air, blocking everyone's figures. Boom! The intense explosion directly blasted the giant mountain away. A terrifying air billow blew everyone away. Hua! Yi Yuan directly vomited a large mouthful of blood, his figure whirling away into the distance like a kite with a broken strength. Li Chongqing suffered the aftermath of the shock too and directly spewed out a mouthful of blood. However, he laughed wildly and said, "Ha ha ha. Fool, to actually help this bunch of trash block the disaster, bearing most of the explosion himself. This exalt is leaving. Boy, I'll definitely seek revenge for this enmity." After he was done talking, Li Chongqing's figure flashed and he directly escaped into the void. If Yi Yuan really wanted to leave, he could have left. But at that moment just now, Yi Yuan used the Myriad Realms Mountain and blocked most of the explosion's power. Otherwise, at least half of the Saint Sovereign Heavens present or more would probably have to die. Master Yi! Big Yellow's expression changed wildly, chasing after Yi Yuan in haste. But right at this time, Yi Yuan's figure flashed, and he disappeared. Big Yellow's expression changed again. Yi Yuan went to pursuit. That explosion just now, Yi Yuan's injuries must be extremely severe. He actually disregarded his injuries and chased after Li Chongqing. There was no one who could keep up with Yi Yuan's speed here. They could only passively watch the two people disappear. Looking in the direction Yi Yuan disappeared, Saint Exalt Waycloud sighed and said, "Younger brother Yi is righteous." Just now, he was closest to the center of the explosion. If not for Yi Yuan tanking most of the attack, he would have long died. Even so, he still suffered serious injuries. Everyone nodded one after another, agreeing greatly with Waycloud's words. People were all selfish. Yi Yuan's heart to seek revenge was stronger than anyone. If he escaped by himself just now, then go chase after Li Chongqing, he would be able to face the opponent with his strongest combat power. But he chose to save everyone. At the moment of life and death, Yi Yuan could make such a decision. This was absolutely not what everyone could make. At this moment, Yi Yuan used his actions and filled everyone with admiration. However, they were also powerless to help Yi Yuan with anything anymore. Although none of the Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses present died, the explosion earlier made them all sustain extremely serious injuries. I hope that younger brother Yi can succeed in taking revenge. Saint Exalt. Bull Demon said with a sigh. They knew that if they did not kill Li Chongqing this time, they probably would not be able to kill him anymore again. A grand completion, Saint Sovereign Heaven, if he was at his peak state, even if it was Yi Yuan, this heaven-defying existence, it was impossible to be his. Match 2. On the other side, Yi Yuan chased after with all his strength while coughing blood. His injuries were too severe. Even his consciousness was somewhat blurry. Already, he used up all the heavenly imperial pills previously. Now he could only rely on his willpower to hold on. But he understood that this was the one and only chance. Letting Li Chongqing go, the consequences would be too dreadful to contemplate. The explosion earlier, Li Chongqing suffered the aftermath too. Right now he was very miserable too. The two people, one in the front and one behind, their speed was quick to the extreme. Li Chongqing was currently fleeing at high speed when suddenly his expression changed, and he said in a cold voice, "This boy actually still chased after me? Humph! This aura is faintly discernible. He is already someone who's about to die, and he actually still dares to chase after. You really think that this Exalt can't kill you?" Although he said so, Li Chongqing did not dare to stop. There were still many Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses at the back. If he was intercepted, he would really be dead for sure. He could feel that Yi Yuan's aura was very weak. Clearly, the explosion earlier caused immense harm to Yi Yuan. As long as he dragged it out, Yi Yuan might just die himself. How can he be so fast? He did not escape very far when Li Chongqing discovered something amiss. Yi Yuan's speed was too fast. At the rate of this speed, Yi Yuan would be able to catch up to him before long. Suddenly, Li Chongqing's expression changed, and he cried out in surprise. This boy gained enlightenment when he broke through 9 laws Tao tribulation. The power was naturally extremely terrifying. Using 9 chances to die and 1 chance to live to describe it was not overboard. 2. But once the tribulation was successfully overcome, the benefits obtained would naturally be huge too. The more rules that descended, the closer the tribulation taker would be to heavenly Tao, and naturally the greater the inspiration too. When Yi Yuan was breaking through, his spatial rule comprehension was the deepest, directly reaching the 5th level. Li Chongqing secretly cussed. Too monstrous. If this boy doesn't die, he will definitely be a mortal malady. Take your life while you're ill. Since you dare to come, then this Exalt will send you off. Li Chongqing made his resolve and suddenly stopped his figure. The moment he stopped, Yi Yuan caught up in a few breaths. When Li Chongqing saw Yi Yuan, his heart immediately calmed down. The current Yi Yuan was covered in blood all over, his breathing slightly weak. He was still coughing blood non-stop. Clearly, the 8th Legion's war general's self-detonation earlier caused tremendous damage to Yi Yuan. Ha ha ha! With how dreadful you look, you also want to come and kill me? Li Chongqing said with a loud laugh. Yi Yuan looked at Li Chongqing coldly and said in a solemn voice, "Today you must die." Li Chongqing was indifferent and could not help laughing as he said, "You're only left with half a life now, and yet you're actually still putting sham."
Couragir.
Yi Yuan held the dragon's spring sword in his hand and said with a pant, "I have a sword. It's enough to kill you." The current Yi Yuan virtually could not even stand firm anymore, seeming like he might fall down at any moment. But his gaze was incomparably firm. Not killing Li Chongqing, he swore not to return. Li Chongqing scoffed and said, "With just that sword formation of yours? Very strong, but don't you forget. No matter how injured this Exalt is, I'm also a grand completion Saint Sovereign Heaven. Forget it, since you came to seek death. Then this Exalt will send you off." But Yi Yuan ignored him because he could no longer afford to drag it on. The dragon's spring sword in his hand was gently released, turning into nothingness. Then the all-encompassing sacred tree started growing all the way, until grand completion 4th form. In the breakthrough previously, Yi Yuan only had spatial rule that broke through to the 5th level. The other two Daos did not break through. Therefore, his great Dao transformation was still the 4th form. When Li Chongqing saw the situation, he could not help laughing and said, "I was wondering what trump card you have. Turns out that it's this sword. Formation. 3 laws transformation, grand completion 4th form. It's indeed very strong. But, using it to kill me, it's still insufficient." He was naturally aware of the power of Yi Yuan's sword formation. Previously, he used this sword formation and trapped 16 Saint Sovereign. Heavens! There were even the 8 legions war generals among them. By relying on this sword formation, if Yi Yuan was at his peak state, he would indeed have the capability to fight with him. But sadly, with Yi Yuan's current state, he could grind him down till death. 2. Yi Yuan still did not pay attention to him, the last divine essence in his body gushing out. All-encompassing sacred tree, sword of heaven killing, condense. At this time, the all-encompassing sacred tree did not transform into a sword formation, but the entire trunk condensed into an enormous sword, emitting an aura that made people feel heart palpitations. When Li Chongqing saw this scene, his pupils constricted. This condensed long sword had an awe-inspiring sword energy. The sword intent it exuded rose straight to the firmament. Extremely far away, the group of Saint Sovereign Heavens felt this astonishing sword energy too. What a strong sword energy! This seems like it's Yi Yuan's sword energy. We can even feel it from such a distance. It's too terrifying. Sword intent soaring to the sky, rising straight to the firmament. Is this sword going to poke a hole in the sky? Each and every one of these Saint Sovereign Heavens turned pale with fright. It was truly that this sword was too terrifying. When the 2 people left earlier, they had to at least escape more than several hundred miles away too. This astonishing sword intent could actually spread so far. One could only imagine how terrifying it was. Currently, countless powerhouses felt this terrifying sword intent. The rain-clear continent was in an uproar. Sword energy spanning unobstructed for 100,000 miles, one sword light, making 19 continents feel a chill. It was talking about Yi Yuan's current sword. This was also Yi Yuan's greatest killing move. Yi Yuan's great Dao transformation, all-encompassing sacred tree, had always condensed transformed swords from leaves, but he had never utilized the trunk before. This was his ultimate move and also a move that bet his future. The sword's name, Heaven Killing, was more than just talk. This move could virtually leapfrog realms to kill the enemy. It was too heaven-defying. After he cultivated to an extremely high realm, he might really be able to actually poke a hole in the sky. And once this move was unleashed, his Dao would also trigger the wrath of heavenly Dao, thus shattering his Dao. Once this move was unleashed, the all-encompassing sacred tree would be annihilated. So, unless it was a last resort, Yi Yuan would not use this move. But currently, he could not care less about it anymore. Li Chongqing, who was opposite of him, was still mocking Yi Yuan a moment ago. But at this time, his expression changed wildly. This sword, forget about him right now. Even at his peak state, he could not receive it too. Too horrifying. Before the sword was unsheathed, he already felt that his body was about to be sliced into countless pieces. Lunatic! You're a complete and utter madman. Using this move, your Dao will completely crumble. Li Chongqing screamed shrilly. Yi Yuan looked at him and said coolly, "So what, sect master, this ye will repay the martial secure heavenly sect with this sword today. Your spirits in heaven can rest in peace." Finished saying, he used the last bit of his strength and unleashed the sword of heaven killing. Swish! The sword light flashed past. Li Chongqing's body was directly sliced into countless pieces without even having time to scream out. To this sword, Li Chongqing was merely an ant. After Yi Yuan unleashed this sword, his entire person fell down without the slightest strength in his entire body anymore. Li Chongqing was already dead. but the sword of heaven killing was not extinguished but flew straight toward the sky. Crack, crack. Above the void, lightning flashed and appeared. Suddenly, a bolt out of the blue fell down. Boom! The sword of heaven killing exploded with a loud bang. Everything dissipated into nothing. Yi Yuan coughed, vomiting out a large mouthful of fresh blood, then fell unconscious. Very soon, Big Yellow's figure landed. When he saw Yi Yuan's miserable state, his heart could not help twitching. Senior, Mi Tian gave a long sigh and said, "He's fine, but his road of martial arts has probably been cut off." Big Yellow's expression changed, and he said, How is this possible?" Mi Tian said, "This old man also didn't expect that this boy's transformed sword is actually so heaven-defying, sort of heaven-killing." Heh. What a fine sort of heaven-killing. However, he incurred heaven's jealousy before achieving success. His transformed sword is destroyed. Without the recognition of heavenly Tao, he won't be able to condense the transformation sword anymore. In the future, with martial Tao not taking form, what difference is there from ordinary people? Monstrous waves were set off in Big Yellow's heart. Transformation sword incurring heaven's jealousy. How heaven-defying was Master Ye's sword. No wonder he could bring down 9 laws Tao tribulation. But now, how would Master Ye's road in the future be decided? Without the transformation sword, could he still match up to those peerless heaven's chosen? With Master Ye's pride, he must be unable to bear it, right? On flowing cloud peak at martial secure heavenly sect, Yi Yuan stood in the air, 3 rules revolving around him indeterminately. But these 3 power of rules became distinct from each other and were unable to merge. Buzz! The 3 power of rules dissipated with a loud bang. Yi Yuan looked into the distance, his eyes somewhat in a daze. Sure enough, it still could not work. "Master Yi, it still doesn't work?" Big Yellow said with a guilty look. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "There seems to be an invisible barrier between the rules. Furthermore, I'm unable to sense the power of rules anymore." Being unable to sense the power of rules meant no longer being able to cultivate. A peerless heaven's chosen of his generation was actually unable to cultivate. How great a blow did this have to be? Big Yellow's expression changed and he said, "Master Yi, it's all Big Yellow's fault for being useless." Yi Yuan looked at Big Yellow and said with a smile, "This enmity is my martial secure heavenly sex enmity. It has nothing to do with the myriad demons. Mountain, this Yi is already endlessly grateful that you all could act to help me. This has nothing to do with you all. But Master Yi you." Big Yellow felt his heart ache. He desperately wanted to follow Yi Yuan's footsteps, but in the end, Yi Yuan blocked the deadly blow for them, resulting in him sustaining serious injuries. If not for this, Yi Yuan also would not have gone so far as to kill Li Chongqing with the transformation sword as the price. Martial Secure's battle shocked the continent. With Yi Yuan killing Chongqing with one sword, this was passed from mouth to mouth with approbation in the entire continent. It was also this sword that ended the Pill Alliance's rule completely, liberating the various major sects. For some time, Yi Yuan's prestige had no equal. But extremely few people knew that after this battle, Yi Yuan could no longer cultivate. Losing heavenly Tao's approval, one would be a cripple. Yi Yuan was not discouraged and smiled, saying with boundless heroism, "I, Yi Yuan, have always been going against heaven throughout my life.
Mi Tao doesn't
Need anyone to approve it." Big Yellow looked at Yi Yuan in a daze, somewhat absent-minded for a while. Yi Yuan's performance was far from what he imagined. There was actually no decadent at all. The more one was a heaven's chosen, the harder it would be to bear it after encountering this sort of blow, never to recover henceforth. But Yi Yuan behaved like it had nothing to do with him. It was not just that. He felt that Yi Yuan seemed to have more drive and was more spirited than before. Could it be that this guy did not know that he could no longer cultivate? What did they all say about my proposal? Yi Yuan did not care about this and asked Big Yellow. But Big Yellow frowned and said with displeasure, "This bunch of guys are really ingrates. If not for Master Yi, they would have long died. Now they actually don't even agree to this little request." Yi Yuan seemed to have long expected it and said coolly, "What did they say?" Big Yellow said indignantly, "They said that ascenders are ascenders. They are bumpkins. Now, the 5 great heavenly sects exist only in name. They can give them a place for the sections. The rest have to be handed over. Furthermore, they will strictly control ascenders." After the great battle, Yi Yuan proposed that the Rainclear continent no longer be divided into native factions and ascenders in the future. Ascenders could enter the major heavenly sects to cultivate. Presently, of the 5 light heavenly regions' former 5 great heavenly sects, there was only Luo Yunqing, one Saint Sovereign Heaven left. Ascender Saint Sovereign Heavens only had a scanty 3 people too, and native Saint Sovereign Heavens occupied an absolute advantage. Therefore, they did not want to share with Ascenders the benefits at all, wanting to take the opportunity to completely throttle Ascenders dead. It was also that they were somewhat apprehensive of the Myriad Demons Mountain behind Yi Yuan. Otherwise, they would have probably directly shed all pretenses of cordiality. Once Li Chongqing died, all parties lost the common enemy. These Saint Sovereign Heavens started pursuing their own interests one after another. Of course, the more important reason was that they knew that Yi Yuan had already become a cripple. Although the current Yi Yuan was still Saint Sovereign Heaven realm, he was unable to execute great Dao transformation, his combat power being greatly reduced. They were no longer afraid of Yi Yuan, a genius with no future. Then there was nothing to fear. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Have you found the Pill Alliance's headquarters?" Big Yellow said, "Found it." Yi Yuan nodded slightly and said, "Come, go take a look." A group of people landed among green mountains and blue waters with unstoppable momentum.
Saint-Exalte Weclou, Saint-Exalte Skyfortune, Saint-Exalte Bulldemon, Endmanie.
Top powerhouses were shockingly present. The place was called Chilean Gorge, a very remote place. No one thought that Li Chongqing actually set the headquarters up here. However, at this time, the gazes of Saint Exalte Waycloud and the rest when looking toward Yi Yuan was somewhat strange and a little contemptuous. The atmosphere was a little awkward. TSK? Li Chongqing, this fellow is really capable setting up such a large formation, completely covering up the mountain pass gates. If not for fumbling over through the transmission array, we couldn't have found it at all, Saint Exalte Waycloud said. With regards to Li Chongqing's means, they still rather admired it. Regardless of whether it was alchemy or the 8 legions war generals or currently this mountain pass gates, all of them demonstrated his power. Saint Exalte Sky Fortune said, "We raided 14 Pill Alliance's branches and attained great benefits. However, over these 10,000 years, most of the wealth that Li Chongqing accumulated is likely hidden in this place. Most likely. It's an astronomical figure. With the Pill Alliance being destroyed, the 14 branches had no leader and could naturally be at other people's mercy. The group of Saint Exaltes were not courteous either, completely wiping out the 14 branches, obtaining tremendous benefits. But everyone knew that the Real treasure was here. The group of Saint Sovereign Heavens was brave due to their great ability, and they directly barged into the mountain pass gates. With Saint Sovereign Heavens being completely wiped out, everyone in the Pill Alliance had long since dispersed. At this time, it was a wasteland at the mountain pass gates. The group of powerhouses turned the Pill Alliance upside down and finally found a cave in the back mountain. Powerful restrictions were placed outside of the cave. Breaking these restrictions were nothing to the Saint Sovereign Heavens present. The party entered the cave, and each and every one of them was immediately stunned. As far as the eyes could see, there were countless precious treasures in the cave. Countless heavenly crystals were piled up everywhere. The wealth here could really be described using astronomical numbers. When the Saint Sovereign Heavens saw these treasures, their eyes turned green. The powerhouses present had never seen before so much fortune in their lives. This Li Chongqing is really unscrupulous, to have actually accumulated such a frightening wealth, Saint Exalt Waycloud exclaimed. Everyone nodded one after another. This wealth added up was even more than the ones obtained in the Labyrinth Divine Palace. Using this wealth to nurture another several dozen Saint Sovereign Heavens was more than plenty. Now, shouldn't we discuss how to allocate these fortunes? Saint Exalt Skyfortune said. Saint Exalt Waycloud gave Yi Yuan a meaningful glance and said with a smile, although these fortunes are Li Chongqing's, they are actually all plundered from our various major heavenly sects. Therefore, I suggest to distribute these fortunes with the strength of the sects. Saint Exalt Skyfortune smiled coldly and said, Hoo-hoo, Waycloud, you really calculated well. In this place, your 7-star heavenly sect is the strongest. You mean that you're taking the largest share? Apart from Saint Exalt Waycloud, the 7-star heavenly sect still had another Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouse. Therefore, they were the strongest. Saint Exalt Waycloud's distribution method was naturally the 7-star heavenly sect gaining a big advantage. How could the others be willing to comply? Skyfortune, you're wrong. The strongest one here isn't our 7-star heavenly sect, but the Myriad Demons Mountain. Saint Exalt Bull Demon, these fortunes, your Myriad Demons Mountain can take 50% of it. How's that? Saint Exalt Waycloud looked toward Saint Exalt Bull Demon and said with a smile. There were no fools present. Saint Exalt Waycloud was using 50% of the wealth to buy over the Myriad Demons Mountain. The strength of the humans was indeed not considered strong, but they were all veteran Saint Sovereign Heavens. Meanwhile, the vast majority of the Myriad Demons Mountain Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses had just broken through not long ago. If war really broke out, both sides would inevitably suffer heavy casualties. Both sides had a score about this in their hearts. And in the wake of Yi Yuan's road of martial arts being cut off, the disagreements between Saint Exalt Waycloud and company and the martial secure heavenly sect became greater and greater. Clearly, Waycloud, these people did not intend to give Ascenders a way out. As for these fortunes, they probably had no plans of giving it to the martial secure heavenly sect too. This Saint Exalt Bull Demon looked at Yi Yuan and could not help revealing a hesitant look. Got to admit, 50% of the wealth was very tempting. The wealth that Li Chongqing accumulated over 10,000 years was sufficient to move any Saint Sovereign Heaven. When Big Yellow saw Saint Exalt Bull Demon hesitate, he could not resist, saying, Lord Bull Demon, without Master Yi, could our Myriad Demons Mountain have today's glory? Without Master Yi, could we have resisted the 8 Legion's War General's self-detonation? Could it be that at this time you want to go back on your word and forget your benefactor? The moment Saint Exalt Bull Demon heard, he became even more hesitant. But Waycloud smiled and said, Fellow Taoist Big Yellow, your words are wrong. Master Yi helped you all refine heavenly pills and created dozens of Saint Exalts. He harbored selfish motives to begin with. He only wanted to borrow your strength to take revenge on Li Chongqing. Now, the great enmity has been avenged. You guys owe each other nothing. How can it be going back on your word and forgetting your benefactor? By the side, Luo Yunqing exploded with anger and berated angrily. Waycloud, you villain who kicks someone to the curb after they've outlived their usefulness. If not for Yi Yuan blocking the 8 Legion's War General self-detonation for us, would it still be your turn to spout a stream of empty rhetoric here? Also, have you forgotten who brought you out of the Labyrinth Divine Palace? The events in the Labyrinth Divine Palace was no secret. Luo Yunqing also heard about it afterward. But Waycloud did not agree and said, everyone was just making use of each other. That's all. Didn't he save this Exalt in order to borrow this Exalt's Strength? Now, his road of martial arts has already been cut off. Distributing. This wealth has no use too. So, there's naturally no need to distribute it. Either. What do you think, fellow Taoist Bull Demon? In the end, Waicloud still threw the problem to Bull Demon. This was because his decision was pivotal. Waicloud also perceived that among the myriad demons Mountain's 38 Saint Exalt powerhouses there were many who were moved by the wealth. Saint Exalt Bull Demon was naturally moved too. It was just that it was hard for him to open his mouth owing to Yi Yuan's face. In reality, when he was hesitating, it already showed that he had forsaken Yi Yuan. Someone whose road of martial arts had been severed, the person no longer had any value to exploit. Lord Bull Demon, Big Yellow shouted angrily. Saint Exalt Bull Demon gave Yi Yuan a glance and discovered that Yi Yuan had an indifferent face. It was as if he was an uninvolved person with regards to the present situation. Yi Yuan did not say anything from start to end. Very clearly, he himself had also given up on himself. Those present were all rain-clear continent's overlord figures. They had seen, before God knows how many geniuses, Yi Yuan, this kind of peerless heavens chosen, was enough to sweep across the contemporary era. But the road of martial arts being severed would undoubtedly give him a heavy blow. He was also clear that if Yi Yuan's road of martial arts was not severed, Waicloud naturally would not dare to make trouble. In the end, it was still strength. These few years, under Yi Yuan's help, Saint Exalt Bull Demon's strength advanced by leaps and bounds. This allowed him to see a greater future. Perhaps he could also reach true sovereign heaven one day in the future. Being in possession of so much wealth, he might have some hope. Saint Exalt Bull Demon nodded and said, I agree. However, our myriad demons. Mountain wants 60%. The moment these words came out, the faces of the 5 great heavenly regions, Saint Sovereign Heavens, changed one after another. This 60% represented countless wealth. Waicloud also gritted his teeth and said with a nod, Okay, 60% it is. The remaining 40%, our 7-star heavenly sect wants 15%, the rest, your various sects divide equally. Do you all have objections? When he said this, Waicloud naturally filtered out Yi Yuan and the martial secure heavenly sect too. The various sects that he was talking about naturally did not include the
Martial Secure Heavenly Sect.
Saint Exalt Sky Fortune thought about it and shook his head and said, I don't have objections. Saint Exalt Purple Sun said, I have no objections too. But when Waicloud saw the situation, he looked toward Yi Yuan and said with a smile, Yi Yuan, we've discussed your view. Ascenders are ascenders. What right do foreigners have to gain a foothold in the 5 great heavenly regions? However, we're not unreasonable people either. You've rendered great contributions to destroying the Pill Alliance. So you all, these ascenders, withdraw to the land of heavenly south. We won't make things difficult for you. All. Waicloud, these people clearly came prepared. They were going to drive all of the ascenders to the land of heavenly south. The land of heavenly south, Saint Sovereign Heavens and Luo Yunqing. These people all broke through not long ago. Their strength was too lousy. If they were really unwilling, once a battle broke out, it was likely that Yi Yuan would not be able to protect them at all with his remaining strength. Therefore, they ascertained that Yi Yuan only had this path, that was to agree. Furthermore, they did not plan on sharing this enormous wealth with Yi Yuan's side. You all are bullying people too far. Do you really think that we're scared of you? Luo Yunqing could not hold back anymore, and his long sword immediately unsheathed. Waicloud had a disdainful look and directly smacked a palm over. At the same time, Big Yellow also gave no chance to explain and kicked a hoof towards Saint Exalt Waicloud. Bang! Waicloud only felt a tremendous force transmit over, directly being kicked. Flying by Big Yellow. He was not Big Yellow's match alone. The present Big Yellow needed at least 3 to 5 people joining hands before he could be dealt with. Big Yellow looked at Waicloud coldly and said in a solemn voice, All of you, Ungrateful villains that forget kindness. Do you really think that this exalt is to be trifled with? Today, even if I fight it out till the bitter end, this exalt will also take care of you all. In the next moment, Big Yellow erupted with a powerful pressure, making the faces of everyone present change one after another. Big Yellow's strength was known to the people present. Even Saint Exalt Bull Demon was also not his match currently. If he was to really go nuts, dragging several Saint Sovereign Heavens down was all too normal. But right at this time, Yi Yuan suddenly stepped forward, patted Big Yellow on the shoulder, and said with a smile, "All right, Big Yellow, let's go. This wealth is merely worldly possessions. They are useless. Remember, strength is the king's way." Big Yellow's expression changed, and he said in a solemn voice, "Master Yi, what do you mean by this?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Give these things to them. In the future, when they beg to deliver it in front of me, I'll still have to consider it. There's also no problem with them making us withdraw out of the 5 great heavenly regions. Let's return to heavenly south." "What?" Big Yellow and Luo Yunqing said in unison, both surprised to the extreme. Even Saint Exalt Waycloud and Saint Exalt Bull Demon, they all had disbelieving faces too. Yi Yuan actually really agreed. Chapter 2781. Pointing at the firmament with the sword, seeking Tao with the sword. Asterisk. You guys, Yi Yuan has been very calm all along. Could he really have some backup plan? After Yi Yuan's party left, Saint Exalt Bull Demon could not resist asking. It was truly that Yi Yuan behaved too calmly. Anyone who suffered this kind of treatment would be indignant, but Yi Yuan was not. From start to end, he was like an onlooker observing from the sidelines. Many powerhouses present were extremely apprehensive of Yi Yuan. Got to admit, Yi Yuan's attitude made them somewhat nervous in their hearts. Waycloud smiled coldly and said, "Don't you forget, it's heavenly Tao that cut off his path forward, and not us. Someone abandoned by heaven. Do you all feel that he has a chance to turn things around?" The moment everyone heard, they immediately calmed down a lot. "Yeah, heaven wanted you dead. Could you still overturn the heavens?" "You're right. No matter how breathtaking the genius, they aren't greater than the heavens too. From now on, there's only the 4 great heavenly regions."
Saint Exalt Skyfortune said.
It was silent all the way. After returning to the Martial Secure Heavenly sect, Luo Yunqing finally could not hold back anymore. "Yi Yuan, you can leave if you want to. I'm gonna fight it out to the death. With them here, even if my bones are ground to dust, I won't let them take a step into Martial Secure Heavenly Sect too." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "You, a newly ascended Saint Sovereign Heaven, even if your bones are ground to dust, can it stop them from stepping into the Martial Secure Heavenly Sect? This place is merely a wasteland, so what if we give it to them?" During the Great Battle, Martial Secure Heavenly Sect was the primary battlefield. So many Saint Sovereign Heavens fighting, plus the 8 legions war generals. Self-detonation, the entire sect was long already a wasteland. But Luo Yunqing had extremely deep feelings for the Martial Secure Heavenly sect. Now, having just destroyed the Pill Alliance and being able to rebuild the Martial Secure Heavenly sect, but suddenly getting chased away to the land of Heavenly South, he could not accept it. The land of Heavenly South was merely a tiny place, that was all. In terms of area, it was only 1/4 of a heavenly region. How could Luo Yunqing be willing? "Yi Yuan, your martial Tao is severed. Could it be that even your hot-bloodedness was erased too? If we were to really join forces, we might not lose to them." Yi Yuan looked at Luo Yunqing deeply and said, "Brother Luo, so what if we revive the Martial Secure Heavenly Sect? Even if the Martial Secure Heavenly Sect rules rain-clear continent like the Pill Alliance, so what? This place is merely a desolate land. That's all. Could it be that your horizons are really only limited to these? The 5 great heavenly sects people have always been curious. Waishua, Buffon, that kind of heaven's chosen, would suddenly go missing. Today, let me tell you, he went to the other side of the sea. He knew that if he stayed in rain-clear continent, he would only be sitting in the well and looking at the sky. That's all. Don't you want to take a look at the world outside? Luo Yunqing's expression changed drastically, and he said in surprise, "How do you know?" Yi Yuan said coolly, "I saw the sword energy that he left behind in the sea." Luo Yunqing's heart shook wildly. Turned out that Lord Zhua really crossed the sea. But the martial secure heavenly sect. Yi Yuan cut him off and said coolly, "Martial secure heavenly sect's Tao teachings naturally have to be passed down. This is giving an account to sect master and also giving an account to elder he. However, it isn't now. There's no meaning in showing off momentary bravery." Luo Yunqing looked at Yi Yuan in astonishment and said in surprise, This is impossible. Your road of martial arts has already been cut off by heavenly Tao." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "My fate is up to me, not up to heaven." On this day, martial secure heavenly sect's entire sect moved south. Saying that it was the entire sect, there were actually not many people. However, in the wake of Yi Yuan killing Chongqing with one sword, many of martial secure's old subordinates returned too. Wu Chengchao, Lin Lan, Wen Jingxian, these people all escaped death by a fluke because of Yi Yuan's 100 poison formation back then. Now, hearing that Yi Yuan returned, they naturally returned to the sect. Apart from them, there were also over 300 people that returned to martial secure heavenly sect too. As for the other 4 sects, they were not so lucky. They had less than 200 people when added up. These 500 over people were the last force of the former 5 light heavenly region. However, because the other regions rejected ascenders, there were several thousand ascenders that followed the 5 great heavenly sects and migrated to the land of heavenly south. After this, Big Yellow also completely broke away from the myriad demons mountain and joined the faction of heavenly south. The present land of heavenly south had Luo Yunqing 3 people plus heavenly South's 4 great Saint Exalts plus 2 Ascender Saint Exalts as well as Yi Yuan and Big Yellow. There were 11 great Saint Exalt heavens. In terms of numbers, they were really not weak. It was just that most of these people had just broken through. Their foundation was too weak. There was actually only Big Yellow alone who deserved to be called a combat power. In reality, what those 5 great heavenly regions powerhouses were truly afraid of was also just Big Yellow. Otherwise, if the 5 great heavenly regions wanted to migrate, they probably really could not have done it. However, everything was not important anymore. Arriving at the land of heavenly south, Yi Yuan arrived above the sea and sat down suspended in the air. An enormous Tai Chi diagram slowly unfurled above Yi Yuan's head. That appearance seemed to be comprehending heaven and earth. "Kid, have you really thought it through? Taking this step is certain death," Mi Tian said. Yi Yuan said coolly, "Road is forged by people, and it is not bestowed by the heaven. In this life, starting from the immortal grove world, I've been going against the heaven. Great Tao crumbling, I'll go contrary to Tao with alchemy, and reach divine Tao. When the heaven-span world was refined by someone with a great divine ability, I created my own cultivation method and transformed Tao to shatter the sky in this 33 heavens. Since heavenly Tao doesn't tolerate me, then I'll point at the firmament with my sword and seek Tao with the sword." Boom! As he said, Yi Yuan's chaos world exploded with a loud bang. A terrifying energy undulation set off a series of tsunamis. At this moment, countless gazes looked towards the sea. Luo Yunqing's expression changed wildly, and he cried out in surprise, "What a strong world power!" Yi Yuan, he shattered his own small world. What does he want to do? Small world. It was where the foundation of martial artists lay. If the world collapsed, martial Tao would be destroyed. Yi Yuan actually shattered his own small world. This action shocked everyone. Big Yellow had an extremely deep comprehension in Great Tao, but he detected a trace of an unusual crisis. Master Yi wants to re-establish after destruction. But does heavenly Tao allow it? Big Yellow murmured. Yi Yuan spent countless efforts to condense and form this chaos world. To say that he was reluctant, he was naturally extremely reluctant. But at this moment, he proceeded without hesitation. There were geniuses in the world that were not tolerated by heavenly Tao. It was not just Yi Yuan alone who had their path of cultivation stripped away. By heavenly Tao, the 33 heavens were extremely vast. There were countless powerhouses and geniuses, being plentiful like clouds. There were also peerless heavens chosens who were not tolerated by heavenly Tao. These heavens chosens were naturally unwilling to have their martial Tao cut off henceforth. Hence, they forged a path, a road that went against heaven, snatching fate from heaven, going against heaven. Yi Yuan's chaos world collapsed, but it was not obliterated. Instead, it gathered toward the Tai Chi diagram. The Tai Chi slowly rotated. Countless energies were condensed in it. An illusory sword gradually solidified, standing upside down in the center of the Tai Chi diagram, pointing at the firmament with the sword. Crack, crack. Dark clouds gathered in the sky above the sea, lightning flashing. It was as if the world was going to be destroyed in the next second. Heavenly Tao is enraged. Big Yellow looked toward the horizon and muttered. But Luo Yunqing stomped his feet in anxiety and shouted angrily, "This boy is too reckless, pointing at heaven with the sword. Isn't this seeking death?" This sword was not an ordinary sword, but Yi Yuan's Tao sword. This Tao sword was condensed and formed from Yi Yuan's lifetime cultivation. This sword pointing at heaven was questioning the way of heaven. It was provoking heavenly Tao. How could it be tolerated? Myriad Demons Mountain, Saint Exalt Bull Demon, Saint Exalt Giant Ape, and the rest looked at the firmament from afar, incredibly shocked. Is this guy mad? Pointing at the sky with the sword. The firmament is furious. It will probably bring down Tao tribulation again this time. Right? Most likely, he's going to immediately transcend a 2-9 Tao tribulation. TSK, not resigning himself to circumstances and experiencing life and death. Yi Yuan is going to force himself into a desperate situation so that he can risk it all. However, can he pull through? The three great Saint Exalts could not help snickering when they saw this. Seen from afar, confronting heaven was clearly an act of courting death. Originally, he could drag out an ignorable existence. However, he insisted on bringing about his own destruction. Extremely far away, Saint Exalt Waecloud and the rest of the Saint Sovereign heavens were startled one after another. They moved out in succession and gathered in the sky above Myriad Demons Mountain. Hoo-hoo, this kid is indeed a restless one. His last resort should be this, right? That's good too. Since he's taking the road to ruin himself, it saves us the trouble of having to take action. Saint Exalt Waecloud could not help laughing as he said. Saint Exalt Skyfortune laughed in spite of himself and said, "He really dares to point at heaven with his sword, asking heaven if it's unfair? Does he have this qualification?" Waecloud smiled and said, "Let's just watch a good show here." Yi Yuan pointed his sword at the sky. Heavenly Tao was enraged and sent down.
Tao tribulation.
The sensation caused this time was even more terrifying than that time. Previously, in less than a year, Yi Yuan triggered a Tao tribulation again. This sort of thing was simply unheard of since ancient times. 2-9 Tao tribulation. It meant 2-9 laws Tao tribulations. This was also to say that the Tao tribulation raining down this time was 18. Power of rules. 9 laws Tao tribulation was already terrifying to the extreme. The power of a 2-9 Tao tribulation was naturally even more terrifying. But the Yi Yuan who was in the center of the storm seemed to be completely clueless. He was condensing his own Tao. The sword in the Tai Chi diagram became larger and increasingly solid. The aura also became more and more horrifying. And following the solidification of this sword, the aura coming from above the A void also became more and more terrifying. Kid, you can really stir trouble. A 2-9 Tao tribulation is likely no match for this aura. I reckon that it might very likely be straight up a 3-9 Tao tribulation. Mi Tian said. Yi Yuan smiled and said, who cares how many 9 laws Tao tribulation it is? Regardless of how many that will come, I'll receive them. I'll bet my Tao and defy this heaven. Mi Tian said with a cold snort. Don't blame me for not warning you. This sword is connected to your life now. If the Tao sword shatters, your life will be gone. Yi Yuan was not betting his Tao but betting his life. Condensing Tao sword was giving up on following heaven. In the future, he could only go against heaven and change his fate. Each step would be 100 times harder than other martial artists. But Yi Yuan was indifferent and said coolly, rather than willingly be ordinary, why not defy heaven and change fate? At this time, Yi Yuan slowly got up, looked at the sky from afar, and muttered, it's here. Boom. His voice had yet to fade when a clap of thunder sounded in the sky. The ocean was directly blown apart. Yi Yuan only felt an overwhelming force, as if going to crush him. 3-9 Tao tribulation. This boy really provoked the wrath of heaven. Saint Exalt Waycloud's expression changed abruptly as he said, even when separated so far away. His heart also jumped fiercely at this sound of thunder clapping. Could be imagined what kind of enormous pressure Yi Yuan, who was located at the center of the storm, would have to bear. Saint Exalt Sky Fortune smiled and said, you all try to guess. How many bolts of Tao tribulation can he make it through? 3, 5, 9. Saint Exalt Waycloud glanced at everyone and said smilingly, got to say this boy is a peerless genius, overwhelming the present era. Even if it's 3-9 Tao tribulation, it's impossible for him to survive 9-2. I ask heaven with my Tao. Go! Yi Yuan bellowed, his palm pushing toward the sky. The giant sword pierced right through the sky and met with this clap of thunder. This clap of thunder was invisible. 27 power of rules was all in this invisible clap of thunder. Boom! It was only to hear a loud noise. The ocean was directly divided into 2 halves, deep until the bottom could be seen. Yi Yuan gave a muffled groan, fresh blood spurting wildly from his mouth. Fine cracks actually appeared on his Tao sword. Damn it! 3-9 Tao tribulation is too strong. Master Yi can't hold on at all. At this rate, I'm afraid that when the 3rd Tao tribulation falls, his Tao sword will shatter. Big Yellow said anxiously when he saw the situation. Each and every one of the land of Heavenly South's powerhouses had solemn expressions. Suddenly, Luo Yunqing's expression changed, and he said, you guys, look! His Tao sword is repairing. Big Yellow took a closer look and said in surprise, he's using the power of rules in the Tao tribulation to repair the Tao sword and strengthen it. When the Tao tribulation landed, it naturally would not return to nothingness. Immediately, the rule fragments would scatter around before becoming one with heaven and earth. Yi Yuan's Tao sword was absorbing these rule fragments to strengthen itself. Very soon, not only was Yi Yuan's Tao sword as good as new, it became even more solid instead. Yi Yuan raised his head to the sky and howled loudly, again! As if sensing Yi Yuan's provocation, another series of Tao tribulation exploded with a loud bang. Yi Yuan raised his sword and charged again. Boom! It exploded again. Yi Yuan's entire body was dyed in blood. But he became more courageous the more he fought. His Tao sword absorbed the rule fragments and solidified again. Ha ha ha! You want to sever my road of martial arts? I'll seize your great Tao rules. So what if it's the road of defying heaven? Yi Yuan stood proudly in the sky, akin to a fiend god, letting out a loud laugh.
Bong, bong, bong.
Bolts of Tao tribulation lightning landed, the power becoming stronger each time. But Yi Yuan grew stronger the more he fought. His cultivation realm also advanced crazily in this Tao tribulation. Not only did the Tao tribulation not beat him down, it made Yi Yuan achieve success instead. In the sea of consciousness, Mi Tian was staring dumbfoundedly. The road of defying heaven could still be walked like this? Seizing the Tao of heaven and feeding it back to himself. This boy is really a wonder. The Tao tribulation of divergent cultivators is a lot stronger than ordinary martial artists. Each time it's walking on the edge of death. This boy is good to actually use this kind of method to overcome the tribulation. Mi Tian was rendered speechless. But he knew that even if it's a divergent cultivator, it was virtually impossible to want to achieve this too. Plundering Tao tribulation fragments, this in itself required an extremely deep understanding of great Tao. These fragments could not be grabbed and used but needed to be rearranged. Randomly absorbing them, not only would there be no benefits, it would cause great harm to oneself instead. Forget that Yi Yuan was just a measly little Saint Sovereign Heaven. Even a hegemon realm powerhouse might not be able to accomplish it. Boom! 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 Above the sky, claps of thunder fell, each fiercer than the last. But Yi Yuan was akin to a stubborn rock, not budging an inch. Although he was seriously injured after the baptism of Tao tribulation, his cultivation realm obtained rapid growth. Finally, the Tao tribulation seemed to be tired too, vanishing into thin air. Everything returned to tranquility, and Yi Yuan's sword was still pointing to the sky proudly. But his realm improved further and reached middle stage lower Saint Sovereign Heaven. Everyone paying attention to Yi Yuan overcoming the tribulation was completely stunned. 3-9 Tao tribulation. He transcended it. Wei Cloud muttered under his breath, clearly still not daring to believe it until now. As seems like it? Saint Exalt Skyfortune murmured. He can't even transform great Tao. How can he possibly transcend 3-9 Tao tribulation? To transcend the 3-9 Tao tribulation, one needs to at least be an upper Saint Sovereign Heaven. Furthermore, an extremely strong existence among upper Saint Sovereign Heavens. Doesn't that mean that he already has this strength? As Saint Exalt Waycloud said, he could not help shuddering. If that was the case, that meant that not only did Yi Yuan's combat power not regress, but it was also even stronger than before. If he fought with Li Chongqing again, Yi Yuan might even be able to confront him head-on. This was scary. Saint Exalt Skyfortune looked at Waycloud and said with a bitter smile, "Have we offended him badly?" The moment these words came out, the Saint Sovereign Heavens present could not help but shudder. Waycloud shook his head and said, "I don't believe that he can still cultivate." Saint Exalt Skyfortune smiled bitterly again and said, "Whether he can cultivate or not, his strength is placed there. There's probably no one stronger than him in our rain-clear continent." Everyone exchanged glances, suddenly feeling at a loss on what to do. On the other side, Saint Exalt Bull Demon and the rest of myriad demons. Mountain's Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses were also dumbstruck with amazement. Yi Yuan actually really gained a new lease on life. One had to know it was precisely them who threw a rock down the well at the crucial moment. At this time, there was only bitterness left in the hearts of the myriad demons. Mountain's Saint Sovereign Heavens. Very soon, the 5 great heavenly regions and myriad demons. Mountain's Saint Sovereign Heavens received an invitation. This invitation was inviting them to head to the 7 great sea regions to have a talk. The Saint Sovereign Heavens who received the invitation were all rather baffled. Go to the 7 great sea regions to do what? These Saint Sovereign Heavens were not fools. They knew that Yi Yuan definitely invited them over to demonstrate his martial prowess. However, at this time they also really wanted to see if Yi Yuan really rose again from the ashes, or he was simply making an empty show of strength. In the sky above the nameless island, sword energy was awe-inspiring. Luo Yunqing felt this sword intent in addition to being overjoyed. There was an additional hint of shock. This sword intent was too pure, too powerful. His strength advanced by leaps and bounds during these over 100 years. But his great Tao transformation was still stagnant at the third form. But the sword energy on the nameless island was left behind in the fifth form. The disparity between the two could not be measured with distance. I've always been following Lord Zhu's footsteps, but I didn't know that he was actually already formidable to such an extent when he left Rainclear Continent. Luo Yunqing exclaimed. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Zhuo Bufan is indeed amazingly talented. Therefore, there's already nothing on this tiny little Rainclear Continent that can satisfy him. Without opponents, invincibility is the loneliest. Luo Yunqing nodded slightly, deeply in agreement too. Yi Yuan, just how strong is your current strength? Luo Yunqing could not resist asking. After overcoming the tribulation on that day, Yi Yuan did not expose his strength. Luo Yunqing naturally knew what he invited those Saint Sovereign Heavens here for. Therefore, he also really wanted to know how strong Yi Yuan was now. Yi Yuan stood with his hands behind his back and said smilingly, You'll know, very soon. Oh, right, the sword Tao that you walk is quite similar to Zhuo Bufan's. The sword energy that he left behind is helpful to you. You go in and try comprehending on the sword. Luo Yunqing nodded slightly, wielding the sword and entering the island. Luo Yunqing was very strong. He charged right to the depths of the island with one sword by himself. But in the end, he still withdrew in defeat. However, he was not discouraged either, rushing into the depths of the island. Time and again, just like this, a month passed. And at this time, Waecloud and the rest of the Saint Sovereign Heavens also arrived in succession. There were dozens of Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses in the sky above the nameless island for a time. Waecloud looked toward Saint Exalt Bull Demon, opened his mouth and said, Fellow Taoist Bull Demon, someone wants to take so many of us down a notch. Saint Exalt Bull Demon snorted coldly and said, That will also have to depend on whether he has this ability or not. Waecloud smiled and said, True. On our two sides there are no less than 50 Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses. If he wants to take us down a notch and establish an advantageous position, he'll also have to weigh it over. Previously they were divided into two camps. Saint Exalt Bull Demon originally looked down on Waecloud they all too. It was not that Waecloud they all were weak, but it was that the territorial awareness of true spirit Saint Exalts was extremely strong. They were not willing to interfere in the matters outside of the Myriad Demons Mountain. But now Yi Yuan broke through, and his strength was unknown. They had no choice but to join hands. Previously they all targeted Yi Yuan. If they still did not join hands now, then they could only be defeated. Individually, with over 50 Saint Exalt powerhouses, it was virtually 5 times that of Yi Yuan's side. Furthermore, they even had a large group of middle Saint Sovereign Heavens. They naturally had the confidence. These words were all said for Yi Yuan to hear. Meanwhile, Yi Yuan was as calm as before, as if everything had nothing to do with him. Yi Yuan's attitude made Waecloud somewhat irritated. He gave a cold snort and said, Yi Yuan, what did you call us here for? Do you really think that we're scared of you? Suddenly, Yi Yuan's eyes lit up, and he said, Brother Luo broke through. Sure enough, in the depths of the island, Luo Yunqing's sword intent surged to the sky, and he actually broke through to the 4th form. 1 month of bitter cultivation was greatly beneficial to him. The faces of Waecloud and the rest could not help changing. Luo Yunqing's great Tao transformation breaking through to the 4th form meant that he had the strength to have a battle with them too. The strength of Heavenly South's Saint Exalts rose a level again. Waecloud sneered and said, This is your bargaining chip? What a joke. You take a look first. How many Saint Sovereign Heavens our two sides have? Yi Yuan looked towards Saint Exalt Waecloud and said with a smile, Brother Waecloud, are you interested in going into play? Waecloud was taken aback and said with a cold smile, So what if Zhuo Bufan? It's also not that he is here. Could it be that this Exalt is really scared of a stream of sword energy. Very soon, Luo Yunqing came out, excitement on his face, looking at Wei Cloud, and the rest he was full of fighting spirit. Yi Yuan indicated for him to calm down. Wei Cloud gave a cold snort and leaped, entering the sword energy. Wei Cloud had the intention of showing his strength. The moment he made his move, his momentum was unstoppable, coupled with the Grand Mist treasure in his hand. His combat power skyrocketed. He entered the depths of the island in one go. After breaking through to Middle Saint Sovereign Heaven, Wei Cloud's strength increased greatly too. His strength was even stronger than Luo Yunqing, and he rushed even deeper in. Seeing Saint exalt Wei Cloud's strength, their side also heaved a slight sigh. In relief, their side, together with Saint exalt Bull Demon and the rest, the middle Saint Sovereign Heavens, were no less than 10. This force was sufficient to rival Yi Yuan. An hour later, Wei Cloud came out of the island somewhat out of breath. However, he had a proud look. The depth that he made it to was much deeper than Luo Yunqing. And this also demonstrated that his strength was much stronger than Luo Yunqing. Relying on one Luo Yunqing to suppress him? Got to be kidding. How is it, Yi Yuan? Wei Cloud looked toward Yi Yuan and said with a cold smile. But Yi Yuan did not answer. He turned to Saint Exalt Bull Demon and said with a smile, "Brother Bull Demon, go in and play too?" Saint Exalt Bull Demon gave a cold snort and flew in too. Within the valley of the island, rumbling sounds lingered incessantly. The expressions of the group of Saint Sovereign Heavens also changed slightly. Saint Exalt Bull Demon was well deserving of being a veteran Saint Sovereign Heaven. His strength was truly shocking and was actually even stronger than Wei Cloud. After around 2 hours, Saint Exalt Bull Demon also came while panting. Yi Yuan, can this Exalt strength still enter your sights? Saint Exalt Bull Demon said in a solemn voice. In order to show his strength, he risked his old life this time too. The distance that he dashed forward was a great deal more than that of Saint Exalt Wei Cloud. However, this stream of sword energy was really strong. Rain-clear continent's #1 person back then, Zhuo Bufan, was really not for show. Even if it was sword energy that had been left before for tens of thousands of years, he actually could not break through it. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Brother Bull Demon's strength is indeed extraordinary. I'm afraid that among this rain-clear continent's true spirits, apart from Big Yellow, you're the strongest." Saint Exalt Bull Demon gave a cold snort but did not justify anything. Ever since Big Yellow followed Yi Yuan, his strength advanced at a tremendous pace, especially that coquettish profligate hoof. Although the posture was very strange, the power was really strong. If Saint Exalt Bull Demon faced off against Big Yellow, he would most likely lose. Humph! Don't just be all bark and no bite. Yi Yuan, we've already gone down to play. Since you want to take us down a notch, shouldn't you go down and play yourself too? Wei Cloud said with a cold snort. Yi Yuan was not in a hurry either, saying with a smile, "Two fellow Taoists, what do you think about this sword energy?" Saint Exalt Bull Demon snorted coldly and said, "This sword energy is unparalleledly overbearing. The deeper you go, the stronger it becomes. Even if a grand completion Saint Sovereign Heaven comes, it's impossible to make it through too." Wei Cloud smiled coldly and said, "Zhuo Bufan's work is naturally extremely strong. Within Saint Sovereign Heaven realm, no one can make it past this sword energy at all. However, what does that have to do with you? Don't tell me that this sword energy was left behind by you." Yi Yuan nodded his head as he smiled and said to Luo Yunqing, "Brother Luo, let me borrow your sword." Luo Yunqing directly threw his sword to Yi Yuan without a word. The dragon spring sword had already been completely disintegrated when killing
Li Shangsheng.
Yi Yuan caught Luo Yunqing's sword. No one saw him make any flashy moves either. It was just a light swing. Boom! The seawater directly had a large gulf being cleaved apart, and this sword directly passed through the rift area of the island, joining together with Zhuo Bufan's sword. But very soon, the ocean healed, and everything returned to tranquility, as if nothing had happened. The faces of everyone present changed abruptly. The eyes of Luo Yunqing and Big Yellow and the others lit up. What a powerful sword! This sword of yours actually directly replaced the sword energy left behind by Lord Zhua. This shows that your sword is stronger than Lord Zhua's sword. Luo Yunqing praised heavily. Hoo-hoo! This sword has experienced several tens of thousands of years. No longer has the sharpness of back then long ago. I'm afraid that 7 parts out of 10 parts of Zhua Bufan's sword is gone, with only 30% of its power left, Yi Yuan said with a smile. Yi Yuan was modest, but those present were all powerhouses. How could they not discern this sword's fierceness? Yi Yuan actually used his own sword energy and replaced Zhua Bufan's sword energy. Yes, it was replaced. This sword of Yi Yuan's seemed casual, but actually the angle of executing the move completely superimposed with Zhua Bufan's sword. But the power was even stronger. Not only did he erase Zhua Bufan's sword energy, he even replaced Zhua Bufan's sword energy with his own sword energy. What was even scarier was that the 2 islands were not damaged in the slightest. This sword move, the requirement toward the swordsman was hair-raisingly strict. Even if one's power was sufficient, if there was the slightest mistake, it could only incur derision too. But Yi Yuan did it perfectly. This was an extremely terrifying sword move. The expressions of the Saint Sovereign Heavens present changed one after another. Logically speaking, this sword could only be achieved by great Tao transformation powerhouses. But Yi Yuan clearly did not transform great Tao just now. How could he unleash such a frightening sword? What was even more damning was that Yi Yuan was too effortless just now. Who knew whether he used his full strength or not? If he did not, then just how strong was his current strength? Wei Cloud and the rest no longer dared to continue imagining. In front of absolute strength, numbers were merely clay chickens and pottery. Dogs. Back then, if not for Yi Yuan severely wounding Li Changsheng with Tao tribulation, even 60 Saint Sovereign Heavens would not be enough. Even if 80 came, it was no use either. Now, this sword of Yi Yuan's was enough to disregard numbers. This opening gambit was really too big. Yi Yuan threw the sword back to Luo Yunqing and said to Wei Cloud and the others smilingly, "Anyone else going down to play again? This Yi also doesn't know how big the gap is between the sword energy that I left behind compared to Zhua Bufan's. I hope that someone can help me appraise it." The moment these words came out, everyone's faces changed one after another. What was this playing at? Seeing that no one spoke, Yi Yuan smiled and said again, "Just playing a game. As long as you all make it into the rift, our grudges from before will be written off." "How's that?" Wei Cloud's expression turned dark, and he said, "Is this true?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "This Yi has always kept my word." Wei Cloud's gaze swept. Looking at one of the Saint Sovereign Heaven, he said, "Ming Yi, you go." Ming Yi's expression changed wildly, and he said, "Based on what that it's me?" Wei Cloud sneered and said, "Based on the fact that your strength is the weakest. Otherwise, you can try fighting us." Saint Exalt Ming Yi was the Saint Sovereign Heaven of a great heavenly sect, too. However, he was just a lower Saint Sovereign Heaven. His strength was the weakest. He looked towards the other Saint Sovereign Heavens and discovered that Sky Fortune and the rest seemed to have this intention too. With this, he had no choice. Ming Yi gritted his teeth and said, "All right." Finished saying, he leaped and charged over. As soon as he entered the range of the sword energy, Ming Yi felt that something was not right. This sword energy was too sharp. The sword energy poured over from all directions, virtually leaving him unable to resist. And this was still several tens of thousands of feet away from the rift area. However, he was a Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouse at any rate. Completely unleashing his strength, he forcefully shook the sword energy off. Ming Yi went all out and charged toward the rift area crazily. Very soon, Ming Yi was directly minced by the countless sword energy. Waycloud and Bull Demon exchanged a glance, their complexions deathly pale. This sword energy seemed to be unusual. No matter how weak Ming-Yi was, that was a saint sovereign heaven too. Even if he could not rush over, it was also not to the extent of being garrote at such a far distance, right? Just now, Ming-Yi only rushed to 20,000 feet and was annihilated. They could not feel the sharpness of the swift and fierce at all outside. But they were not dumb. The power of Yi Yuan's sword energy was significantly stronger than Zhua Bufan's sword energy. How did this guy do it? Hoo-hoo? It looks like Saint Exalt Ming-Yi's strength is somewhat lacking. Brother Waycloud, are you interested in going down to play again? I think that, with your strength, it's just about able to make it into the rift. Yi Yuan looked towards Saint Exalt Waycloud and said with a smile. Waycloud's expression changed wildly. A distance of 20,000 feet. Could he be this much stronger than Ming-Yi? He had no confidence. After entering, it was likely difficult to want to come out again. Suddenly, Waycloud directly knelt in front of Yi Yuan with a thud. And he cried tearfully, Fellow Taoist Yi, I was wrong. Spare my measly life. Chapter 2785. If you had long known what would happen today, why behave like that back then? Asterisk. No one felt that Waycloud was disgraceful. This was because each of them was very frightened. The stream of sword energy that Yi Yuan left behind actually directly garrote a saint's sovereign heaven. Then how strong was he now? Inestimable. One had to know even the sword energy that Zhua Bufan left behind could not kill them. Previously, they all thought that Yi Yuan had his road of martial arts cut off, directly exiling him to the land of heavenly south. But now, Yi Yuan experienced 39 Dao tribulation and soared to the heavens in one move. Although his cultivation realm did not increase much, his strength made tremendous improvements and already towered above everyone. If he wanted to kill people, no one could escape. Yi Yuan, it was all this Exalt's fault previously. This Exalt was blinded by obsession too. Please forgive me. Saint Exalt Bull Demon also said, fearfully. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Hoo-hoo. This Yi merely invited everyone here to exchange notes on martial Dao. Is everyone thinking too much? Alright, the comparing of notes is already pretty much done. Let's go back to our own homes. Brother Luo, Big Yellow, let's go. Finish saying. Yi Yuan ignored the dumbfounded crowd and left straightaway. Seeing Yi Yuan disappeared on the horizon, Saint Exalt Waycloud's entire body relaxed, his shirt already drenched. Just now, the pressure that Yi Yuan gave to him was suffocating. What does he mean by this? Could it be that he's letting us off just like this? One of the Saint Sovereign Heavens said with a dazed look. Let us off? Hoo-hoo? How is that possible? Have you forgotten what he said at the Pill Alliances? Mountain Pass Gates, Skyfortune said with a bitter smile. That Saint Sovereign Heaven's expression changed, and he said, he wants us to hand over the Pill Alliance's fortune with both hands. Upon Skyfortune's reminder, he remembered too. Yi Yuan once said that in the future, even if they all delivered it in front of him, he would still have to consider it. At that time, everyone present thought that that was merely just desperately a holding face. That was all. But who knew that in this short few months' time, Yi Yuan's words really came true. Deliver with both hands? Hoo-hoo? If it was so simple, that would be good. Back then, we directly excluded Heavenly South because of momentary greed. Now, we'll probably have to repay it twofold. Waycloud, you've caused me much harm. Saint Exalt Bull Demon said with a cold snort. Waycloud snorted coldly and said, Don't forget, your All Saint Temple took 60%. Now, you're criticizing after it's already over. Saint Exalt Bull Demon said in a great rage. If not for your beguiling, how could this Exalt have done this sort of thing? Rubbish. It was clearly you who coveted the wealth. Now you want to put the blame on me? Alright. If you throw to me, Yi Yuan got to accept it too for it to work. Waycloud said without giving in at all. Enough. Saint Exalt Purple Sun gave a cold yell, saying in a solemn voice, "You all should be content, if not bearing in mind that we took action against the Pill Alliance and didn't deal a killing blow to him afterward. We'd long be dead. Honestly speaking, Yi Yuan is an extremely rule-abiding person. If we didn't discriminate against him afterward and didn't chase the 5 great heavenly sects out of 5 great heavenly regions, he wouldn't do anything to us now. This matter is ultimately us who went overboard. It's too late to say anything now. At this time we can only each skin our own skunk and show our sincerity. If the sincerity isn't enough, Yi Yuan won't let us off." Finish saying, Saint Exalt Purple Sun leaped and vanished into the horizon. A month later, the remote heavenly South City became lively. One Saint Sovereign Heaven after another stepped into heavenly South City in fear and trepidation. No one dared to step in here via flight. These Saint Sovereign Heavens all landed outside of the city, then walked into the city. "Younger brother Luo, here is all the wealth that our 7-star heavenly sect acquired at the Pill Alliance. We offer them all up now. Apart from these, we even prepared some small gifts. Younger brother Luo, please kindly accept them." At this time, Saint Exalt Waycloud's attitude was very humble. For the sake of the apology this time, the 7-star heavenly sect could be said to have become bankrupt this time. Apart from the wealth obtained at the Pill Alliance, the 7-star heavenly sect even took out more than 70% of their sect's wealth to apologize to Yi Yuan. This could be said to be tried to steal a chicken and ended up losing the rice. Luo Yunqing sat on the seat of honor, his face expressionless, and he did not respond either. Saint Exalt Waycloud was anxious until his forehead was covered in sweat. He knew that he was the most unwelcome one. Wanting to obtain Luo Yunqing's forgiveness was much harder than the rest, but at this time he had no choice. Yi Yuan completely refused to meet him. He could only think of every way possible to satisfy Luo Yunqing. Suddenly he gritted his teeth. Taking out a sword, he offered it up with both hands and said, "This cloud sky sword was gifted by younger brother Yi. Younger brother Luo is still using a heavenly spirit treasure now. Using this sword will be just right." Luo Yunqing did not refuse, playing with the cloud sky sword for a moment. Then he put it away. "The Grand Mist treasures in your hands were all gifted by Yi Yuan. Now it's merely returning to the original owner. That's all. Look at how it's making your flesh hurt," Luo Yunqing said with a cold smile. Saint Exalt Waycloud smiled helplessly. He really could not bear to part with a Grand Mist treasure. His combat power would increase by at least 30%. Now he actually had to hand it back. He was naturally unwilling. Luo Yunqing glanced at him indifferently and said, "Just these?" Saint Exalt Waycloud hurriedly said, "Of course. There's more. With regards to younger brother Ye's suggestion, we feel that it's very right. Regardless of whether it is native powerhouses or ascenders, those are all heavenly stratum powerhouses and shouldn't make distinctions between each other. From now on, the 7-star heavenly sect will no longer be hostile to ascenders and allow ascenders to enter the sect. In addition, Heavenly South is a tiny place after all. Our various sects have already pulled out of the 5 light heavenly region. We welcome the 3 great ascender heavenly sects to return. The 5 great heavenly sects only had 3 sects that still had Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses presently. Only the other 2 sects did not have Saint Sovereign Heavens. They also had merely a few disciples in the sect. They basically only existed in name. The 5 great heavenly sects only had 3 great heavenly sects left now. Luo Yunqing gave him a nonchalant glance and said, "At least you're sensible. Yi Yuan has instructed it. This is the last chance. In the future, if you all still cause problems, bear the consequences yourselves. Dare not. We dare not." Saint Exalt Waycloud was overjoyed, repeatedly saying that he did not dare. while on the other side, Saint Exalt Bull Demon looked toward Big Yellow and was silent for a long time. If you had long known what would happen today, why behave like that back then? Big Yellow said with a cold snort. Sigh? This Exalt knows that I was wrong, but now it's too late for regrets. Big Yellow, looking on the account that you and I are brothers, help out our Myriad Demons Mountain. Big Yellow was someone who kept old friendships in mind, but he was very disappointed in Saint Exalt Bull Demon burning the bridge after crossing it, dropping a rock down the well. This was the repayment that Saint Exalt Bull Demon gave Yi Yuan. Humph! If not for Master Yi, could you have overcome the third saint Sovereign Dao tribulation? The current you would probably have long turned into a pile of dirt. Brothers, that day in the cave of the Pill Alliance I begged you bitterly, but you? Did you think of brotherly feelings? Now you know about brotherhood. Big Yellow said with a cold smile. Saint Exalt Bull Demon nodded and said, Big Yellow, your choice is correct. However, Myriad Demons Mountain is your hometown. At any rate, you can't very well passively watch it be destroyed, right? Big Yellow said coolly, Relax. On account of my face, Master Yi won't make things difficult for the Myriad Demons Mountain. However, you all have to conduct yourselves well because this is the last chance. Above the sea, it was calm and tranquil. One person and one bull were walking on the surface of the sea, strolling leisurely. Master Yi, is it all right for us to just leave like that? Now that the Pill Pavilion is strong, Brother Luo's strength left people far behind in the dust and already towers above everyone. Before I left, I also gave Lier they all 3 life-protecting sword energy each. It won't be a problem. True, the Pill Pavilion's status is aloof now. All sects require the Pill Pavilion's help. At least within several hundred years, there won't be any changes. However, since the Pill Pavilion rose up rain-clear continents, martial path has become more flourishing. Master Yi made tremendous contributions. Master Yi has put in a lot of hard work for the Pill Pavilion. These few years. This is what I promised everyone. I naturally have to do it. Unfortunately, that Pill Alliance's ancient transmission array is actually a one-way teleportation. There are many dangers in the sea. We don't know where we can go to either. Hoo-hoo, that Shui Bufan can go. Can I, Yi Yuan, go? I have a feeling that Shui Bufan must have reached the other side of the side. This one human and one bull were precisely Yi Yuan and Big Yellow. Over 50 years had already passed since Yi Yuan compelled the Saint Sovereign Heavens to submission. In the past 50 years, most of Yi Yuan's energy had been placed on the Pill Pavilion. Presently, the Pill Pavilion was already the rain-clear continent's transcendent existence with countless powerhouses in it. Having obtained the resources of the Pill Alliance as well as the various sects, Yi Yuan also forcefully increased the strength of Yu Mengli and the others to the realm of Jade Sovereign Heaven. But when he left this time, Yi Yuan only brought Big Yellow with him. The sea was full of dangers. There were probably even true Sovereign Heaven realm sea folks that existed. Although Yi Yuan's strength was strong, if he ran into true Sovereign Heavens, it would really be inadequate. Big Yellow, we've already passed through the 7 great sea regions. There are probably quite a few Saint Sovereign Heaven existences in the sea region. Ahead, let's restrain our auras and keep a low profile, Yi Yuan said. Yes, the sea was vast. The 2 people traveled south all the way and did not even see the shadow of a ghost. However, this place already left the range of the 7 great sea regions and reached the depths of the sea. The so-called 7 great sea regions were merely the same as the rain-clear continent being a remote sea region. That was all. This depth of sea was the real crisis lurking in 4 corners. Boom! 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 Suddenly, there were indistinct figures ahead, spiritual energy surging. Clearly, there were powerhouses fighting. Furthermore, they were extremely strong, and the number was a lot. Damn girl! This time, you can forget about escaping. You big turtle, why do you keep chasing me? Isn't it just a turtle egg? Is They're in need. You little wench. Stole your mother's turtle egg and put it in Tian Kue, that old fogey's nest. Now your mother's son is born and doesn't acknowledge your mother anymore. If I don't kill you, it will be hard to dispel the hatred in this exalt's heart. Vile spawn, you connected to the earth's core fire and burned this exalt's dragon palace completely. Arg. This exalt is definitely going to tear you to shreds today. Hey, how would I know that that place links to the earth's core? It was chaotic ahead. There were probably 30 to 40 Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses hunting down one person. Yi Yuan originally did not want to meddle in others' business, but after taking a closer look, he frowned and said, Amen? Why does the person that they are hunting down seem to be Jingfei that lass? Without waiting for him to wonder either, the person opposite who was being chased seemed to have seen Yi Yuan already and yelled, Oh my, big brother Yi. Yuan, you're here. If you didn't come, Jingfei would be killed by people. Quick, hurry up and come save me. Who could the person being hunted down be if not Jingfei? When Yi Yuan saw this lineup, he could not help being dumbstruck with amazement. Just how many vile deeds did this lass commit to actually attract the pursuit of dozens of Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses? It was Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses front and back, the speed extremely fast. In a blink, Jingfei arrived in front of Yi Yuan. Swoosh! Jingfei hid behind Yi Yuan with a flash and made a funny face at the bunch of Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses and said, Humph! My backer is here. See if you all still dare to chase. Keep chasing me and big brother Yi Yuan will beat all of you down. Then, she said to Yi Yuan pitifully, Big brother Yi Yuan, why did you only come now? Sniff, sniff. I've been waiting for you for 10 years. Did you look at how these people bullied me? I was almost killed. Human boy, hand this lass over. Otherwise, we'll kill you together. Talk so much rubbish with him for what? Just a human bug. Kill him together. Hoo-hoo. This girlie said that this human is her backer. This girl is using a lower Saint Sovereign Heaven to scare us. Ha ha ha. When these Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses heard that, they all burst out laughing. Yi Yuan looked at Jingfei and could not resist rolling his eyes as he said crossly, You lass, how many things have you done that incurs both the wrath of heaven and men? The present Jingfei already broke through to Saint Sovereign Heaven realm too. However, after breaking through, her ability to cause trouble also increased greatly. But Yi Yuan was very surprised. This lass actually waited for him for 10 years. Seriously? Jingfei had an innocent look as she said, I got bored of waiting for you. Had to find something to do. Yi Yuan's face became black as the bottom of a pot. This was not finding something to do. You're turning this sea region upside down. Looking at these sea folks who were glaring like ravening tigers, this hurdle today was probably not so easy to clear. Yi Yuan said to the group of Saint Sovereign Heavens with clasped hands, I'm really sorry about it. My sister is young and ignorant, and she offended everyone. This Yi apologizes to everyone on her behalf. Looking on account of this Ye's face, everyone, please lift your hand high up in mercy and let her off. A lower Saint Sovereign Heaven dares to sell face too? You really don't know how the word death is written. The large turtle in front said disdainfully, Your face? How much is your face worth? Yi Yuan smiled and said, This Ye's face should still be worth some money. The large turtle gave a cold snort and said, Reckless and blind thing. Since you're courting death, then this exalt will send you off. The large turtle roared and charged toward Yi Yuan while swaying its body. Yi Yuan was indifferent and just pointed an ordinary finger out. Bang! The large turtle immediately flew out backward 1,000 feet away. Everyone's expression changed wildly. They knew that this large turtle was Xianming Divine Turtle. Her cultivation realm already reached Upper Saint Sovereign Heaven. This level of powerhouse was sent flying by Yi Yuan with one finger? Gah! Pissing this exalt off. This boy is a little creepy. Everyone, attack. Together and finish this brat off. Then we kill that little wench. The large turtle roared and charged over again. Yi Yuan's figure swayed, and he disappeared from where he was. Bang, bang, bang. In several breaths of time, Yi Yuan threw dozens of punches out. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. It was only to see one figure after another flying out like a fireworks display. Each person was merely one punch. Even Jingfei was dumbfounded from watching too. Big brother Yi Yuan, how did you become so incredible? I can do whatever I want in the future. This young lady wants to see who dares to provoke me. After the surprise, Jingfei clapped her hands in joy. Yi Yuan ignored Jingfei and said coolly, I wonder if this Ye's face is still worth some money? He already showed leniency just now and only sent these people flying. If not, these people would have been killed by him in one exchange. Although he was only a peak lower Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouse currently, ever since embarking on the path of a divergent cultivator, his understanding of great Tao became even deeper instead. Every movement and action showed its power even more. Of course, Jingfei this last seemed to be fooling around, but she was not really an idiot either. These Saint Sovereign Heavens that she provoked were actually not considered too strong. If they were too strong, it would also have been impossible for Jingfei to escape from so many people with her life. A giant crab had a fearful look as he said to the large turtle, Wu Tuan, this boy is so strong. Each and every one of the Saint Sovereign Heavens present was terrified too. Yi Yuan's strength was too strong. Just now, if he dealt a killing blow, they would already be dead. The large turtle snorted coldly and said, Boy, do you really want to meddle in the affairs of Chen Kuei-Si region? You have to know, back then there was a human punk who was pursued tens of millions of miles by our Chen Kuei-Si region and almost died. Yi Yuan's brows could not help raising when he heard it. Could this person be Zhuo Bufan? The Zhuo Bufan who swept across everything in rain-clear continent had this experience too. Who? Almost died? Didn't he not die? Don't have any doubts. I'll be meddling in this girl's affairs. If you all have anything that you're unhappy about, feel free to come at me, Yi Yuan said coolly. He already showed the other party a lot of face. Since the other party really wanted to form a grudge, they could become enemies then. Yi Yuan was not even afraid of heavenly Tao. Could he still be scared of these sea folk? Moreover, Zhuo Bufan could kill his way out. Couldn't Yi Yuan kill his way out? Wu Tuan was furious when she heard that and said, Very good, boy, prepare to receive our wrath. Come on. The group of people left with a whiz. While at this time, Yi Yuan reached his hand out and grabbed forward. Tremendous suction force transmitted out. Jingfei, who was just thinking of running away, was directly captured back from the void by Yi Yuan. Why? You caused trouble, and you still want to slip away? Yi Yuan said with an unfriendly look. When did I? I wanted to go scout out the path? Jingfei thickened her skin and said with a smile. Big yellow, smack the buttocks. Hit hard. Don't show mercy. This girl's skin is thick.
Yi Yuan instructed coolly.
Ah? Don't. Big brother Yi Yuan. Don't hit me. I only got into big trouble for you. You look. As she said, Jingfei took a sheet of skin out. Yi Yuan received it and took a look. It was a map. This is a nautical chart. Didn't you want to go to the other side of the sea? It's very easy for you to get into trouble by traveling heedlessly like this. You have to know, there isn't just true sovereign heavens in the sea. There are even emperor-level true spirits in some powerful sea regions. No matter how strong you are, it's also impossible to be their match, right? With this nautical chart, you'll be able to avoid those powerful sea regions and will naturally be much safer. Yi Yuan gave Jingfei a strange glance. He did not expect that she actually took this out. Indeed, Yi Yuan was also most worried about precisely this when traveling via sea. The sea was too big, boundless. One would not know where home was. Once trespassed into some powerful sea regions that would really be dying, without knowing how he died. There were many major and minor sea regions marked on this nautical chart, especially some emperor-level sea regions that were marked using red. And this sea region that they were in right now was called Qian Kue Sea region, a true sovereign-level sea region. There were also more than 10 major and minor true sovereign sea regions around Qian Kue Sea region. This was also to say that the true sovereign heaven true spirit seafolk in these sea regions were more than 10. Even true sovereign heavens were numerous, so it could be imagined how many saint sovereign heavens there were in this ocean. The sea was not like land. This place was a vast expanse. When passing through, they would be under the surveillance of the sea race. No matter how exceedingly formidable your means, it was also impossible to avoid the eyes and ears of the sea race. In the sea, there were countless true spirits. Could it be that Yi Yuan could still kill off all the true spirits in the sea? The danger of the sea lay in precisely this. Once an ordinary saint sovereign heaven was targeted by some seafolks. If they joined forces and invited several saint sovereign heavens over, how could there be the logic of not dying? How is it? With a younger sister that cares for you? Are you very moved? Jing Fei said smugly. Yi Yuan put away the nautical chart and said with a cold snort, "Don't give me that. How did you steal people's turtle eggs in passing when stealing a nautical chart? Also, you pierced through the earth's core and burned people's nests. It's also in order to find the nautical chart." Jing Fei hurriedly stuck her tongue out and said, "You already know? I'm not deaf. How could I not hear?" Yi Yuan said crossly, "Forget it. Looking on account of the nautical chart, I'll spare you this time. Hee hee? Big brother Yi Yuan is the best. But why are you here?" Yi Yuan asked curiously. Back then, when you transcended the tribulation at sea, Jing Fei already knew that you were about to leave. Later, you established the Pill Pavilion on the rain-clear continent, the faction growing stronger and stronger. I knew that you were going to leave very soon. Hence, I came here to wait for you in advance, heading south all the way after coming out of the 7 Great Sea regions. One will enter the Qian Kue Sea region. Who knew that I waited 10 years? 10 years. I had to find something to do. Yi Yuan was rendered speechless. This girl. You were really asking for trouble. But thinking about it, Yi Yuan was a little touched in his heart too. While this girl was messing around, finding the nautical chart should be real. You want to leave together with me? Jing Fei nodded and said, I've already broken through to Saint Sovereign Heaven now. The 7 Great Sea regions have no meaning anymore. The outside world is what's fun. You came out. Then what about the Thistle South Sea region? When you left back then, didn't you leave behind some heavenly pills? Uncle, Black Shark already broke through to half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven too. My big brother also broke through to Jade Sovereign Heaven. With them around, it will be fine. Yi Yuan nodded and said, All right, come along with me then. Jing Fei grabbed onto Yi Yuan's arm and swung it hard as she said, It's still big brother Yi Yuan who's the best. Yi Yuan snorted coldly and said, Don't be happy too early. This Qian Yi Sea region is probably not so easy to walk out of. As Yi Yuan expected, after Wu Tuan and the others returned, they immediately went to Qian Kue Hall. Qian Kue Sea region's overlord was a Qian Kue fish that attained Tao. Lord Whalebillow, you have to uphold justice for us. That human punk is bullying people too far. Wu Tian complained tearfully. Lord Whalebillow, my palace has already become ruins. I don't even have a dwelling place anymore now. You have to stand up for this lowly one. A group of Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses was currently all extremely grief-stricken as if their parents had died. The Lord Whalebillow that they spoke of was a great general under Qian Kue. Grand Completion Saint Sovereign Heaven superpowerhouse, his strength being extremely formidable. Whalebillow was originally indifferent, but hearing about Yi Yuan's strength, he nodded and said, Sovereign Qianyi is currently in close seclusion. You all rest assured. Starshine and I won't sit by idly and remain indifferent. With regards to this matter, Yi Yuan rode on Big Yellow and strolled leisurely on the sea. The speed was not far and also not slow. Little dragon girl Jingfei transformed into a flood dragon and circled around, above the two people's heads, like a jubilant skylark. Very clearly, they did not take those sea folks seriously. Master Yi, is it really fine for us to be so leisurely? Big Yellow said, rather flusteredly. My goodness, you big yellow bull. Why are you so long-winded? My big brother, Yi Yuan, is unparalleled under the heavens. How can these stinky sea folks be his match? Before Yi Yuan said anything, Jingfei interrupted. Yi Yuan smiled and said, not that we're not running, but that we can't get away even if we run. Since it will be a fight sooner or later, we'll fight. Then. But if it startles a true sovereign heaven, how can true sovereign heavens be so bored? If they really wanted to take action, Zhuo Bufan would have long died. How could he have possibly been chased down for 10 million miles? Yi Yuan said with a smile. Big Yellow thought about it and felt that it made sense. In the eyes of true sovereign heavens, saint sovereign heavens were merely ant-like existences. Killing a measly little saint sovereign heaven did not do much good. How could they really care about such a trivial matter? According to the nautical chart, they only traveled less than half of the distance in the Qian Kue Sea region. True sovereign level sea regions were too big. It was virtually 10,000 times as large. Even if Yi Yuan pushed on with his journey with all his strength, it would take a year or two as well. There was no way to run at all. Suddenly, Yi Yuan's mind stirred, and he said, they are here. Too grand. Completion, saint sovereign heavens. Big Yellow's body tensed up, preparing for a great battle. After several breaths, the void trembled, and a large group of powerhouses appeared above the sea. After counting carefully, there were roughly 60 over Saint Sovereign Heaven. Powerhouses, more than twice as many as before. Whale Billow was in the forefront and looked at Yi Yuan and shouted coldly, boy, you dare to cause trouble in Qianyi Sea region. Are you tired of living? This Yi didn't cause trouble. It was just that my younger sister was mischievous. The trouble that she caused, I'll shoulder it. Yi Yuan's words were very flat, but it was extremely domineering. It was naturally impossible to hand Jingfei over. Since that was the case, then he could only shoulder it. Whale Billow sneered coldly when he heard that and said, a mere lower saint, sovereign heaven, can you shoulder it? Yi Yuan said coolly, whether or not I can bear it, wouldn't you know after trying it out? All right, I'll give it a try then. Whale Billow shouted loudly and threw a punch out with a loud bang. A transformed giant whale directly smashed towards Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan raised his brows, did not expect that this guy was actually a transformation powerhouse. However, he did not hesitate, similarly throwing a punch out. Boom! The surface of the sea shook. That transformed giant whale was actually dispersed by Yi Yuan with one punch. The exchange of blows between the two actually directly blew those saint sovereign heavens away. Could be seen how strong this force was. Whale Billow's pupils constricted, horrified by Yi Yuan's strength. It turns out to be a divergent cultivator. No wonder your strength is so powerful. Whale Billow cried out in surprise. Yi Yuan said in surprise, you actually know about divergent cultivators. Whale Billow had a disdainful look as he said, what's strange about this? There are countless heavens chosens in the sea. Over time there will more or less be some people that heaven is jealous of that appear. However, since you've stepped onto this path, your days are numbered too. Hand over that last. This exalt can let you spend your remaining days in peace. Yi Yuan smiled and said, my remaining years are very long. There's no need for you to worry about it. Whale Billow laughed loudly and said, boy, stop self-hypnotizing. Even if the divergent cultivators in our sea cultivate to true sovereign heaven, they will die miserably under the Tao tribulation in the end. without exception. What right do you have to be an exception? Yi Yuan smiled and said, my fate is up to me, not up to heaven. Whale Billow sneered and said, looks like you won't shed tears without seeing the coffin. Starshine, attack together and kill this boy. By the side, Starshine nodded his head, his figure suddenly flashing and disappearing, while the other Saint Sovereign Heaven quickly retreated. In the next moment, countless star-like motes of light appeared around Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's expression changed, feeling a great danger. His figure swayed, wanting to shake off these starlight dots. But right at this time, Whale Billow's giant whale attacked again. This time, Whale Billow did not dare to underestimate Yi Yuan too. He directly used 70% of his strength. 5 giant whales sealed off all of Yi Yuan's escape routes. Boy, even if it's a divergent cultivator, they won't dare to look down on our Chen Kuei region's 5 great war generals too. Go and die. Whale Billow gave a loud roar, his aura releasing fully. Yi Yuan's gaze turned intent, a small sword faintly appearing between his eyebrows. He bellowed and bombarded the surroundings frenziedly. At the same time, those starlights suddenly burst apart. Above the sea, it was as brilliant as fireworks.
Bong, bong, bong.
The terrifying explosions completely drowned Yi Yuan. When Big Yellow saw this scene, his pupils constricted too. These 2 great grand completion Saint Sovereign Heavens were so strong. Jing Fei's complexion turned deathly pale, patting her chest and saying, it's okay. Big brother Yi Yuan is the strongest. He'll definitely be fine. Humph. Damn girl. You'd better worry about yourself. The 5 great war generals under Sovereign Chen Kuei's command are all transformation powerhouses. This time, in order to deal with this punk, 2 were dispatched at once. This kid is dead for sure. The large turtle and the others were already too impatient to wait. They charged toward Jingfei, while another group of people also besieged Big Yellow. They were unable to take part in Yi Yuan's battle with the 2 great war generals at all. Too strong. If they entered, they would only be instantly killed. Eft. Wu Tuan's voice had yet to fade when Starshine and Whale Billow, 2 people, spurted blood at the same time, their bodies flying out backward. Meanwhile, the place of the original explosion formed a vacuum area with Yi Yuan as the center. Yi Yuan was perfectly unscathed while Starshine and Whale Billow, 2 people, were injured by the backlash. The expressions of the Chen Kuei sea folks present changed one after another. How is this possible? A divergent cultivator can't be so strong either, right? He's just lower Saint Sovereign Heaven. Above the sea, sword energy crisscrossed. Starshine and Whale Billow, 2 people were beaten to the point where they kept vomiting blood. Although those Saint Sovereign Heavens who were chasing after Big Yellow and Jingfei avoided the core battlefield, each and every one of them was extremely alarmed. The present Yi Yuan lost his all-encompassing sacred tree, but he condensed and formed a Tao sword with his own Tao and gained enlightenment on heaven and earth with the Tao sword, perfecting himself. One could say that the Tao sword was another all-encompassing sacred tree, forcibly condensing the 3 great power of rules together. This was Yi Yuan's own Tao, especially after the baptism and tempering of the 3-9 Tao tribulation. Yi Yuan's Tao sword became extremely powerful. Activating 3 power of rules with the power of the Tao sword, it was comparable to 3 laws transformation 5th form. In fact, it was even stronger. Therefore, although Saint Sovereign Heaven this realm span was huge, to Yi Yuan, there were basically no opponents already apart from grand completion. Saint Sovereign Heavens. However, Starshine and Whale Billow, 2 people's strengths were indeed powerful. 2. They were actually able to last under now at Yi Yuan's hands. Damn it! How can this boy be so strong? Lord Starshine and Lord Whale Billow almost can't hold on anymore. Why hasn't that Wu Tuan returned yet? If Lord Purple Sandal and Lord Soulcut still don't come, the 2 lords are going to be killed. Damn girl. Don't run if you have the capabilities. Over on this side, Jingfei's speed was extremely fast, slipping away from group of Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses, while on the other side, Big Yellow alone restrained 20 to 30 powerhouses, and he also fought while running. The present Big Yellow, his strength already reached Upper Saint Sovereign Heaven, and his combat power was also extremely powerful. If not for there being too many people, he would have long resolved the fight. Already. Hee. You big dumbass, why would I fight you all head-on? After my big brother Yi Yuan defeats those two, he'll naturally come and take care of you. Guys! Jingfei laughed coyly, the faces of each and every one of the Saint Sovereign Heavens chasing after her became black as the bottom of a pot. What they were worried about was also precisely this. Who would have thought that two great generals moved out and could not even take care of Yi Yuan? However, right at this time, two powerful auras came from the sea and arrived. With a howl, all the Saint Sovereign Heavens were immediately overjoyed. They are here. Lord Purple Sandal and Lord Soulcut are here. For great war. Generals attacking at the same time. This kid is dead for sure. Ha ha ha. Damn lass. See if you can still be arrogant. Swoosh. Swoosh. Two figures appeared instantly. Looking toward the scene of the battle in the distance, their pupils immediately constricted. Bold little thief. To dare show off your power in our Chen Kuei-Si region. Prépare-toi dit. General Purple Sandal yelled angrily and brandished his blade, charging towards Yi Yuan. General Soulcut also directly joined the battle without a word. Bang! 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 The addition of Purple Sandal, two people instantly escalated the fight. Above the sea, tumultuous waves were swept up. Many sea folks at the bottom of the sea could not avoid them in time and were directly blasted out. Regarding for great transformation experts that combat power was not an ordinary kind of terrifying. The two who were originally being beaten until they vomited blood repeatedly were also roused at this time, for people completely unleashed their big moves, suppressing Yi Yuan. Frenziedly. For some time they actually suppressed Yi Yuan. When Whale Billow saw Yi Yuan being suppressed, he immediately said with a loud laugh, for out of the 5 great war generals moved out, boy, you can be sufficiently proud. Yi Yuan formed a sword with his finger and fired out one terrifying 3 laws. Sword energy after another. But his words were calm as he said, this Yi is merely passing by and doesn't want to clash with everyone. Keep fighting like this and I won't be holding back anymore. Do you all really want to force me? Purple Sandal smiled coldly and said, boy, can't beat means you can't beat. Opening your mouth to beg for mercy now. It's too late. Whale Billow smiled and said, boy, I gave you a chance previously. It's too late to beg for mercy now. Yi Yuan's kindly persuasion turned into begging for mercy when the 4 great generals heard it. Currently, in this sort of situation, Yi Yuan could still have reservations. But keep fighting like this. Once his combat power was unleashed, he would not be able to hold back anymore. But it looks like these sea folks did not intend to stop either. Yi Yuan gave a cold snort and yelled coldly, Universe Sword Formation, condense. The small sword at Yi Yuan's glabella suddenly emitted a powerful light. Hundreds of small swords instantly condensed and formed in the air. Yi Yuan condensed transformed swords with divine essence and formed the
Univers Sword Formation.
The current Yi Yuan did not cultivate a world. He only cultivated the Tao sword. His world collapsed. All of the divine essences were stored in the Tao sword. The Tao sword was where Yi Yuan's foundation lay. If the sword existed, the person lived. If the sword perished, the person would be dead. Once the universe sword formation was unleashed, it instantly enveloped the 4 great war generals. The faces of the 4 great generals changed at the same time, each and every one of them feeling a great danger. As soon as the sword formation rose, the 4 people were directly split apart, each fighting for themselves, and the pressure suddenly increased. In merely a blink of an eye, the situation reversed again. The other Saint Sovereign Heavens were immediately dumbfounded. This, he still has a trump card. What a strong sword formation. The 4 lords utilized great Tao transformation and are actually unable to break out of the encirclement. Even 4 great generals can't do anything to this kid. What to do? Everyone also did not expect that Yi Yuan was actually powerful to such an extent. For out of 5 great generals moved out and were still suppressed by Yi Yuan. Didn't this mean that in the entire Qian Kuei Sea region, apart from sovereign Qian Kuei, Yi Yuan could sweep away all? When Jingfei, who was currently running away, saw the sword formation rise, she immediately laughed loudly and said, "Big brother Yi Yuan is too impressive. See if any of you still dare to bully me, I'll make big brother Yi Yuan take care of you in a while." The sea folks were really going crazy. This girl was really too arrogant. Yet, they could not do anything to her. Damn lass, don't get smug. After Sovereign Qian Kuei makes a move, you all will die without a burial ground. Wu Tuan said furiously when she saw the situation. She had just invited 2 great generals over, thinking that the battle could be reversed instantly, completely quelling things. Who knew that she had not caught her breath yet and Yi Yuan suppressed the for great generals again. Yet this girl was still pulling aggro. She wished to tear this girl to pieces. Alive. Jingfei made a funny face at her and said smugly, "Rubbish! If Sovereign Qian Kuei is really going to make a move, he would have long taken action. Would he still wait until now? You big turtle, I'm going to ride you and look at the sea. If you dare to be disobedient, I'll hit you until your head retracts. If you're still disobedient, I'll make big brother Yi Yuan beat your head out." Hearing Jingfei's words, Wu Tuan almost went crazy. If it were normal times, she would just treat it as a joke. But now there was really the possibility. At the thought of being toyed around by this lass, she even had the heart to "What are you all still in a daze for? The 4 of us aren't his match. Go and call some people over for me. Quickly return to Qian Kuei Hall. Raise the alert to the highest level in the entire Qian Kuei Sea region. Go tell Yun Yang. Have him go invite the war generals of the nearby 3 great sea regions over." On the battlefield, a loud yell suddenly came from Whalebillow. Clearly, he was genuinely enraged. It was not that he could not accept failure. It was just that with the entire Qian Kuei Sea region being challenged by a human punk, wouldn't it be treated as a joke in the various major sea regions in the future? Therefore Yi Yuan must die today. The expressions of the saint sovereign heavens present changed one after another. With this, it became a big deal. Chapter 2790. Reaching the limit of patience, there's no need to tolerate anymore. ***. What did you say? Whalebillow, the 4 of them are not that human's match. When Yun Yang heard about this kid, he suddenly stood up, a look of disbelief in his eyes. Wu Tuan's turtle face was almost squeezing into a ball as she said bitterly,
Yes, Lord Yun Yang.
Lord Wakeloud asked you to move faster. Any slower and they won't be able to withstand anymore. Yun Yang felt like he was listening to a book from heaven. With 4 great war generals going into battle together, unless it was a war between sea regions, it was completely impossible. 5 great war generals each ruled a region. They were all existences who had millions under them and only 1 person above them. To be able to make them join forces, what kind of terrifying strength did that require? A human lower Saint Sovereign Heaven actually forced the 4 people to do this. Damn it! Lord Sovereign is currently in close seclusion to deal with the true Sovereign Tao tribulation. He can't get away. Inviting the war generals of other sea regions to take action will definitely cause us to bleed. Yun Yang called 3 people over and instructed, "The 3 of you go to Dingxiang Sea region and Peiyun Sea region right now. You must invite 2 general-level powerhouses to take action. As for the price, as long as they are willing to take action, each person will have 3 sea soul pills." Everyone's expressions changed, and they cried out in surprise, "Sea soul pill? Your Excellency, sea soul pills has to do with entering true sovereign heaven. Isn't this too costly?" Yun Yang waved his hand and said, How can true sovereign heaven be so easy to enter? Sea soul pills can strengthen the origin divinity and greatly increase the chances of breaking through to true sovereign heaven. But that's all. With these guys' shrewdness, would they be willing to make a move if we don't pay the price? Alright, you guys go. If Lord Chen Kuei really blames this exalt, we'll shoulder it. Yun Yang already said so. They naturally did not dare to say any more. After the three people left, Yun Yang passed the order commanding all of Chen Kuei Sea region's grand completion Saint Sovereign Heavens to all rush to the battlefield. Anyone who defied the order would be executed without pardon. After the order was passed, Yun Yang brought Wu Tuan as well as 7 to 8 grand completion Saint Sovereign Heavens. They whizzed away to the battlefield. Lord Yun Yang is here too. This is the entire Chen Kuei Hall swarming out in full force. Could it be that so many people can't take this kid down too? Seeing the battlefield getting bigger and bigger, the expressions of the Saint Sovereign Heavens present changed one after another. They originally thought that it was just a trivial matter, just killing a lower Saint Sovereign Heaven. How major could it be? But now it actually caused the Chen Kuei Hall to emerge in full force. Feeling more and more powerful auras, Yi Yuan felt a headache too. He already showed mercy in his action, alright? Could it be that these sea folks were all lunatics? If he did not kill people, did they really take him to be a soft persimmon? If not for being apprehensive of true sovereign heavens, he would not care about these sea folks' life and death. The reason why he showed mercy was merely because he did not want to offend true sovereign heavens terribly. But now they were bullying others too far. Yun Yang brought 7 to 8 grand completion Saint Sovereign Heavens and joined the battlefield. Yi Yuan's pressure suddenly increased. He exclaimed, "Everyone, this Yi has already shown mercy. Can't you really not tell? If you keep pushing me like this, don't blame this Yi for not being courteous anymore." 8 grand completion Saint Sovereign Heavens, plus 5 grand completion transformation realms. This combat power could already be called terrifying. Yi Yuan was strong, but it was also impossible to be so strong. At this time he already had his full strength being forced out too and was unable to hold back anymore. What was left was a life and death battle. Yi Yuan did not want to offend a sea region to the core, but these guys were bullying people too far. The trouble that Jingfei caused was not small, but later on he also asked about it. It was not really a serious matter. There was no need to be irreconcilable till death. It was also precisely because of this that he had been pulling his punches all along. Otherwise, at the beginning, Yi Yuan could have directly employed the universe sword formation and annihilated Whale Billow and Starshine. Boy, it's also not that we can't stop. As long as you hand over that girl, everything can be discussed. Otherwise, my Chen Kuei Sea region's face won't tolerate a human like yourself to provoke like this. Whale Billow also shouted. In reality, they were scared too. The participation of Yun Yang and 8 great grand completion Saint Sovereign Heavens merely fought to a draw with Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's sword formation was seriously unbelievably strong. But now, the arrow was notched on the bow and had no choice but to release it. If they could not keep Jingfei behind, they were seriously unable to give an explanation. Both sides stuck to their guns just like that. Over there, Jingfei, who had been rejoicing all along, also could not laugh anymore with this. No matter how mischievous she was, she also knew that she caused big trouble. This time, how could she have thought that the momentary mischievousness previously would have caused the entire Chen Kuei Sea region to riot? This joke blew up a little too big. Big brother Yi Yuan, why don't you hand Jingfei over? Sniff sniff. I was wrong, Jingfei cried while running. Yi Yuan snorted coldly and said, "What a joke! If the sky falls, I'll shoulder." Big Yellow, there are more and more of them. You quickly bring Jingfei south and break out of the encirclement. I'll rush over very soon. Yes, Master Yi. Big Yellow felt a headache too, wishing to smack Jingfei to death with one slap. This lass was too capable of causing trouble. However, Big Yellow had been together with Yi Yuan for a long time and he already understood Yi Yuan's temper very well. At this time, he absolutely would not abandon his companion and leave. When Yi Yuan was holding back previously, he was naturally holding back too. The coquettish profligate hoof did not erupt with full power. At this time, he no longer held anything back. With a roar, his body suddenly started twisting strangely. Boom! A kick thrust out, the 3 to 4 middle Saint Sovereign Heavens in front were directly burst apart by him, carving open a bloody path. Big Yellow headed straight for Jingfei. With another hoof kick, it sent those Saint Sovereign Heavens chasing after him, flying. Then, he took Jingfei and sprinted south. Chase! You must keep that lass behind for this exalt. Yuan Chen, you go and help kill that bull. Whale Billow bellowed, ordering one of the grand completion Saint Sovereign Heavens to get out of the battlefield and pursue. When Yi Yuan heard that, a hint of cold light flashed across his eyes, and he yelled coldly, "This Yi wants to see who can leave. Kill!" At this time, Yi Yuan was genuinely enraged too. It was only to see him yell fiercely. The universe sword formation suddenly became fierce. Previously, he had always been focusing on defense. Offense was secondary. Now, he could not care less anymore, directly turning the universe sword formation into a killing move. For a time, cold light erupted brilliantly. That Yuan Chun was just about to leave the battlefield when he was directly pierced by dozens of sword lights, falling into the sea. This was Yi Yuan's first time employing a killing move. However, as soon as the killing move came out, Yi Yuan's defense was greatly weakened too. After all, they were 5 great transformation experts present. Under this blow, he suffered some injuries too. Seeing Yi Yuan suddenly become fierce, Whale Billow and the rest were greatly shocked. Only then did they know how terrifying the power of this sword formation was. Before, Yi Yuan was really holding back too much. Otherwise, if they came one by one, they would have died long ago. But once Yi Yuan's killing move was unleashed and once a grand completion, Saint Sovereign Heaven fell, this matter really could not be resolved anymore. Whale Billow shouted loudly, "Boy, you dare to kill people. Today it's irreconcilable till death." Yi Yuan's gaze turned fierce, and he said with a cold snort, "Do you all really think that I'm scared of you? This Yi gave in time and again, but you all keep pushing it, reaching the limit of my patience. Then there's no need to tolerate any more. Move!" Yi Yuan shouted fiercely, controlling dozens of flying swords to kill a grand completion Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouse again. At this time, Yi Yuan already slew 3 grand completion Saint Sovereign Heavens. But, in the time that he killed these 3 people, another 5 came one after another. These 5 people were all grand completion Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses. However, Yi Yuan was not afraid, urging the universe sword formation to the extreme. After fighting fiercely for a long time, the 5 great war generals were already a spent force. At this time, they could only barely manage to resist. If it dragged on a while longer, he might not be unable to kill 1 or 2 of them. Unassuming when not killing, but when he went on a killing spree, then he would kill until the other party got chills. Otherwise, there would be endless troubles. After all, this place was a large sea region with countless powerhouses. Human boy, you slaughtered my Chen Kue Sea region's powerhouses. Definitely flay your skin and pull out your tendons today. Yun Yang roared, angrily, helplessly watching 3 grand completion Saint Sovereign Heavens die in front of them. These people became even crazier. Yi Yuan smiled coldly and said, "Today's battle, this Yi showed leniency time, and again, it was you all who kept pushing me. Now you're blaming this Yi for killing people? Hoo-hoo? Do you really think that I'm scared of you all? Once slaughter starts, I'll go on a killing spree then." As he said, Yi Yuan urged the sword formation and rushed toward sword formation frenziedly. Among this group of people, Starshine was the most heavily injured and was already an arrow at the end of its flight. Want to kill, then it was naturally him. Of course, fighting until now, Yi Yuan's injuries were not weak either. But Compared to his opponents, it was still within an acceptable range. Damn it! Why aren't those guys here yet? When Whale Billow saw that Starshine was almost unable to withstand, he was anxious until his face contorted. But the current Yi Yuan completely had a reckless fighting style that disregarded his life. His offensive power was extremely fearsome. Being in the sword formation, there was no leeway for him to be distracted. Just as they were fighting fiercely, several powerful auras suddenly arrived. With a howl, when Whale Billow and the rest felt this aura, they were instantly ecstatic. Ha ha ha! Kid, the 6 great war generals in the nearby 3 great sea regions are about to arrive soon. This time, see if you still won't die, Whale Billow said with a wild laugh. Yi Yuan naturally felt these powerful auras too, and he was also slightly surprised in his heart. So many general powerhouses, he could not bear it too. Once surrounded, it would really cost him a layer of skin even if he did not. Is that so? Then you all have a batch die first before talking. As he said, Yi Yuan suddenly formed a seal. Hundreds of sword lights all pierced towards Starshine with a whistle. Starshine only felt that it was all sword light blotting out the skies and covering the earth. There was nowhere to evade at all. Starshine! Whale Billow roared loudly, but it was already too late to want to save. In desperation, the martial techniques of Whale Billow and the rest smashed towards Yi Yuan frenziedly. Yi Yuan had long expected it, spatial rule instantly unfolding. However, it was the joint attack of 4 great war generals. The power was too terrifying. Boom! Boom! 2 explosions sounded out, Starshine and the Grand Completion Saint Sovereign. Heaven beside him were directly blown into nothingness by Yi Yuan without the slightest resistance. Swoosh! And right at this time, an afterimage streaked across the sky. Yi Yuan actually took advantage of this interval and flew away. But at this time, Yi Yuan's abdomen was empty. Flesh and blood actually could not even be seen. This strike earlier, he avoided the vitals. But he still could not completely avoid it in the end. Damn it! That boy is seriously injured. Chase after and kill him, Yun Yang yelled. A group of people chasing after Yi Yuan frenziedly. Among the 5 people, Whale Billow was the closest to Starshine. Now Starshine was killed, Whale Billow was furious to the extreme. Motherf asterisk cur. This kid sustained such heavy wounds, but he can actually still run so fast. Don't let your father catch up if you have the ability. Yi Yuan was severely injured at this time. Even his speed slowed down too. However, he already swallowed 2 grade 5 heavenly pills. His injuries and divine essence were in the midst of recovering rapidly. These 2 grade 5 heavenly pills were precisely grade 5 true grade heavenly pills. The recovery power was extremely shocking. In the past few decades, Yi Yuan put most of his energy on alchemy. He devoted himself to studying the 100 Herbs Illustrated Handbook as well as the Alchemy Dao records obtained from the Labyrinth Divine Palace. Present, his Alchemy Dao already improved further. Although grade 5 heavenly medicines were precious, since Yi Yuan was heading out, it was naturally impossible not to make any preparations. Otherwise, in the vast sea, he would be exhausted to death by people too. Yun Yang and the rest were all Grand Completion Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses. Their speed was naturally not slow. It looked like the distance from Yi Yuan was dwindling little by little. But very soon they discovered that the aura on Yi Yuan's body grew stronger and stronger, and his speed got faster and faster. At this moment, Whale Billow and the others could not help but want to curse and swear. Fucking hell! Is this kid immortal? Why is he recovering so fast? Brat, don't run if you have the capabilities. Whale Billow stomped his feet in annoyance. Only a moron would not run. Dawdling with you here to wait for death? But Yi Yuan felt that there were more than 10 powerful auras currently howling over from several directions ahead. Among them, there were 6 powerhouses who were not weaker than Whale Billow, and the other powerhouses who were currently rushing over swiftly. Yi Yuan naturally planned it out when he chose to break through the encirclement at this time. Being heavily injured, he was unable to face 10 great grand completion saint. Sovereign heaven transformation powerhouses. He would be biting off more than he could chew. Once surrounded by them, then he would really be unable to bear the consequences of failure. Ahead, 6 powerful auras already got closer and closer, their figures already appearing in the horizon. Whale Billow was overjoyed when he saw the situation and said, Bing Chan Zhou, Lin, Fei Yen, delay this punk. Don't let him run away. The powerhouse called Bing Chan said with a loud laugh, Whale Billow, your Chen Kuesi region is too weak. So many people besieging a lower saint. Sovereign heaven, and you actually let him run away. Haha? Want us to act, sure. Add another sea soul pill each. Zhou Lin took the opportunity to extort. Whale Billow did not have time to bargain with him and immediately said, No problem. Attack for me. Bing Chun laughed loudly and said, Brat, you a human actually dare to act wildly in the sea region. You're really tired of living. Stay behind. Obediently. Your Lord Bing will use you to trade for sea soul pills. Done talking, the 6 people's auras released transformation martial techniques smashing over towards Yi Yuan crazily. With 6 great transformation powerhouses making a move, how shocking was the commotion? At this time, Yi Yuan's injuries were already 60% recovered. The large hole in his abdomen pretty much recovered already too. Facing the pincer attack of 6 great powerhouses, he did not reduce his speed, but divine essence erupted instead, his speed skyrocketing. When Whale Billow saw this scene, his pupils could not help constricting, and he cried out in shock, Be careful. This boy's sword formation is extremely formidable. Starshine already died at his hands just now. Bing Chun and the rest were naturally not fools. Just now they only had the intention of nauseating Whale Billow and the others. Before coming they were already aware of it. Furthermore, for a lower Saint Sovereign Heaven to be able to escape from the hands of 5 great transformation powerhouses, it indicated a lot of things in itself. Therefore, they did not hold back on this strike but called forth all their power. However, hearing that Starshine actually died, these people were still shocked. But at this time, they already clashed in close quarters. Yi Yuan ignored the rest and rushed straight for Zhou Lin, his speed swift to the extreme. Just now, when he suddenly accelerated, he actually barely managed to avoid the 6 people's combined attack. And at this time, Universe Sword Formation emerged in full force. D. Yi Yuan roared, countless sword lights sweeping toward Zhou Lin. Damn it! Save me! Zhou Lin's expression changed wildly, wanting to avoid Yi Yuan. But it was already too late. Both parties' speed was too fast. Describing it was slow, but actually it was merely a blink of an eye and both parties already clashed in close quarters. Boom! A terrifying explosion transmitted out of the void. Zhou Lin instantly turned to ashes under this blow. A streak of flowing light cut across the sky. Yi Yuan actually forcefully killed his way out amidst the encirclement of 6 people. However, Yi Yuan was not any better. The combined attack of 6 great transformation experts, he did not defend at all either. Could be seen how terrifying this attack was. He only avoided the core of this strike. But ultimately he was unable to completely avoid it. You! Asterisk. Shao Qing, didn't you say that the sea is full of dangers? Why does it seem to be just like that when we walked all the way? Reputation isn't as good as meeting in the flesh. Maybe the true spirits in the sea are all very friendly. Amen? What you said is right, Sai. This exalt has been invincible in the Yuchi continent far too long and is seriously a little bored. Otherwise, I really couldn't quite bear to leave. Master is amazingly talented. Your aptitude reigning the present era. Tiny. Little Yuchi continent can't accommodate Master anymore. Being able to follow Master to take a look at the world outside is Shao Qing's paramount honor. Hoo-hoo? Shao Qing has discerning eyes like burning torches. This exalt just likes this about you. Shao Qing, do you think that Master I can also reign the contemporary era when I go outside? That's a certainty. Master will definitely find lucky chances very soon and break through to true sovereign heaven. Then you'll ascend to the summit again and look down proudly on the present era. Haha? I think so too. It's just that this sea is vast and a little boring. A youth in an azure shirt rode a black ox and was currently strolling on the surface of the sea, enjoying it very pleasantly like he was on a vacation. The youth in a green shirt had a look like only he was invincible and the loneliness of an expert. However, his aura was indeed very powerful. He was actually a grand completion. Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouse. The black bull under his seat was also initial stage upper Saint Sovereign Heaven. This kind of strength, even when placed in the sea, it was rather strong too. Therefore, it was still considered peaceful traveling all this way. The youth was called Yang Qing, the Yuqi continent's strongest powerhouse, similarly to the Zhua Bufan back then. However, he no longer had room for improvement on Yuqi continent. That was why he would leave to search for the opportunity to break through to true sovereign heaven. Suddenly, there was an undulation in the void far away. The lethargic Yang Qing suddenly became excited. There's someone? Heh. Traveled for a year already, finally met a living person? Only lower Saint Sovereign Heaven, and he actually dares to come to the sea. That's pretty gutsy. Shao Qing, go over.
Yang King patet Xiao King.
Shao Qing understood, and his figure moved, going up to greet. Very soon, a figure appeared in Yang Qing's field of vision. It was a young man in a white shirt. Little brother, the sea is vast. How about we become companions?
Yang King
called out loudly. Yi Yuan, who was currently flying away swiftly, his expression could not help becoming a little strange when he heard the call. This guy wanted to become buddies and travel together with him? Tired of living, right? No need. Each goes his own way, Yi Yuan said coolly. Yang Qing was not angry either, keeping up with Yi Yuan's footsteps and said, with a smile, little brother, I see that your strength isn't strong. If you come with me, your safety will be guaranteed too. But your speed is pretty fast. Yi Yuan gave Yang Qing a glance rather surprisedly too. This guy could actually keep up with his speed. However, he was also very surprised to run into a human here. Looking at the other party, he also guessed a little. He probably set out to look for lucky chances. If you're not afraid of death, just follow me, Yi Yuan said indifferently. The large black bull also said, young one, relax. Master's strength sweeps across the present era. Even if 5 grand completion Saint Sovereign Heavens come, they're not his match either. Protecting a lower Saint Sovereign Heaven like you is too effortless. Yi Yuan could not resist rolling his eyes. This guy was overly confident, right? Was this hypnotizing himself that he was really invincible under the heavens? If there wasn't a group of troops in pursuit behind me, I could slap you to death right now. Do you believe it or not? Yi Yuan did not pay attention to these 2 living treasures and flew without any care, urging his speed to the extreme. Hoo-hoo? Little brother, the sea is so vast. Why are you in such a hurry? Why not slow down and enjoy the scenery of nature a little? Is conducive to the improvement of realm too, Yang Qing said with a smile. Yi Yuan was speechless. Little brother, you're very cold. Let this exalt tells you. It's very hard to achieve great Tao with this kind of mentality. There aren't as many dangers as you think in the sea. Even if there are, you should also look at it with a smile. Yi Yuan was speechless. Little brother. Yang Qing was also bored for too long. Finally, having found someone to talk to, his entire person became a chatterbox. Yi Yuan could not be bothered to pay attention to him, but he was also somewhat surprised at the other party's strength. Even if it was grand completion Saint Sovereign Heaven, there were not many capable of keeping up with his speed too. Suddenly, his expression changed. 5 powerful auras ahead came to intercept. He detected it. Yang Qing naturally perceived it too. Eh? Are these sea race powerhouses? After traveling for so long, it's still. This Exalt's first time encountering sea race powerhouses. Let's go and say, hi! Yang Qing said rather excitedly. Yi Yuan was speechless again. How exhausting! How did this guy cultivate to his current realm? In virtually a blink of an eye, the 5 auras already arrived with a howl. These 5 people were shockingly all general-level powerhouses. Yang Qing did not wait for the other party to speak either, directly going up. To greet, as he said with a smile, hoo-hoo. Gentlemen are sea race powerhouses, right? This Exalt is Yuchi Continent's #1 person, Saint Exalt. Azure Sky. Today, I'm fortunate to get acquainted with you. You're together with this punk? A sea race powerhouse in the forefront. Directly interrupted Yang Qing's words and asked coldly. Yang Qing smiled and said, of course we're together. Yi Yuan could not let out a single word. He was really speechless. This guy was really bold enough. Couldn't he tell whether it was good or bad words? Kill! The sea race powerhouse roared, 5 people directly going all out and suppressing Yi Yuan 2 people. Yang Qing was taken aback. Before he could react to what was going on, the other party already acted. However, he was well deserving of being Yuchi Continent's #1 person. He suddenly slammed a punch out and actually reached first despite launching. Later, directly repelling the 2 people in front. And Yi Yuan also released the Universe Sword formation and clashed together. With 3 people. How could the large black bull dare to take part in such a grand battle? Ran away with a whoosh. My goodness! Is there some misunderstanding, gentlemen? Yang Qing fought as, he said.
No misunderstanding.
That general in the forefront yelled. But this Exalt didn't provoke you all. Yang Qing said in puzzlement. You didn't, but he did. Hey, little brother. Just how did you provoke them? Yang Qing could not resist looking towards Yi Yuan and could not help getting a shock. Yi Yuan fought 1-on-3 and actually suppressed the other party. These 3 people were all transformation experts. Just now, he actually looked down on this kid. A lower Saint Sovereign Heaven actually suppressed 3 great transformation powerhouses. This boy was actually even more monstrous than him. It's nothing. I just killed a few people, Yi Yuan said coolly. The moment Yang Qing heard this, he said, oh, it's merely 5 transformation experts. There won't be a problem if we join forces. This Exalt says that I'll protect you, then I'll protect you. After saying this, Yang Qing released his aura and beat the 2 people until they steadily lost ground. But in this short delay, several dozen powerful auras in the rear arrived with a howl. All of them were grand completion Saint Sovereign Heaven experts. When Yang Qing saw the situation, his scalp could not help tingling, and he cried out strangely, Kid, just how many freaking powerhouses did you provoke? It's also not a lot. I've killed people from the 4 great sea regions. Now, the 4 great sea regions powerhouses are all on the way to hunt me down? Oh. These 4 great sea regions overlords are all true sovereign heaven powerhouses. Yi Yuan's hands did not slow down as he said coolly. Yang Qing only felt his scalp tingle, feeling speechless. True sovereign heaven powerhouse. Just now, he was still saying that he would protect Yi Yuan under true sovereign heaven. But now, this fellow really provoked true sovereign heavens. Who am I? Where am I? Aren't I invincible? Hurry up and break out of the encirclement. We won't be able to run if we're surrounded.
Ye Yuan shouted lude. Universe Sword formation suddenly erupting, inflicting
heavy wounds onto someone by trading injuries, and flying away once more. Wait for me. Yang Qing sent the 2 people flying with 1 punch and chased after Yi Yuan. Shao Qing was sharp too, dashing under Yang Qing's crotch with a lunge. You're still following me? Yi Yuan said in surprise. They already think that I'm together with you. Little brother, you're a formidable figure to actually be able to cause an uproar in 4 great sea regions. I feel that we're kindred spirits. Yang Qing said in admiration. Yi Yuan was speechless. Who was freaking kindred spirits with you? However, with such a powerhouse following, it could share quite a bit of pressure, so Yi Yuan was not long-winded either. Behind them, Whale Billow shouted loudly, "Punk whose surnamed Yi, you can't escape. The powerhouses of 3 great sea regions ahead are already all rushing over towards this side." This group of people had already chased Yi Yuan for 3 days and 3 nights. Yi Yuan already killed more than 10 grand completion Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses as he moved. Among them, he had killed the war generals of 4 great sea regions. It was also because of this that Yi Yuan completely triggered an uproar in the 4 great sea regions. All of the 4 great sea regions' powerhouses swarmed out in full force, carrying out obstructions and intercepting him. The fights along the way were like just now. Yang Qing just happened to run into Yi Yuan during the interval of pursuit. What surprised Yi Yuan was that beyond the shock, Yang Qing was actually rather excited to encounter this kind of situation. This guy's brain had a problem, right? As for the Whale Billow at the back, Yi Yuan directly ignored him. "Little brother, there's no meaning in running like this. Why don't we join hands and pull off a big play? How about it? Heh, really haven't had such a thrilling thing for a long time."
Yang King actually giggled.
He had been invincible on the Yuchi continent for too long. Yi Yuan's brows raised up, thinking to himself that this Yang Qing's strength was extremely formidable, fighting 1-on-2 with great ease. If he joined hands with him, they could pull it off. Continue running like this was not a solution either. "Okay," Yi Yuan said straightforwardly. Yang Qing said excitedly, "How do I address little brother?"
Ye Yuan.
"Younger brother Ye's sword formation is very formidable. You use the sword formation to cover me."
Letes do a sudden counterattack.
"No problem." Yang Qing was taken aback and said, "You trust me so much? Aren't you scared that I sell you out?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "You can't sell me." Yang Qing laughed and said, "All right, domineering enough. You have the style of me, Saint Exalt Azure Sky. Kill." Yang Qing roared, his figure suddenly shooting backward, charging toward the crowd. With the delay just now, both sides' distance was already extremely near. The moment he turned back, both sides directly fought in close quarters. The group that was pursuing them already reached more than 30 people. Adding in those few war general powerhouses earlier, the other sides. Transformation experts now were as many as 13 people. This force was absolutely extremely terrifying. Yi Yuan displayed spatial rule, his figure turning around by defying common sense, and was actually even faster than Yang Qing. But at this time, the long spear in Yang Qing's hand shook, an astonishing momentum rising to the sky. At this moment, Yi Yuan felt it too. This Yang Qing was a Tula's transformation. However, this guy perfectly fused Spear Dao and Destruction Dao together. Before the long spear was unleashed, everyone already felt a destructive power, and the Grand Mist Treasure long spear in Yang Qing's hands actually turned false and real, the imposing momentum condensing without scattering. Clearly, Yang Qing was a super powerhouse in the spear path. The team that was pursuing was chasing after with all their might. Clearly, they did not expect that these two people still dared to deal a sudden counterattack. With this, they were caught off guard. "Tyrant spear!" Yang Qing shouted loudly, the long spear piercing through the head of the war general, who was in his face like a rainbow. "Tyrant spear? Bastards? Spear one?" Why did this guy feel so unreliable? However, his strength was extremely strong. "Universe sword!" Yi Yuan also shouted fiercely, similarly finishing off a war general. Powerhouse. One exchange, 2 general-level experts fell. The group that was chasing them was immediately dumbfounded. However, Whale Billow and the rest had seen before grand spectacles too. They woke up extremely quickly. "Kill! Don't let these 2 punks run. Must kill them!" Whale Billow growled. There was no need for him to instruct them. There were already countless attacks that smashed toward the 2. The assault earlier, the two people directly disrupted the other parties.
Formation.
At this time, as soon as Yi Yuan released the Universe Sword formation, it directly enveloped dozens of people inside, helping Yang Qing to block most of the attacks. While Yang Qing's long spear had an unstoppable momentum, piercing through another ordinary grand completion Saint Sovereign Heaven with one spear again. Damn it! Damn it! Surround the two of them. Don't let them run. Whale bellowed. They were hunting down Yi Yuan. In the end, Yi Yuan was fine, but they died. One after another. Whale Billow was virtually going insane now. Although 2 general-level powerhouses died, there were still 11 of them. Once they formed an encirclement, it was definitely impossible for Yi Yuan people to escape. Can't ward off anymore. Retreat. Just before the other party formed an encirclement, Yi Yuan directly urged the sword formation and killed a grand completion sword formation heaven, killing his way out of the heavy encirclement again. Punk! You sold me out. Yang Qing was currently too excited from the slaughtering and did not react in time at all. He shouted loudly, his back directly sustaining a vicious blow, half his body collapsing. However, he also forcefully killed his way out and caught up to Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan could not refrain from rolling his eyes. Why was this guy so stubborn? That sort of situation just now. Did he still need him to warn? Could it be that he was even prepared to kill all these people? Yang Qing was strong, but he was also merely about on par with Yi Yuan. Killing, they definitely could not kill easily. Once entangled, that would be death. But Yang Qing was good, getting excited from killing and actually wanted to fight to the death. Yi Yuan casually threw a heavenly pill over. The moment Yang Qing caught it and looked, his eyes could not help lighting up, and he cried out in surprise, "True grade. Good stuff." Immediately, without hesitation, he directly swallowed it. His body that was blown away also grew out at a speed visible to the naked. Ha ha ha! Really good stuff. Come, let's fight again.
Yang Qing
Raised his head to the sky and said with a loud laugh. Hearing this, Whale Billow and the others who were at the back could not help being shocked, their speed immediately slowing down. However, Yi Yuan two people directly increased their speed and shook everyone. Punk who's surnamed Yi. I'll definitely kill you. From behind came Whale Billow's bellow. Yi Yuan was rendered speechless. It wasn't me who mocked you either. What are you killing me for? However, with the addition of Yang Qing, this great escape became interesting. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Report chapter. Brother Yang kill. Above the void, Yi Yuan suddenly shouted. Behind him, the army that was chasing them suddenly stopped. Yi Yuan two people did not have the intention of turning back at all. They fled even faster instead. Only then did Whale Billow and the rest shout, realizing that they were fooled. Each and every one of their faces reddened to the ears with anger. Punk who's surnamed Yi, your father is going to tear you to pieces. Motherfucker, you'll give birth to a son without an anus. Boy, no matter how big a price we pay today, we'll make you stay. From behind came an exasperated voice. Ever since Yang Qing joined, Yi Yuan two people could attack when they advanced and could defend if they retreated, toying with all the pursuing troops in the palm of their hands. And this situation also thoroughly enraged the sea race. Before Whale Billow they all were worried about casualties. But now they were not worried anymore. The Chen Kue Sea region directly sent a sea race army over. At this time it was densely packed with sea folks above the void. Yi Yuan too. People could not kill them entirely. Although these sea folks were not opponents that could last one exchange with them, they could stop Yi Yuan two people's movements. Ha ha ha! Refreshing. Haven't killed so refreshingly for a long time. Brother Yi, I have to thank you. Yang Qing's long spear danced seamlessly until not even wind could penetrate as he let out a loud laugh and said. Yi Yuan rolled his eyes. Are you confused about the situation? We can't escape. Suddenly, his mind stirred, and he shouted loudly, Stop chasing. Keep chasing. And I'm going to transcend my tribulation. Stop. Don't chase anymore. The figures of Whale Billow and the others suddenly stopped. They actually really stopped chasing. Yi Yuan and Yang Qing, two people, were taken aback. So obedient? But very soon, they discovered that something was not right. These people's faces had an extremely respectful look. Yi Yuan and Yang Qing exchanged glances, their expressions changing drastically. Oh, no. You're going to get me killed. Yang Qing cried out strangely. The void trembled, and an imposing aura like a sovereign that descended upon the world emerged from the void. A figure stepped out of the void, akin to a god descending upon the world. Paying respects to sovereign Qian Kuei, everyone bowed collectively. In these few great sea regions, true sovereign heaven powerhouses were absolutely invincible existences, paramount existences. A true sovereign heaven finally appeared. Yi Yuan, two people, stopped running. With a true sovereign heaven descending, they could not run away anymore. Sovereign Qian Kuei turned into human form, like a king of the world. His eyes were locked on Yi Yuan, as if he was looking at a dead person. Subordinate is incompetent, making sovereign appear in person. Sovereign, please punish. Whale Billow and the rest were in fear and trepidation, directly kneeling down and admitting fault. The Qian Kuei Sea region swarmed out in full force just to hunt down one person. In the end, the person failed to be killed, but they suffered heavy losses. They had been hunting Yi Yuan for more than half a month, but 2 of the 5 great war generals fell, and 9 grand completion Saint Sovereign Heavens perished. As for Jade Sovereign Heaven and Limitless Sublime Heaven Seafolks, the casualties were countless, and Yi Yuan was still alive and well now, without any injuries at all. Whale Billow, this group of people were almost vomiting blood. Humph! A bunch of trash. Sovereign Qian Kuei gave a cold snort. Whale Billow. And the others were directly shocked into vomiting blood. Yi Yuan and Yang Qing felt a great pressure too. Too strong. One sentence injured a transformation powerhouse. True sovereign heaven powerhouses perform Tao techniques naturally. Every movement carries the might of great Tao. As expected, Yi Yuan said with a solemn expression. Just now, this cold yell of sovereign Qian Kuei's caused great Tao to fluctuate. Yi Yuan could feel it clearly. He had faced off against Yen Jadetru before, but that was just a half-baked true sovereign heaven. This one in front of him now was a true blue true sovereign heaven. Dead for sure now. Brother Yi, you've harmed me terribly. What to do? What to do? Yang Qing said in a panic. Yi Yuan could not resist rolling his eyes and said, "Weren't you still killing happily just now? Asked you to leave early on, you refused to go. Now you're blaming me?" Yang Qing was taken aback and said, Seems like it. That, Lord, Sovereign, the person that you want to kill is him. I don't know him. I'm just an ant that's passing by. Treat me as a fart and let me go." The desire to live was so strong. Yang Qing turned his face, wagging his tail and begging for pity shamelessly. That appearance was totally that of a sycophant. Yi Yuan was dumbfounded from watching. This guy, when he was killing just now, he had an appearance like he was invincible. Now he actually changed face so quickly. Ha ha ha. Qian Kuei, your Qian Kuei Sea region emerged from your nest in full force and couldn't even take care of a lower Saint Sovereign Heaven. It's too embarrassing, right? Suddenly, a burst of loud laughter suddenly sounded out. Above the void, another 3 terrifying auras suddenly descended. These 3 people's auras were not the least bit weaker than Sovereign Qian Kui. The kings of the 4 great sea regions had actually all arrived. Yi Yuan and Yang Qing's faces changed wildly. Now, there was really nowhere to run. It was absolutely impossible to escape from the hands of 4 great true sovereign heavens. The muscles on Yang Qing's face were already spasming. Another true sovereign heaven said with a laugh, "Qian Kuei, I even thought that you died under the true sovereign Tao tribulation. I was prepared to come to take over the Qian Kuei Sea region. The third true sovereign heaven said with a smile, Qian Kuei, you'd better go and overcome the true sovereign Tao tribulation with peace of mind. This sovereign will help you take care of Qian Kuei Sea region's awful mess. Sovereign Qian Kuei snorted coldly and said, Hollow Dark, Sardine, Tian Hui, the three of you stop making wisecracks here. Quite a few of your people died. 2. If this punk appeared in your sea regions, can you all resist? Didn't you guys come to kill this brat too? Hollow Dark was indifferent, looking at Yi Yuan as he said with a smile, Kid, your face is really big to actually provoke us four great true sovereign heavens to take action. Yi Yuan shrugged and said helplessly, I didn't want to either. Previously, this Yi was holding back in all aspects. It was Qian Kuei Sea region's people who pressed people too far. Qian Kuei snorted coldly and said, Boy, you're still stubborn when death is imminent. But Hollow Dark laughed loudly and said, Ha ha ha. A little interesting, still able to be so calm when seeing the few of us. Kid, this sovereign gives you a chance. Seek refuge with our Ding Xiang Sea region. This sovereign will protect your life. Before Yi Yuan could speak, Yang Qing hurriedly said, Lord Sovereign, I'm willing to defect. I'm called Yang Qing. I'm very strong too. Yi Yuan was speechless. This guy immediately became thick-skinned. Hollow Dark had a smile that was not a smile as he said, Sure, your strength is very strong too. You're qualified to take refuge with this sovereign. What about you, kid? Qian Kuei snorted coldly and said, Hollow Dark, are you going to war with this sovereign? Hollow Dark said smugly, So what if I am? You're at the critical juncture of transcending the true sovereign Tao tribulation right now. Could it be that you dare to make a move against this sovereign? Once you bring down the true sovereign Tao tribulation, you'll probably die without a burial ground. Qian Kuei's expression was ugly to the extreme. However, what Hollow Dark said was also true. It was already his fourth true sovereign Tao tribulation. It was incomparably dangerous. A single misstep and he would really die, his Tao dissipating. At this time, it was not appropriate to take action. Very good, Hollow Dark. This sovereign has remembered you. After this sovereign transcends the true sovereign Tao tribulation this time, you're going to get it, Sovereign Qian Kuei said in extreme fury. But Hollow Dark ignored him. Looking at Yi Yuan, he said with a smile, Kid, have you thought it over? Yi Yuan, promise Lord Hollow Dark? TSK. It's our honor to be able to become a war general under a true sovereign heaven. Yang Qing urged very shamelessly. Hoo-hoo, lapdog. This guy changed loyalties really quickly. Sorry, this Yi has no interest in staying in the sea race, Yi Yuan said coolly. Sovereign Hollow Dark's face turned black, and he said in a solemn voice, Kid, are you not giving face to this sovereign? Yi Yuan smiled and said, Yes. The moment these words came out, everyone was shocked. This guy was tired of living. Yang Qing looked at Yi Yuan in astonishment and said, Brother Yi, this Yang candidly admits defeat. I acknowledge defeat. He felt that he was domineering enough already. But he was not even a fart in front of Yi Yuan. This guy puffed himself up at his own cost. While he was domineering when he should be domineering, and he pretended to be subservient when it was time to pretend to be subservient. How much money was face worth? But Yi Yuan was different. This guy dared to posture in front of a true sovereign heaven too. This was using his life to posture. Ha ha ha. Hollow Dark, you got snubbed despite showing good intentions. He doesn't buy it at all. When Qian Kuei heard that, he said with a loud laugh. Just now, Hollow Dark made him get deflated. In the end, Yi Yuan gave Hollow Dark a backhanded slap, making him feel great. Hollow Dark's face was as black as it could be, and he said in a cold voice, Boy, you're very good. To dare reject this sovereign, you're really the first. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Then this Yi is really honored. Hollow Dark was speechless. Yang Qing gave Yi Yuan a big thumbs up. Impressive. Really awesome. Did he find that he was not dying fast enough? Sure enough, Holodark's aura got colder and colder, and he said in a low voice, "Brat, to dare provoke this sovereign, you're really seeking death." Yi Yuan was indifferent and said smilingly, "I feel that you all had best not kill me, otherwise something will happen." Holodark sneered when he heard that and said, "What can happen from killing an ant?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "A very, very big thing. Everyone present might die." Everyone was speechless. They were thinking to themselves, was it possible that this guy had lost his mind? At present, there were countless powerhouses above the surface of the sea. Putting the four great true sovereign heavens aside, the four great sea regions' general-level experts had practically all arrived, numbering no less than 15 people. Ordinary grand completion Saint Sovereign Heavens even reached a terrifying 50 over people. As for the other Saint Sovereign Heavens and numerous underlings, there were too many to count. In this kind of situation, even if a true Sovereign Heaven was here, they would have to die with regrets too. You, a measly little lower Saint Sovereign Heaven, was already impressive to such an extent. Hoo-hoo. Very good. This sovereign wants to see today how everyone present. These. Holodark laughed from fury. Yi Yuan was indifferent and asked instead, "Really want to try?" Holodark snorted coldly and said, "I really want to try." Done talking, he raised his hand and directly smacked a hand toward Yi Yuan. Without the slightest hesitation. A true sovereign heaven making a move, that was simply the might of heavenly Tao. The moment the palm was raised, heaven and earth changed colors. Each and every one of the powerhouses present marveled endlessly. At the same time, they also marveled at Yi Yuan's stupidity. Provoking a true sovereign heaven, this guy was absolutely a fool. However, Yi Yuan clearly would not resign himself to death. In the instant that Holodark raised his hand, Yi Yuan's figure instantly disappeared from where he originally was. A hint of surprise appeared in Chen Kuei's eyes. Yes, this kid was actually rushing towards him. Did he feel that he would not kill him? Smacking a Saint Sovereign Heaven to death was about the same as smacking an ant to death. Whatever divergent cultivator, whatever genius, no matter how monstrous your prowess, you were also not a match for my one palm. Humph? Want to die under this sovereign's hands? Forget it. I'll fulfill your wish. Sovereign Chen Kuei raised his palm too and was prepared to smack Yi Yuan to death. But right at this time his expression changed wildly, because Yi Yuan broke through at this time. Because of Yi Yuan's breakthrough, Sovereign Chen Kuei's true sovereign Tao tribulation arrived ahead of schedule. Rumble. Above the sky, dark clouds rolled. Almost instantly, the air pressure dropped to the point where it was impossible to breathe. Yi Yuan's power alone was naturally unable to call down such a terrifying Tao tribulation. But he and Sovereign Chen Kuei, two people, their Tao tribulations would be frightening. His confidence was also precisely related to this. Originally, when Sovereign Chen Kuei descended, Yi Yuan felt worried too. But when he revealed his true body, Yi Yuan suddenly had a trace of feeling in his heart, a feeling regarding Tao tribulation. After Yi Yuan became a divergent cultivator, he became much more sensitive to heavenly Tao than ordinary people. He sensed that Sovereign Chen Kuei's Tao tribulation seemed to somewhat respond to and cooperate with his own. Yi Yuan understood in his heart that this was the interaction between Tao tribulations. Once he chose to break through, heavenly Tao would definitely bring down Tao tribulation. The so-called divergent cultivator was going against heaven. Yi Yuan's breakthrough would definitely bring down Tao tribulation. Yi Yuan was at peak lower Saint Sovereign Heaven to begin with. Fighting bitterly at sea these few days, his realm almost could not be suppressed anymore. So that was why previously he would call out, "I'm going to transcend tribulation," this sort of words. And his Tao tribulation was not an ordinary Tao tribulation. Judging from past experiences, it would likely be at least 5-9 Tao tribulation. Above the sky, The wind and clouds were surging. It was more terrifying than any of Yi Yuan's previous tribulations. Sovereign Chen Kuei's expression changed wildly, and he said with horror in his heart, "How can this be? Why would the true sovereign Tao tribulation this time be so terrifying?" He felt it. The true sovereign Tao tribulation this time was much stronger than he anticipated. He looked towards Yi Yuan in astonishment, knowing where the problem lay. Motherfucker, just what kind of freak is this boy to actually incur such jealousy from heaven? I was brought in by him,
Sovereigen Qian Quicknashead.
his teeth in hatred, and said, once the true sovereign Tao tribulation started, it could no longer be stopped. Yi Yuan had long anticipated it and said with a loud laugh, "No need to thank me. I said before not to kill me, you guys didn't listen." And right at this time, the pressure above the sky suddenly doubled. Sovereign Holodark's expression changed wildly, and he said, My true sovereign Tao tribulation arrived as well." His voice had yet to fade when the Tao tribulation above the void increased. Several times again, the sea level became turbulent at this time. The sea was even pressed into a concave shape by this pressure. It could be seen how terrifying this Tao tribulation was. "Freaking hell, my true sovereign Tao tribulation came too," Sardine said, exasperatedly. "Mine came as well," while Tian Hui smiled bitterly. "Mine arrived too. What the hell? Your father just overcame the saint sovereign Tao tribulation 10 years ago. A saint sovereign heaven powerhouse let loose a torrent of abuse. Yours was 10 years. Your father just overcame the tribulation last year." At this time, the powerhouses at Saint Sovereign Heaven and above were all hurling all kinds of profanities, because each and every one of them felt their Tao tribulations were coming. Some had even just transcended their tribulations a few months ago. When Yi Yuan saw the scene, he was stunned too. Was this a chain reaction? Not to such an extent, right? So, the hundreds of powerhouses present were going to transcend tribulation. Collectively, goodness gracious, my Saint Sovereign Tao tribulation arrived too. I just succeeded in transcending my tribulation before setting out to sea.
Ye Yuan.
You heaven damned. You're killing me. Yang Qing also let loose a torrent of abuse. He failed to avoid it too. The Tao tribulation pressure grew stronger and stronger, akin to the apocalypse. The powerhouses above the surface of the sea were all akin to facing a great enemy, in a constant state of anxiety. If it was an ordinary Tao tribulation, then forget it. Yet, the power of each of their Tao tribulation increased by a lot. 3 laws became 5 laws, 5 laws became 7 laws, and 7 laws even became 8 and 9 laws. When Yi Yuan saw this kind of chain reaction, he could not help but be stunned. Consider yourself ruthless. Your father isn't playing with you anymore. Goodbye. One of the grand completion Saint Sovereign Heavens could not withstand this, terrifying to the extreme pressure, and immediately left. Boom! An electric snake directly fell, seemingly from above his head. That person did not even let out a scream and kicked the bucket. He could not run. Everyone's faces turned pale, having looks of despair. Brat who is surnamed Yi, I'm going to kill you.
Mine.
Mine is 3. Calamity Tao tribulation. Qian Kuei bellowed as if feeling a great terror. 99 became 1 calamity, 81 power of rules. 3 calamities Tao tribulation, that was 399 Tao tribulations. It did not sound like much, but 99 turning into 1 calamity, this was a qualitative improvement. The Tao tribulation's power would also increase significantly. This calamity Tao tribulation was exclusive to true sovereign heaven powerhouses. However, in reality, many true sovereign heaven powerhouses were not qualified to reach a calamity Tao tribulation. The first time many true sovereign heaven powerhouse transcended their tribulation, it was also merely 7-9 Tao tribulation or 8-9 Tao tribulation. 9-9 Tao tribulations were very few. But once it reached 9-9 Tao tribulation, it would also be a 1 calamity Tao tribulation. That was dangerous. What Sovereign Qian Kuei transcended before was a one calamity Tao tribulation. He barely managed to succeed in overcoming the tribulation. Logically speaking, this fourth Tao tribulation should be a two calamity Tao tribulation. But this time, it directly became a three calamity Tao tribulation. Huge crisis. Too terrifying. He was not even sure about a two calamity Tao tribulation. Three calamity Tao tribulation, wasn't he dead for sure? Yi Yuan grinned and said, Lord Sovereign, don't be angry. Once you get angry, the Tao tribulation will come down immediately. I warned you before. When Qian Kuei heard that, he could not help but suffocate. Yeah, Yi Yuan warned previously not to make a move against him. But why would he take the words of a measly little lower Saint Sovereign? Heaven to heart? It was merely a slap. Was there a need? But it was this slap that caused a problem. It caused a big problem. Shit. Mine is a three calamity Tao tribulation too. Damn, me too. Fucking brat. You harmed this sovereign to death. The other three great true sovereign heavens also started screaming wildly. At this very moment, they had already cussed out Yi Yuan's 18 generations of ancestors. But it was useless. Among the three of them, some had just transcended a one calamity Tao tribulation. Originally, transcending tribulation, this sort of thing had nothing to do with them. But who knew that Yi Yuan's tribulation was like a small flame? The small flame ignited Qian Kuei, this big flame. The big flame burned bigger and bigger, igniting all of them. With this, it exploded. At this very moment, one should not look at how Yi Yuan was calm. His scalp was also tingling currently. His Tao tribulation that came was not a 5-9 Tao tribulation. It was a 6-9 Tao tribulation. Did this all freaking skipped? 6-9 Tao tribulation, it was virtually the pinnacle of grand completion. Saint Sovereign Heaven. Because if it went a step further, it would be 7-9 Tao tribulation. 7-9 Tao tribulation, that was the tribulation of true Sovereign Heaven. Powerhouses. 6-9 Tao tribulation to deal with a lower Saint Sovereign Heaven, it must be said that heavenly Tao thought highly of him. Ha ha ha. Boy, your 6-9 Tao tribulation. You're dead for sure. Dead. For sure. Sovereign Qian Kuei felt the strongest response with Yi Yuan. He could not help bursting out laughing when he sensed Yi Yuan's Tao tribulation. This guy bit off his own head. 6-9 Tao tribulation, the pinnacle of Saint Sovereign Heaven. This punk definitely could not overcome it. Seeing Yi Yuan die miserably under the Tao tribulation, he was very happy. Yi Yuan rolled his eyes and said, When I just broke through Saint Sovereign Heaven, I directly transcended a 9-law Tao tribulation. Then, on the day I became a divergent cultivator, I transcended a 3-9 Tao tribulation. This time, I originally planned to transcend a 5-9 Tao tribulation. Now that I'm transcending a 6-9 Tao tribulation, what are you all excited about? Fighting with heaven is so much fun.
Qian Kuei.
Hollow Dark. Was this fellow still human? They knew that Yi Yuan was monstrous but did not know that he was monstrous. Until it reached this level. Broke through to Saint Sovereign Heaven and immediately transcended. Tribulation. Transcended 3-9 Tao tribulation on that day. 3-9 Tao tribulation, that was upper Saint Sovereign Heaven, alright?
No wonder.
No wonder this boy was so monstrous, turning the entire sea upside down. At this time, above the void. How was there any void? The tribulation clouds were exactly almost above their heads. Looking from a distance, the sea had practically connected into one stretch with the tribulation clouds. Following that, an extremely spectacular scene appeared. A series of electric snakes of different thicknesses descended from the sky and slowly fell. Yes, it was not fast, but it gave people a misconception that the world was seemingly going to be destroyed. Looking from a distance, that stretch of ocean looked like an endless lightning prison. The life forms in the lightning prison were currently receiving the baptism of terrifying rules. Under the tribulation clouds, everyone's expressions changed wildly. Strong. Too strong. This feeling of awaiting death was really sour. Goodness, I can't do it anymore. I'm going to die. Yi Yuan, you heaven, damned, you cause people great harm. I won't let you off even if I become a ghost. Yang Qing's arms and legs waved around as he cried out strangely over and over again. Yi Yuan could not resist rolling his eyes. This guy was really a living treasure. What Yang Qing was transcending was a 5-9 Tao tribulation. It was also very dangerous to him. However, Yi Yuan felt that there should not be a problem for him to overcome. While talking, the Tao tribulation fell. The Tao sword shone brightly between Yi Yuan's brows. Swoosh! The Tao sword flew out, pointing straight at the firmament. Yi Yuan held the Tao sword in his hand, his entire body and mind pouring into the Tao sword. Going against Tao, one would have to draw their sword and point at heaven. From then on, he would no longer rely on external forces to transcend tribulations, but only by relying on himself. He was fearless and not afraid. Everyone was doing their best, resisting the Tao tribulation. The entire world was quiet. Yes, it was the calm before the storm. Only one figure faced those countless Tao tribulations and rose to the sky. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, the surface of the sea burst apart. Tsunamis instantly swept up. Arg! 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 Miserable screams rose and ebbed. When the first round of Tao tribulation fell, many people immediately turned to ashes. The Tao tribulation was too strong. Qian Kuei gave a muffled groan, his entire person suddenly slumping a lot. The power of the 3 calamity Tao tribulation directly caused him to be seriously injured. There was none among the other 3 great true sovereign heavens who was not like this. Yi Yuan's entire person was blasted into the sea. The power of the 6-9 Tao tribulation was too terrifying. What was the most powerful thing in this world? Great Tao transformation? That was merely a form of recognition from Great Tao. What was truly powerful was heavenly Tao itself. Ha ha! Again! Yi Yuan roared wildly, rising into the sky again. Tao tribulation fell again. Everyone was dumbfounded. Was there anyone who transcended tribulations like this? The power of Yi Yuan's Tao tribulation was not the strongest, but he appeared so out of place among this group of people. Everyone was suffering silently. Meanwhile, he drew his sword and asked heaven. Boom! Without the slightest surprise, Yi Yuan was slammed into the sea again. And right at this time, Qian Kuei suddenly rampaged and dashed straight toward Yi Yuan this side. Boy, if this sovereign is going to die, you'll have to be buried with me. 2.
Qian Kui roared wildly.
After enduring the first 3 calamity Tao tribulation, Qian Kuei knew that he could not bear it. He completely could not take it at all. The 3 calamity Tao tribulation was too terrifying. After one bolt, his 3 spiritual and 7 physical souls were almost scattered entirely. Therefore, he was going to drag Yi Yuan to die together. What right did this guy have to not die? Bringing the terrifying Tao tribulation, Qian Kuei pounced over frantically. Sovereign Qian Kuei's Tao tribulation was 3 calamity Tao tribulation. Even if Yi Yuan was an exceedingly freakish monster, under 3 calamity Tao tribulation, it would be certain death too. Seeing this scene, a hint of delight flashed across the corners of the mouths of Hollow Dark and the others. Is this boy finally going to die? Ought to be. How many people did you drag down the water? Hollow Dark, the 3 of them were about to cry. Why did they have to get involved in this messy situation? If he wanted to take the sea route, wouldn't it have been fine to let him go? Having a few generals die, having a few grand completion Saint Sovereign. Heavens die, what did it count for? He was dead for sure now. Damn it. Sniff sniff. Dead for sure. Ha ha ha. 3 calamity Tao tribulation. See if you still don't die. Sovereign Qian Kuei let out a wild laugh. This distance was merely an instant to him. But, just as his body stepped into the region Yi Yuan was undergoing tribulation, a sudden turn of events happened. Boom! A bolt of incomparably thick electric snake fell with a loud bang. This Tao tribulation was much stronger than previously. Qian Kuei did not even have time to let out a scream and directly turned into nothingness. A true sovereign heaven was dead. Although Sovereign Qian Kuei died under the Tao tribulation, everyone felt that. It was Yi Yuan who entrapped him to death. After all, if not for Yi Yuan, it would also have been impossible for Sovereign Qian Kuei's Tao tribulation to have arrived now. Everyone was dumbstruck with amazement. What happened? F5 calamity. 5 calamity Tao tribulation. It became a 5 calamity Tao tribulation. Hollow Dark cried out strangely. When transcending tribulation, how many tribulation it was how many it was. It was never heard of that the number of tribulations could still increase. Really broadened horizons. Who else? Yi Yuan laughed coldly and looked at Hollow Dark as he said. Hollow Dark's neck shrank, and he immediately withered up. Holy hell, what was going on?
Ye Yuan secretly scolded stupid.
He was a divergent cultivator. Furthermore, he was an extremely monstrous divergent cultivator. You used your Tao tribulation to smite me? Even if you were willing, was heaven willing? You were fucking fighting heaven for its job, wasn't this courting death? Finished saying, Yi Yuan raised his sword to the sky, meeting the Tao tribulation again. Incomparably fierce. However, in the next second, he was slammed into the sea again mercilessly. However, Yi Yuan did not mind. Only by experiencing the baptism of Tao tribulation could he become stronger. All around, miserable cries lingered on incessantly. In the lightning prison, the Tao tribulation was too strong. This was heaven's wrath. Under heaven's wrath, who could survive? Boom! 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 Bolts of Tao tribulation fell. The saint sovereign heavens who died became more and more. Originally, there were hundreds of saint sovereign heaven powerhouses in this. See, in a blink, there were only a scanty 30 people remaining. The auras of the 3 great true sovereign heavens became weaker and weaker. Finally, Sardine could not hold on anymore and was killed by the Tao tribulation that landed. The power of 3 calamity Tao tribulation was too terrifying. 2 of the 4 great true sovereign heavens were gone. Arg! Damn it! Yi Yuan! I'm going to die. Hurry up and come save me. No, you'd better not come. Once you come, I'll die even faster. Yang Qing's body was covered in injuries, but he was full of energy. This guy was really stubborn enough. Yi Yuan also had no choice but to admire this guy's strength. He himself was also unbelievably weak right now. But his Tao sword grew stronger and stronger. The stronger the Tao tribulation, the greater the benefits that he got. Very soon, Tianhui could not hold on either and was smote to death by the Tao tribulation. For great true sovereign heavens, there was only Hollow Dark alone left. However, he was also at death's door and almost kicking the bucket. Arg! I hate it. Yi Yuan, this sovereign is cursing you to be torn to shreds. By heavenly Tao. Carrying strong unwillingness, Hollow Dark also passed on. The masters of 4 great sea regions all perished in less than 2 hours. No idea how long had passed. Everything returned to tranquility. Above the sea, it was calm and tranquil, as if nothing had happened, except for the massive corpses floating on the sea. Everything seemed to be a dreadful sight to behold. With a Tao tribulation, the powerhouses of 4 great sea regions practically all dwindled to zero. Whale Billow looked toward that weak to the extreme young figure as if looking at a devil. Yes, Whale Billow did not die. He actually pulled through. He himself did not dare to believe it either. What he overcame was the same as Yang Qing, 5-9 Tao tribulation. He actually did not die. As if feeling Whale Billow's gaze, Yi Yuan grinned and said weakly, "What are you looking at? Shouldn't you be thanking me now? After this tribulation, you'll probably be these 4 great sea regions' new master." Whale Billow was speechless. What Yi Yuan said was right. He was very weak now, but he could feel that his body was brimming with vigorous vitality and was currently growing like crazy. This Tao tribulation let him pry into the door of a new world. The true sovereign heaven gate was originally difficult to open, but because of this incident it revealed the tiniest gap to him. General-level powerhouses were elites among elites of the sea race to begin with, their talents being extremely strong. This Tao tribulation was destruction and also new life. He was the only war general who survived. Apart from him, there were also 3 Saint Sovereign Heavens. Several hundred Saint Sovereign Heavens. Only the 4 of them survived. But, experiencing this Tao tribulation was a baptism to them. Their future road would be even broader. You're not killing me? Whale Billow said fearfully. This was not instinctive fear, but that he saw that Yi Yuan freaking swallowed. Another heavenly pill. In this short while, Yi Yuan quickly recovered. F***CK. We don't have a life or death feud either. Kill you for what? I originally didn't want to kill people. It was you all who forced the situation to become what it is now, one step at a time. If we really want to say it out, the culprit behind this situation is you, Yi Yuan said coolly. Whale Billow stared dumbfoundedly. Yeah. A frenzied pursuit that lasted close to a month. Chasing until everyone in the 4 great sea regions was in an uproar, and even 4 great true sovereign heavens moved out. But, tracing back to the source, the cause was merely a bit of face. Chen Kuei Sea region's face. His Whale Billow's face. Later, Whale Billow naturally knew that Yi Yuan had shown mercy previously. But, at that time he could not pull back anymore. In the end, this was like a vortex getting bigger as it spun. In the end, even true sovereign heavens were swept in. Then, everyone died. The 4 great true sovereign heavens died so unjustly. It was just that before this, who could have thought that chasing down a measly little lower Saint Sovereign Heaven could cause such terrifying consequences? F***CK. Stop chatting.
I'm dying.
Yi Yuan. Hurry up and save me.
Yang.
Qing said weakly. The current Yang Qing was incomparably miserable. His lower body was directly blown away. The 2 arms only had 1 upper arm left, becoming a human stick. His entire person was weak to the extreme. However, this guy actually advanced. This guy broke through to half-step true sovereign heaven. Yi Yuan threw a heavenly pill to him. This guy's severed limbs were growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. When Whale Billow saw this scene, he was envious to the extreme. This heavenly pill was really freaking awesome. Meanwhile, he would probably have to recuperate for a few years before he could recover to his peak. Yi Yuan brought Yang Qing away. Whale Billow looked at the 2 people's disappearing backs, his gaze flickering as he said, "In the future, when humans pass through our sea region, we absolutely mustn't provoke them." Yes. The other 3 Saint Sovereign Heavens replied immediately. At this time, Whale Billow was the supreme ruler of the 4 great sea regions. Yi Yuan did not know that he blazed a sea route for those who set out to sea. At the Heaven 1 continent's land of extreme north. Above the sea there was a huge region. This place had heavy fog all year round. Furthermore, it was very strange. Even divine sense was unable to penetrate it. The powerhouses who entered this heavy fog had never been seen to come out before. In the course of time, this place became a region where few people tread. Hence, people called it the restricted area of the sea. However, at this time there were indistinct figures in the large fog. There was actually an army hiding in it. In this army, each person emitted powerful blood energy from their body. There were 2 of them whose blood energies were the most exuberant. These 2 people, one was called Han Guang, the other was called Chili. They were the commanders of the army true sovereign heaven powerhouses. Commander Han Guang, this large fog created by the fog rain cloud. Swallowing beast is really the best place to hide our whereabouts, Chili said. With a laugh, Han Guang nodded and said, "If not for this region, it's very hard to hide our blood energy. Wanting to launch a surprise attack would really not be easy. Fortunately, this fog rain cloud swallowing beast that the few Lord Blood Emperors killed didn't set off any waves either. There are still 10 days. Once Commander Lu Chuan they all arrive, will be able to launch a surprise attack. At that time, those lowly humans will definitely get a big shock." Ha ha ha, talking about how he was pleased with himself. Chili could not refrain from letting out a loud laugh. Han Guang also smiled and said, "Yeah, all of their energy is at the south. They absolutely won't think that Hegemon Blood Sky crossed worlds and came, opening a spatial passageway at sea and launching a sudden raid from the northernmost end. The northern cities don't have many powerhouses. We just have to occupy a few cities and gain a firm foothold. They will be attacked in front and from the rear. This Heaven One continent will be ours. When talking, the two people seemed very excited. Suddenly, Han Guang's brows furrowed, and he said, "Emin, someone barged in. Miechen, you bring a team of 100 and kill these humans." "I obey." A half-step true sovereign heaven immediately stepped out of the ranks, bringing 100 Saint Sovereign Heaven subordinates and entering the fog. 11 years had already passed since the Tao tribulation annihilated the true sovereign heavens. Yi Yuan 5 people arrived at the periphery of Heaven One continent, being even more cautious. At that time, Yi Yuan and Yang Qing caused an uproar in the sea regions. All the powerhouses were drawn away by the two of them. Big Yellow, Jingfei, and Shaoqing, they all were left alone. Yi Yuan looked at the nautical chart in his hands and said with a smile, "We're already very close to Heaven One continent. After passing through this fog, we'll be there." The moment Yang Qing heard, he said excitedly, "Ha ha ha, a new continent. This Exalt is going to dominate this continent. Only I am invincible." Shaoqing fawned on him by the side. "Master is amazingly talented and will definitely reach the top within 1,000 years, dominating the continent." Again, Yang Qing had a smug look as he said, "Shaoqing, at that time you'll be the #1 true spirit under my command. Yi Yuan, you'll be the divine general under me." By the side, Yi Yuan 3 people rolled their eyes. Who gave these two fellows the courage? Reckon that most of the time Yang Qing would have to pretend to be subservient, right? Suddenly, Yi Yuan's expression changed, and he said in shock and anger, "Careful." His voice had yet to fade when 100 figures emerged from the fog 8, besieging the 5 people from all directions. But Yang Qing was not fearful and said with a loud laugh, "Saint Exalt, Azureski's journey to hegemony will begin with you guys. Watch my spear." Boom! Yang Qing and his opponent forcibly exchanged a blow, and he was actually repelled by the other party. He could not help getting a shock. The other party was clearly somewhat surprised too, not expecting that Yang Qing's strength was actually so strong. Yi Yuan was not courteous, directly blowing up a grand completion Saint Sovereign Heaven that rushed forward with one punch. Big Yellow, Jingfei, and Shaoqing each used their own means to attack the enemy. However, among this team of 100, the weakest was also Middle Saint Sovereign Heaven. The majority were Upper Saint Sovereign Heavens. This lineup was rather scary. They were not at all inferior to the sea folks who hunted Yi Yuan down back then. At present, Jingfei already reached Middle Saint Sovereign Heaven too. Coupled with the Emerald Sea Divine Conch, her combat power was quite strong. Big Yellow went without saying. He already reached peak Upper Saint Sovereign Heaven. He was not the slightest bit afraid when facing off against Grand Completion Saint Sovereign Heavens. However, the difference in numbers still put a lot of pressure on the 3 of them. Yi Yuan was different. His aura released, ending one with one punch. Having transcended the 6-9 Tao tribulation, the Middle Saint Sovereign Heaven Yi Yuan's strength was already extremely terrifying. He fought with the half-step true Sovereign Heaven Yang Qing before beating the other party until he howled. Therefore, even if it was a great Tao transformation grand completion Saint Sovereign Heaven, Yi Yuan killed them very casually too. He dealt one punch each, directly beating the other party into a cloud of blood, mist. But very soon Yi Yuan's pupils constricted. He discovered to his horror and those powerhouses who were blown apart by him, their physical bodies actually condensed again. Apart from their auras being slightly weaker, their strength actually did not change much. This shock was by no means insignificant. In the sea of consciousness, Mi Tian cried out in surprise, "It's the blood race. Why would Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven have so many members of the blood race?" Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly, and he asked, "Blood race?" Mi Tian said, "The blood race is an extremely powerful race. They are powerful and extremely aggressive. The blood race relies on devouring the blood of all races to strengthen themselves. The most terrifying thing is that the life force of the blood race is extremely tenacious. Even if there's still a drop of blood left, they can also recondense their physical bodies anew." Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly from listening. Revival from a drop of blood. This was equivalent to a race that could not be killed, unless your strength was much stronger than his. Otherwise, there was no way of killing the other party at all. So that's how it is. In that case, if we want to kill them, we can only completely obliterate them. Yi Yuan said. Mi Tian nodded and said, "That's right. Wanting to kill them, there's only one way. We need to use absolute strength and completely wipe them out." Yi Yuan nodded and said, "Understood. Yang Qjng, you hold back that half-step true sovereign heaven. Leave the rest to me."
Yang King shouted, "Fucking hurry up."
These guys can't be killed at all. Almost can't hold on anymore. Facing Miechen by himself, Yang Qing naturally had the strength to fight. But next to him, there was a large group of Saint Sovereign Heavens harassing. He was under tremendous pressure now too. Yi Yuan gave a cold cry, universe sword formation releasing grandly. In an instant, it enveloped all of these Saint Sovereign Heavens. "Kill!" Yi Yuan shouted coldly, the universe sword formation directly launching the strongest attack. Clouds of blood mist exploded with a loud bang. After experiencing the 6-9 Dao tribulation, the power of Yi Yuan's universe sword formation directly increased a lot. These Saint Sovereign Heavens were not opponents that could last one exchange with him at all. Only those transformation grand completion Saint Sovereign Heavens could barely manage to block for a few rounds. But very soon they were killed too. Yi Yuan's universe sword formation directly transformed into a meat grinder. Those blood race members that revived were also directly annihilated by Yi Yuan. However, the power of the universe sword formation was too scattered and it was unable to completely wipe out these blood race members. Yi Yuan did not care and continued garroting. Toward the back, it was filled with blood mist inside the sword formation. Over there, when Miechen, who was fighting fiercely with Yang Qing, saw this scene, his pupils could not help constricting. He thought that Yang Qing was the strongest one in this party, so his first target was to lock onto him. As for Yi Yuan, he did not take him seriously at all. But only now did he know that Yi Yuan's strength was much stronger than
even Yang King.
"Ha ha ha! Foolish human, you can't kill us." After a grand completion, Saint Sovereign Heaven revived, he laughed wildly, and said to Yi Yuan, "The blood race's revival from a drop of blood had a great impact on humans. An opponent that could not be killed was sufficient to make people's will collapse. Is that so? Isn't your revivals getting increasingly slower?" Yi Yuan laughed coldly, suddenly pulling back his divine essence. The universe sword formation immediately disappeared. Sure enough, just as he talked, he killed many times in a row. The recovery speed of these blood race members clearly became much slower. Dragon might overflowed from Yi Yuan's body. 9 Heavens Dragon Transformation Fist. Yi Yuan threw a punch out, directly slamming onto a cloud of blood mist. That cloud of blood mist directly turned into nothingness. With this, the world became clean. The pupils of that grand completion Saint Sovereign Heaven shrunk, and he cried out in alarm. How is this possible?" Yi Yuan said coolly, "Is there anyone who can't be killed in this world? Just that your numbers are a lot. So I was wearing you all down first." Done talking, he slammed another punch out, obliterating another blood race member again. In terms of large area attacking means, the universe sword formation was indeed unparalleled. Could magnify Yi Yuan's strength several times over. But in terms of single target attack, the universe sword formation was inferior to the 9 Heavens Dragon Transformation Fist. Presently, Yi Yuan's bloodline evolved into battle spirit level true dragon. bloodline. The power that this move erupted with was dozens of times of his power. Furthermore, this power was concentrated in a single point, the destructive power, extremely strong. It was perfect for obliterating the blood race. Yi Yuan dealt a punch each, the numbers of the blood race could be seen, reducing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Boom! That grand completion, Saint Sovereign Heaven, was also directly obliterated by one punch. In the depths of the fog, Han Guang's expression changed. He could sense through bloodline that his subordinates were vanishing one by one at an extremely fast speed. What's wrong, Lord Han Guang? It's merely a few Saint Sovereign Heavens. Could it be that Miechin can't take care of it? Chili's perception was lacking, but seeing Han Guang's expression, he immediately understood something. A hint of shock flashed across Han Guang's eyes, and he said, "There's only Miechin alone left. What could it be? A true sovereign heaven?" Chili's shock was by no means insignificant. Han Guang shook his head and said, "One half-step true sovereign heaven. The others are all ordinary Saint Sovereign Heavens. There isn't even a grand completion one." And Miechin died too. This time Han Guang was really shocked. Died too quickly. It was less than 15 minutes from start to end. Unless the blood race encountered an opponent whose strength greatly exceeds their own, they would never die so quickly. The half-step true sovereign heaven Miechin could practically capture same rank opponents with ease. Even if he encountered a monster from the human race, he could always run away if he could not beat. Now they were all dead. No can do. They are going to pass through the fog. They already know that. We're lying in ambush here. If they bring this news over, then all of our previous efforts will be wasted. Chili, you bring people over to kill them. No, everyone move out. You must kill them. These blood race members made a surprise attack on you all. They have probably already discovered you guys. There might be a great conspiracy for them to lie in ambush here. Mitian. Yi Yuan nodded and said, "In this case we have to bring the news to heaven, one continent, and inform the humans there." Yi Yuan also did not expect to actually run into this sort of thing before. Entering heaven, one continent. Those that came out to ambush them already had a half-step true sovereign heaven realm. There was probably a true sovereign heaven existence in the depths of the fog. "Retreat!" Yi Yuan shouted coldly, his figure retreating explosively. "It's too late." A figure came out of the void and struck a palm towards Yang Qing. This palm was incredibly fearsome. It was precisely Chili. "Arjish. Why is it me again? F***CK. I'm not the strongest, you idiot." Yang Qing cried out strangely, but his figure dodged bizarrely and actually avoided this certain kill strike. Chili's pupils constricted, looking at Yang Qing rather astonishedly. This half-step true sovereign heaven actually evaded his charged blow. However, after getting a shock, a hint of a cruel smile flashed across the corners of Chili's mouth. This move of his was not a killing move at all. The real killing move was Han Guang. Right at this instant, the 5 people withdrew out of the fog. And right at this moment, a large palm fell from the sky. The power was completely incomparable to Chili. The lethal blow of a middle true sovereign heaven was akin to doomsday to a Saint Sovereign Heaven. Nowhere to avoid. Really dead for sure this time. Yang Qing cried out strangely. Big Yellow and the rest could not even move a muscle under this palm. Han Guang's strength was completely not on the same level as Chili's. Above the void, Han Guang was expressionless. Killing a few Saint Sovereign Heavens was merely a matter of lifting a hand to him. Even if they were half-step true Sovereign Heavens, they would be inadequate too. But right at this time, an incomparably terrifying force suddenly burst forth. Beneath his palm, this power made him feel heart palpitations. Chili's face originally carried a mocking smile, but at this time his expression changed wildly. "Commander Han Guang, be careful." Yet it was already too late. This astonishing sword directly chopped apart the giant palm, heading straight for his main body. This sword shone with boundless radiance and was extremely dazzling. forcing everyone until they could not open their eyes. When this sword appeared, it seemed as if it was going to chop the firmament. Chili, who was not far away, his breathing was about to stop. Han Guang's body was actually directly smashed by this sword. Everyone present opened their mouths wide, looking at Yi Yuan in disbelief. This sword was released by Yi Yuan. No one would have thought that a middle Saint Sovereign Heaven would kill a middle true Sovereign Heaven with one sword. He directly crossed a large realm to kill the enemy. This sword already surpassed cultivation realm. This Lord Han Guang was actually killed by one sword? What kind of joke is this? What a dazzling sword. Is this human really middle Saint Sovereign Heaven? Earlier, I thought that the strongest was that half-step true Sovereign Heaven. One didn't expect that it's this unremarkable fellow. Before this sword move, nobody took Yi Yuan seriously. Among the 5 people, Yi Yuan was not even as good as Jingfei. But this sword made Yi Yuan seemingly look dazzling to the extreme. Dao sword. The strongest sword that Yi Yuan unleashed, the power was far more powerful than the A1 encompassing sacred trees sword of heaven killing. This was Yi Yuan's sword of defying Dao, all of his comprehensions in this life. Similarly, it was a sword that was unleashed using his life. After unleashing a sword, Yi Yuan's complexion was pale to the extreme, like a living dead. Big Yellow.
Ye Yuan shouted coldly.
Actually, there was no need for his order. Big Yellow already carried Yi Yuan and scurried into the fog again. And everyone was still in shock. No one even went to stop them. Yang Qing 3 people had long known about Yi Yuan's trump card and also followed after instantly. Above the void, that cloud of blood mist that was smashed apart by Yi Yuan attempted to condense together. But it could not do it. Under this sword slash, the blood race actually found it difficult to revive. Chili and the rest actually forgot to chase for a moment. Commander Han Guang, are you all right? Chili asked worriedly. Finally, that cloud of blood mist recondensed. Han Guang was alarmed and furious to the extreme, shouting loudly, "Chase! What are you all in a daze for? Chili, chase after. Kill them for me." Han Guang's angry roar reverberated above the sea. One sword inflicted heavy wounds onto him. What Yi Yuan's sword chopped was his Dao. The current Han Guang, although he revived, his strength was greatly diminished and was not even as good as Chili. Actually, without waiting for Han Guang's instructions, Chili chased into the fog right away, but merely a short while later he retreated again. Commander Han Guang, their auras disappeared, Chili said with a solemn expression. Han Guang's gaze turned intent, and he shouted angrily, "Everyone heeds my order. Conduct a carpet search in the fog. Once you discover their traces, kill. Without amnesty." This army was composed of 5,000 blood race Saint Sovereign Heavens. After obeying the order, 5,000 people searched the fog in an orderly manner. Han Guang and Chili also entered the fog. However, Han Guang's brows immediately knitted together. "I was seriously injured by that brat and can't sense them anymore. Damn it. Didn't expect that punk is actually a divergent cultivator. Furthermore, he's so powerful." Han Guang was also stunned by Yi Yuan's sword, directly crossing a major realm to chop the enemy. What kind of terrifying strength was this? If not for the tenacious vitality of the blood race, he would have immediately died from that just now. "Lord Commander, what should we do now? That boy seems to have the means to hide in this fog," Chili said in a solemn voice. Han Guang's gaze flickered and he said somberly, "You go straight to the other side to guard. We absolutely can't let them enter heaven one continent. That boy only has the power of one strike." Presently, his Dao sword suffered damage. It's absolutely impossible to slash out a second time. As long as they dare to show their faces, kill them. I'll wait for Commander Luo Chuan. Here. Once the army arrives, we'll immediately charge into heaven one continent. At that time, whether or not they get out won't matter anymore. Child's expression turned somber, and he obeyed the order and left. In the fog, the figures of Yi Yuan and the rest became dusky, merging into one, with the surrounding fog, making it extremely difficult to find. In this fog, the Emerald Sea Divine Conch could unleash the greatest effect. Even if these Saint Sovereign Heavens passed by them, they could forget about finding them too. Master Yi, are you alright? Big Yellow asked concernedly. Yi Yuan's complexion was deathly pale as he said weakly, I won't die. However, my Dao sword has been severely damaged and needs to be nurtured. This move held incredible power, but it was a mutual destruction fighting. The Dao sword was linked to Yi Yuan's life. They were bound together for good or ill. Dao sword was where Yi Yuan's foundation lay. Once it was executed at full power, its power was much stronger than the sword of heaven killing. But the sequela was also immense. Within half a month, Yi Yuan had no way of taking action. Yi Yuan's Dao sword was currently in the Myriad Realms mountain, rowing the Grand Mist energy to nurture. Grand Mist energy was the source of all things. Could nurture the Dao sword. If not for this, he would not be able to recondense the Dao sword within a few. You this fellow to actually still be hiding such a powerful move, are you planning on using it to ambush me, this Heaven One Continent's overlord? Yang Qing cried out strangely. Jing Fei's mouth curled, and she said disdainfully, with your pathetic appearance, Big Brother Yi Yuan can pummel you with one hand. Is there still a need to sneak attack you? Yang Qing smiled coldly and said, that's just temporary. This exalt is going to break through to true sovereign heaven right away. At that time, wouldn't I abuse him 1,000 times over? Alu, keep talking nonsense, and you can get out for me. Go face the blood race army alone by yourself.
Ye Yuan yellet koldu.
The moment Yang Qing heard, he indeed shut up sensibly. These blood race members were too strong. They could not be killed at all. If he went out, it would be certain death. Master Yi, that true sovereign heaven already went to the other side. We can't get out now either. What do we do? Big Yellow said worriedly. Kill. Yi Yuan's expression turned cold, and he said, this fog is our natural barrier. That middle true sovereign heaven was heavily wounded by my Dao sword. He definitely won't be able to recover to the peak within a month. The true sovereign heaven on the other side is afraid of us entering the Heaven One Continent. He absolutely won't dare to come in easily. Then we'll kill them until they are terrified. The moment Yang Qing heard, he could not help being greatly excitedly and said, heh, this is good. This is good. Ling Fei, who craved nothing short of the world being plunged into chaos, was naturally very excited too. With two true sovereign heavens around, they had nowhere to hide under the Emerald Sea Divine Conch too. But if it was just one true sovereign heaven when the Emerald Sea Divine Conch activated water rule and hid in the fog, it was like nature itself. They could turn into hunters in the fog. And the blood race army would be their prey. Damn it, where are those few fellows hiding? We've already searched the fog several times and didn't even see a damn thing. Could it be that they can still evaporate into thin air? They must have some concealment means. We can't lower our guard? Sigh, what methods can they have? That strongest punk is already half dead. But, got to say, that sword of his was really terrifying to actually kill. Commander Han Guang with one sword. I'm still a little scared until now? Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and search. This fog is too big. The 5,000 of us can't even set off any waves after spreading in. A blood race team was currently searching the fog due to that, their divine sense detection range was very small. They could only patrol back and forth continuously. It was just that 3 days had passed. They did not find Yi Yuan 5 people's shadows at all. The army of 4,900 people split into squads of 49, carrying out a carpet search of the entire fog area. This squad was one of them. At the back of the team, a ball of water quietly enveloped the 3 people, who We're talking just now, without making a sound. These three people were merely middle saint sovereign heavens. Being covered up by this ball of water, they got a big shock and instinctively wanted to cry for help, but they could not cry out in the water curtain at all. At this time, a figure appeared. Yang Qing looked at these three people with a playful face and sudden ly stabbed a spear towards one of them. This spear did not have the slightest rule fluctuation. But, after the tip of the spear pierced into the body of that blood race member, a terrifying destructive power exploded in his body. That blood race member was directly wiped out by Yang Qing. At the same time, the two blood race members beside him also directly turned into nothingness without making a sound. It turned out that Yi Yuan injected 2 streams of sword energy and directly garrote these two. Yang Qing gnashed his teeth in hatred and said angrily, "You snatched my people again." Yi Yuan made a shushing hand gesture, signaling for Yang Qing to leave. The two figures escaped into the fog again, disappearing. Very soon, another squad passed by them. When Yang Qing saw this scene, his expression could not help changing. Slightly, they nearly got exposed. "You, this fellow, killing people too slowly." Yi Yuan looked toward Yang Qing and said lightly. Yang Qing was angered until his expression was livid, but there was nothing that he could do. Wanting to immediately obliterate and also not make any sound, it was really difficult. "Sniff, you're really a freak. Even killing people is faster than me."